Yo, Def Dom, how's it going, my man? Blasting, nice. Setting up the YouTube world boss in one, holy, nice. Thanks for letting me know.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yo, Octopics, how's it going, my man? Where is it? Yeah. Thanks for letting me know, Def Dom. Absolute Giga Chat. Oh. Hello, Cron Unity. Hi, Garth, how's it going? You can TP to me if you want, Def Dom. If you can't make it, invite me and then TP to me. Yeah, again, like, if you need TP to me, man. Yeah, you can make it. Still 20 seconds. It's pretty close. Oh, there you are. Easy. Yo, Noel, how's it going? Good morning. Why does no one deal damage? Me with my Giga AoE Nightmare Dungeon Blaster can't really do a boss, guys. Someone needs to be blasting! Easy for the boys. And you ask where I'm from? I'm from Germany. Where are you from? Lebanon. Holy. What time is it for you right now? Are we in the same time zone? I don't even know. 1 hour difference? Gotcha. Second damage was good. Yeah, but everything else was kind of wonky, huh? Max life damage, resource cost reduction. It's actually pretty good, not gonna lie. Especially 925. You know what? Let's actually switch because it has 2 sockets. Even though it's crossbow. I think this one is also quite nice. I don't really need the crit right now. The resource cost reduction is kind of nice. What build am I playing? I'm playing a hold down right click for barrage build. Okay, what is this music? Ah, it's not my stream playlist, that's why. Okay, what do we need? Barrage, marksman, crit chance. Let's see if we get lucky here. Chance for barrage to cast twice. Wonderful. And marksman crit chance would be cool. Or crit damage. I'll take that as well. Fuck it. It's good. Good enough. And this is actually... Could re-roll the resource cost reduction later when we play Heartseeker for crit, and then we would have a what's it called? Speed farming amulet. So let's see. We do this. And then we need movement. And nothing else. Oh wait, this one actually has lightning. Do we need the lightning still? Yeah, we badly need the lightning. Holy moly. But kind of don't want to have the lightning there. Ooh, big movement speed roll. Holy. And I would say I've been wondering why it uses wand instead of sword. How big the difference is. Exclamation mark wand, Farina, to get the answer. And we could do... Can we do even more resource cost reduction? Is that possible? Yeah, we can. Lol. Holy. This is gonna be funny, holy. Okay, but... We have a lightning rest problem then, huh? But we can... change... easily. We can easily change that diamond. No, Death-Dom. The dodge chance and the healing received don't help, unfortunately. Okay, we can do this. And then we can do lightning rest and then we're good. Like this, for example. And if this... I mean, you know what? I'm gonna add a socket to this one, because this one's actually quite good. And then we do this, and now we're fine again. Wonderful. Dodge is good, though. Not in hardcore. Okay, now we need blues, huh? Oh, wait, I only need one. Okay, this should be a nice DPS increase. The resource cost is like... Curious how that's gonna look like. Okay, do we have any nightmare dungeons? 39 Luban's Rest. That should be fine, actually, right? This is monster level 95. That's only plus 6. So we need 40... What do we need? Plus 4. 45, actually. Craft sigils. So we need to craft 10 of these. Let's sort them as well. Also need more potions. Do we have some potions that we don't really need? Pedro time already. Oh, Lou. Let's do this one. That's gonna be funny. With so much resource cost reduction, that's gonna be interesting. Okay, what do we have here? Forgotten Ruins, Blind Burrows. Okay, let's go Blind Burronis. Okay, I'm curious how the... Oh, what? Oh yeah, no, I did temper the amulet. Curious how this is gonna feel with that much resource cost reduction. It's gonna be interesting. We got what, like 20% more resource cost reduction, kinda? through this. I think. Not sure how much do we have. 17 now. Okay. Actually, the attack speed is more than fine. Definitely need more life. Definitely need to start looking at items now, because all my 821 gear is now easily upgradable. Especially my sacred gloves. I also do interviews. What does that mean? What does interviews mean? I prefer to things you said. I have never spoken to mine MMO. Can you send me the link? Lol. Can you send me this? What? Can you send that to me? I've never spoken to these people. Around much today. I'm feeling great. You're not feeling great. All good, Itoka, don't worry. Thank you, Toka. It's gonna be cool. Really looking forward to sitting down with the boys. Come on, Zach, you can't leave me hanging like this. How are you searching when you already knew where it is? Yo, how's it going, Crip? They refer to me as Diablo expert. Holy. If I'm an expert, then I don't know. Yeah, let's see. It's German, so people have to Control F Chronics. There we go. Oh, that's actually true, though. Hey, they actually quoted me correctly. They actually quoted me correctly. This is totally correct. This is very well quoted. Like timestamp of the Twitch vlog with the source. Exactly what I say. Just translated to German. This is actually really good. This is actually really good. No, I'm happy they are doing they're quoting correctly. I thought they would completely misquote or like completely misinform of what I've said, but that's actually really correct. Like exactly what I said. And that's cool. Which one do we need next? Oh, I don't have the guide open. Maxroll.gg, where you get everything you need. Your one-stop shop for being one of the best gamer you've ever been. Where is it? Build guides. Build guides specialized. Rouge. Heart Soaker. Here we go. Deadly Ambush exploit. Next one is Chip. Chip. Who can say it like this? Chip. Oh, we need to click this thing. Chip. Can almost stop doing NMDs as well. That's good. You got free advertising. I don't care about any advertising on German websites, to be honest. One of mine MMO is a viewer and writer and a huge fan. I wouldn't call it a huge fan. He just wanted to make a... Probably just wanted to make a... Wanted to write his article. Stumbled upon the stream, I guess. Ooh, that's a big one. Let me see dice hands. Crit lucky attack speed. Crit lucky attack speed. Oh, doesn't even go vuln. Oh, you need, well, of course you need the attack speed. Of course you need the lucky hit. Of course you need the crit. Okay, well then they are completely shit. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up to my attention, Zach. That's super cool. Thank you. I wouldn't call them a huge fan necessarily. You plan put in this minions builds Uber Lilith variation? There is a bossing variant. Uber Lilith is not about your build anymore. Uber Lilith is now a skill check, so you need to be a good player to kill her. It has nothing to do with your build. To use instead of combo points. I'm using Inner Sight just for fun right now. Started to be more rare at the beginning. I got like a shitter. Now I barely get 7 to 10 a day. Yeah, that's because you're doing Pit and Tormented bosses, Zach. And currently it looks like that's a... Not only does Pit generally give you less items, but therefore it like skews your perception of greater FX drop rate, and you're also doing tormented bosses, which means tormented bosses currently don't seem to drop any greater FX items. So it's just a feeling that you have because of the content that you're doing. Season also switches off. Still NMD and Helltide? Okay, then it's weird. This look a lot more fun to build common points with punch all the time. Flows better. Yeah. Busy. I can do whatever the fuck I want, right? When I'm making a build. I like just blasting barrage, holding down right click. That's why my ult on level 90 has a Starless equipped and a Shaco. Because I just love doing stupid shit while leveling. I don't need to, when I'm not racing, I don't need to do the most optimal thing. I just want to have fun. This is a lot of fun. Look at all the arrows flying and homing onto targets. Isn't that cool? Of course combo points are better in a barrage build, but Barbs felt squishy? Holy. Good luck on a Sorg then. That went aren't good now. Wish me luck. Are you doing them Uber or what? Or wait, 31. That should be 1.5 Ubers. Crafted Ubers. Also the ones that you find. And yes, this character equipped all of the Ubers at 35. And my other rogue equipped all of them. Even equipped 5 on level 35. Just because I had so many. Just literally stacked all of them. Doing tier 70 Nightmare Dungeons is level 89. Oh god, that's... Even when I'm trying to have fun, I'm not that inefficient. That's a crazy new level. You still die in Helltide? Yeah, that's why you don't play Hota. You don't play Hota. It's dead. You play Thorns or Bash. That's what you do. Okay, let me check the Paragon Vault. we go from here? Take this. If I'm playing Blight Necro and running Starless and Sack Soul Ring, do I drop Ultimate Shadow or Damned Esper? Or is it better to not run both uniques? Which build are you playing? What is Blight Necro? Are you playing Shadow Minion or are you playing Blight? That's a big difference. Just Blight? Yeah, you don't play Starless and you also don't play Sacrilegious. You should check out the Blight Necro guide on Maxroll. Try Sork. I hate Sork. That's the big problem. There's absolutely no build that interests me, like, at all. Necro says to run those rings? Yeah, then run those rings. When Macro already gave you the solution to run the rings, how come you don't know which aspects to drop? What's going on there? Big scroll. He doesn't say what to drop when running Starless. That's because you shouldn't run Starless. If in the end game version, in the uber unique version, you don't have a Starless and you don't have a Sacrilegious Soul, then you definitely shouldn't run that. Uses the Sac? Well, then I don't understand the question. Literally read what the guide says. You drop those with the lowest multiplier. I don't get it. Yo, Roos, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Wrong moment, Roos. We are still on the wrong on the weird necro abilities class. I couldn't play Bone Spear this season, so I switched class and still play Bone Spear. Look. I made Bone Spear work. I just needed to log on to a different class. Look. We're still playing Bone Spear. So good. I'm loving it. I'm basically playing Bone Spear. And I'm not even done with this. Like, we're just leveling really fast. And then maybe we can, I don't know how, if or what we can make happen with this in the pit. No clue. But yeah, we'll have to see. Single target obviously is going to be ass, and with Barrage you need to stay melee, which is kind of sucky. Bone Spear definitely has the advantage there. But at least for leveling, it's a lot of fun. It's definitely Bone Spear. And it's not even a wish Bone Spear or something. It's quite literally Bone Spear. But with homing missiles instead of splitting projectiles. That's a bit high, maybe 49. Okay, got this. Boom. How do you upgrade lips so fast? Right click them. What is your favorite beer? I don't drink alcohol. Notice the changes from Skyrim Mage Gem to Kaiser. What's the reasoning behind it? Boost DPS from Golem and Warriors? We don't care about the Warriors, but since we have multipliers for Golem and Mages, and they are quite high, Volta, in my opinion, you can play both and boost both damage by going for Cursed, damage to Cursed. That's the reasoning behind it. Sure, the absolute min-maxed version of it that is going to clear tier 130 pit or so is going to be one of the two. But for 99% of the player base, that is a very, very good approach with damage to Cursed. What was that wall? What was that wall? Wait, I don't have my incense up. No. Okay, got this. Wonderful. Thank you, Zach. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Have a good night's sleep, man. First damage is better than Mage because it has a condition that we also will take the higher number. No, Mages is higher. Crap. Mages is higher than Cursed. But Mages only buffs Mages. And you also have a Golem running around doing quite a lot of damage as well. Do you want to buff both? Man, I'm finding so many scrolls. It's actually insane. Holy. Don't listen to me. Hey, you are... Generally speaking, you are correct. But Skeletal Mages was the wrong example. You should have taken damage, for example. Then it would have been correct. Basically took one of the two that you shouldn't have taken out of 10 or so. So Mage's curse in terms of pit pushing. The curse should actually deal more damage overall, including golems and specials, and not that higher. You have guessed correctly. But I think you did the little greater or lesser sign the wrong way, Holter. Double check that one. Take a look again, maybe. Ooh. That one's also pretty good, holy. Looking forward to your Necro Pit push. Yo, Sinita. I want to get the Rogue ready and farm Neath Iron with the Rogue because Necro is a little bit boring for me right now. And then get 12 out of 12 that way so I don't actually have to play the Necro. And then we can see what we can do on the Necro. And then we also see what we can do on the Rogue for sure as well. Holy, what's that damage? To correctly sit them other would focus on other mages or golems. Yeah, probably one of the best ones is just gonna go and do one thing because the number is higher. But the cursed approach is probably better for 99% of the player base. And since I care about 99% of the player base, it's more than about the 1%. We went with this approach because the 1%, they can figure out their builds on their own. They're not even using Maxroll. I want to confirm something. Damage and overpower additive. My life is alive. Yeah, overpower is a little bit... Overpower is a little bit complicated. Overpower is a different topic, but critical strike damage is additive. But when you crit, you have an innate 50% multi from critting. But critical strike damage itself is additive always. With the condition that you need to crit for it to become active at all. Was hella smooth and I was starting to sleep. Yo, Senya Puppy, how the fuck did you level with Heartseeker? How did you get enough lucky hit chance during leveling? No, it has a... The first explanation is correct, Matthias. It takes all the damage, the additive damage together. It goes like, oh, did he crit? Oh yeah, perfect. Here's your 50% multiplier from critting. The critical strike damage is then active, basically. It takes all your additive damage, it checks for crit, it says, oh yeah, we crit, okay. Also add the additive portion of your critical strike damage, and now you get a 50% multi on top. From critting, because critting is a natural 50% multiplier, but critical strike damage does not do anything. It just additively increases the crit and not multiplicatively. And same with vulnerable. It checks the target. Is the target vulnerable? Yes. Oh, okay. Here is your vulnerable additive damage. Now that is active. And you get a 20% multiplier from the target being vulnerable. That's it. Back then, that was different. Back then, your whole vulnerable damage got multiplied into the damage that you were already dealing. And all of your critical damage was also multiplied into that target. That was why Bone Spear was so fucking strong, because it stacked vulnerable and it also stacked crit damage like crazy. Right? That was the reason why Bone Spear was going crazy like it was. Wish the Crapify wasn't a must-have. I love the Crapify. I hope it's in every build and it's never gonna get nerfed. My most loved spell, probably. Yes, because blood builds don't have enough multipliers, right? Like it's unfortunate. They need another plus 50%, for example. And ideally that should not be on an aspect, because blood builds have a huge aspect pressure problem anyway. Same with bone. Bone got a little bit easier now. With essence per second existing, it's not as bad anymore. But before it was. Ideally, they just need to tune the basic blood numbers. Not give it additional multiplier, because then you have a problem. Where do I put it? Like, not on an item, because we don't need more items. It's literally just the base number of Blood Surge and the base number of Bloodlands just needs to be higher. But of course, you gotta be very careful. If you increase that number by 10%, through all the multiplier, that 10% number suddenly gets way higher, right? So you can't go and do like, oh, 50% more Blood Surge damage. That's gonna go crazy, right? Everyone is gonna be playing Blood Surge then. Okay, let me do the Paragon board here real quick, which is the last one. Cheap shot. There we go. We do this. We do... we turn this 180. This. Okay. I kind of want to use this one, not gonna lie. That one is good, and it's a bow. Unfortunately, that's a max roll repeating. Let's salvage this then. Because I might play rapid fire for pit. Would have to see. Okay, let's do this. Bastion of Faith. Damage definitely went down quite a lot. Because we're missing some additive damage on the crossbow from rolling resource cost reduction there. And let's be honest, the resource cost reduction is absolutely not needed. So we could roll the resource cost reduction to, I don't know, distant or something. Whatever rolls there. And be doing much more damage. Thunder damage is actually fine. If we get closer on the big guys, then we're good. Just need to shotgun a little bit more probably, and then we're fine. Like this. There we go. Man, I don't know. Conduit feels so bad. Usually you were happy when you were getting a conduit, but now you're like, ugh. I don't know. Am I the only one? Yeah, Mateus. I thought, you know, like, we did that whole explanation on the stream. And I was like, you know what? So many people probably need to see this. That's the problem with educational videos. Nobody really clicks on those or watches them anyway. But I was like, you know what? I already did the work. I'd be stupid if I wouldn't just literally invest half an hour to make a video out of it. So might as well just upload that to YouTube with half an hour of work, cutting it, doing the thumbnail and everything. I was like, you know what? The people that are interested in it, they're gonna watch the whole thing and are gonna be smarter afterwards. And I was like, you know what? For these people, I'll do it. That's a good way. This is not a video where... That is not a video that is gonna hit the algorithm. There's no chance. Nobody wants to learn anything in the world. Everybody just wants to see Mr. Beast destroy the 100 Lamborghini in a row. That's all they want to see. Learning? Ew! Ew! IQ points! Ew! 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 My friends in school say they are shit. Ilk. Learning? Yeah, exactly. Like, what? I'm out of school I dropped out of school for a reason. Hello? Conduit shrines are worse than greed shrines? Oh yeah, for sure, man. Greed shrines are like literally the best thing ever. So fun. Too cool for school? Exactly. Right? Learning? What? What is that? I mean, Bloodlands was basically never playable. I am quite sure Blizzard is aware of that. And they are probably fixing that. Copium. Because I love the concept of Bloodlands. That's such a cool idea. So cool, man. I don't know. Love the walls. Yeah, they are to keep me contained, Crookie. You know how when you're in an asylum, the people there also have these walls? So that's literally where I got them. Thanks for the follow, my man. So now my minion, now everyone telling me swap to Shadow Minion. Is that much stronger? Yeah, that's way stronger. KM Car, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Rework on Bloodlands that would make me happy would be for them to double down on Blood Orb generation, build and make it much more Blood Orbs, much more corpse for CE. Yeah, but the problem with blood builds is always vulnerable. How do you make things vulnerable? The only tool is corpse tendrils. So, okay, you have to use your corpse tendrils for vulnerable. Now, that's okay. If that's the case, that's fine for me. But Bloodlands needs blood orbs. How do you make blood orbs? Corpse tendrils. What? How? So now I have to forfeit. Not only am I missing a multiplier on blood anyway, but I also have to actively forego vulnerable, which is a 20% multiplier, to make my build work. What? Why? How? Bloodlands and it has a high lucky hit chance. Nah, it doesn't really have a high lucky hit chance, Matthias. Oh, that's why I'm not dealing damage. Keck W, man. I completely forgot to do branching volleys on my two-hander. Yeah, is that the weapon temper for Bloodlands being Bloodlands duration is a war cry? Yeah, that's... I don't know. I don't know who came up with that idea. They were probably like... The only reason that I can think of is like... Bloodlands rework didn't make it into Season 4. We're gonna overwork it anyway. Like it's due for an complete overhaul in Season 5 anyway. Come on, just throw some tempers in there. You know, like this. You can't have an oversight this bad. It's impossible. Yeah, there we go. There is our missing damage. I was like, what is going on? And yeah, if you remove the key two-hander aspect, then obviously you don't deal any damage. Okay, we're done with all the glyphs. We can go farm Helltide at 92. That's nice. Where's the Helltide here? I want to check if I get anything here. This is an upgrade. Get rid of these. Okay, we need more life for sure. We go this way. What is this? Damage reduction from elites. Ooh, nice. Embers, accelerating Juggy. And Striker, Shaco, Surprise. Oh, this is also wrong. What was this? This was Edgemaster, huh? Yeah. Do I have an occultist here? No, of course not. I was like, what is this playlist? But it's actually my playlist. It's just one of the new songs that I added earlier. Okay, we got this. What was this? Edgemaster, right? There we go. Edgy. And back to... Oh, let's also pick up some mind cages. Mind cages here. So many scrolls now, holy. Holy. Not sure if I can handle the mind caged Helltide, but we'll see. If it dies, it dies. Blasting though. Gotta watch out of the Hellborn though. The Hellborn are gonna be blasting my ass. Nice. Falling meteors don't do anything. Well, love watching. Catching up. Yeah, that's always great, Matthias. Thanks for stopping by, man. It's great. Especially it's hard to find people that appreciate also the... Oh, have a good one. Have a good one. That appreciate also the very theoretical, informative videos that I really like to make, but that's not how YouTube works, unfortunately. The spawn could be a bit faster, huh? Ooh. I'm okay with that speed if I get double heart, though. Favorite food? Very hard to say. Very, very hard to say, Mwazek. I am... If you literally would threaten to kill my whole family if I don't answer this, I wouldn't know the answer. I like food a lot. And I like a lot of foods. And there's also so many foods that I haven't tasted or tried. Maybe my favorite food is one that I have never tried. So how could I tell you what my favorite food is if I don't know if I have eaten it already or not? Oh my god, I got philosophical quite fast. That's actually true, man. I literally love so much. I love sushi. I love pizza. I love everything that my mother makes. Quite a lot of stuff that my girlfriend cooks. Holy moly, there is so much stuff. We have a new thing. I don't remember how we called them. She makes those. I call it Laugenlümmel, I think. We called them like that. We called them that. That was endless possibilities. Yeah, we call them Laugenlümmel. They are great. I love them. Especially when she does them. Well, she always does them. I don't have no clue how to do them. They are great. Such a good... Well, not really a snack. Probably not also not the healthiest thing, but definitely tasty. And you know, like the secret ingredient to the best meals is always love. So she definitely has an unfair advantage when it comes to favorite food. And so does my mom. What is this? Ah, that's that. Power. Wait. Is this how long I haven't played Rogue? Holy moly, man. Yeah, middle of season 1. That's when I tried Bone Spear, huh? Because Twisting Blades was getting old. Old. Let's check always drop with empowered stats. No. It drops normally, and then of course you have a chance to get a greater FX on the Shaco, but I wouldn't hunt for that, to be quite honest. Haven't seen a greater FX Shaco drop or being crafted yet in my own game. Of course on Reddit you see it. Dude in my group just got one with 3. Oh my god. Yeah, that's that's insane. How's it going, crap, with the Duriels and Andes? Did you get anything so far? Well, like I said, the Dude got one. Yeah, but I don't care about the Dude. Do you have one? You're stuck with flicker steps on. You got this, man. Go get him, Ubers. 31 kills should give you 1.5. No, wait. No, actually 1.5. Yeah. Should give you like 1.5. Kinda. Wait. That's not right. Is it... Now I'm confused. Are you... No, you said you killed them 31 times, right? Okay, you said you killed them 31 times. Yeah, that's not one Uber. No. I don't know why, but I thought you bring 31 boss summons and everyone else brings 31 boss summons. But no, you said 31 total boss summons. Yeah, that's not even an Uber. F. It's like half, a little bit more than half an Uber. For you. Can I link you something? Sure, on the Discord you can link almost everything. There we go. Go here. So now we gotta start looking for that juicy Heartseeker gear. That's gonna be great. Really looking forward to play that. Although I don't know, maybe I want to do rapid fire. Kinda sad Barrage is not working, but it's fine for me. I don't need to go close range on the rogue. That's fine. That's much more fun. Well, fun is very subjective. From what I have seen, Heartseeker is the gameplay that I want. Literal stutter step machining throughout the whole map is literally my type of gameplay. I love that. So I think I would have more fun with Heartseeker, but I think Rapid Fire is the stronger build. Rapid Fire with Scumdreds feels so bad. Why does it feel bad? Woody killed all the Ubers during the race as a world first with that. How can that feel bad? What is bad about what feels bad about it? I gotta know. Ooh. You're washed. Well, that is crucial info, Mwazek. That should have been included in the first message for sure. On controller, everything feels shit. Except Necro. Minions, probably. I think. Huh? Yeah, but controller is just, I mean... F, dude. Can't really do much about it. You can't shoot directly in front. There's a gap, it's odd. Ooh, is there like a... Oh no. Is there a minimum distance between you and between the... Oh god. That, yeah, okay, then it feels a little bit shit. But you want to be max range though anyway, right, with scoundrels? Not max range, but like at distance. At distance, just linked you the screenshot. Absolute insane. Holy shit, man. Why do you have Iron Maiden size and blood mist duration on your helmet? What is going on there? Yo, Sven, how's it going? Just screamed at him for that, no worries. Oh, it's him, it's not yours. Okay, that's good. It's like, what the fuck is that guy doing? Fine, and you? I'm also fine, Sven. Thanks for asking. Almost 93 already on the rogue. It's insane how fast the leveling is. We have all the glyphs on 15 now. So right now I'm just leveling up the Iron Wolves thing to 18 in Helltide because we don't need to do Nightmare Dungeons right now. We will finish up the glyphs to 21 as soon as this character is like super geared and can just do T100s instead of tier 50s. So we'll be much faster. 5 stream streak, absolute giga chat, Sven. Thank you so much for the support. I'm always lucky, so why bother having good tempers? Oh god. Okay. Okay. Nice wormy action. How much damage reduction does this give right now? The current ranks I have. Where is it? Yeah. Oh, wait. I don't even have points here. Oh, I definitely need points here for the movement speed. We can do this and this. Well, we don't really need... Oh, well, we can do this. Oh, yeah, now we're way faster. But I wanted to check something still. What is this? 9.6% damage reduction per active shadow. How many do we have again? 5. Okay, so that's like a 50% damage reduction. That's pretty nice, not gonna lie. Okay. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Easy. I thought I would be way squishier, to be honest, but we are also not currently getting hit. Even if I wouldn't... I'm still not going to do that, though. I can probably blast the Hellborn. I don't want to risk it right now. Especially a Bone Spear one. Maybe a melee. Oh god, he's chasing me. Ah, the horror! Okay. Need to go to the Whisper stuff anyway. I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back. Girlfriend came back from an event. Wanted to see what was going on. Thanks for waiting, guys. What's that? No voice? Yeah, Tian Carsten. He's recording a video. No, if I would be recording a video, then we would be, then you would be able to hear me. Water, understand everything. Can read lip. Nice. Can you really read lip, Octopix? I haven't thought about that. But I mean, I didn't say anything dangerous anyway, so we're good. Yo, Ava, how's it going? What were we doing? Helltide, let's go. Oh, I need to turn in Grim Favors. There we go. With the build, can't find Hellwind Commander until yesterday. Meanwhile, I was helping someone getting World 4, dropping Crabson, but with item power, not sure if invested or keep the one I have. God. No, it's sacred, man. Don't do that. I mean, it's probably okay. If you roll the life on hit to cooldown, should be good. But rolling cooldown is tough. I mean, you can for sure use it, but you will lose out on all res, and I don't even know if you can masterwork. Not masterwork. I don't know if you can. Yeah, masterwork is the right thing. I don't even know if you can masterwork sacred items. I've never tried them. Should you talk about the Giga community? Nice topics. Ah, you've got me. You got me, man. F. No problem, Valerio. How's it going, Octopics? You good? Ava, how's it going for you? What are you doing right now? Found 3 scrolls in the last NMD and 1 in the previous one. Yeah, I don't know why, Deftom. I did a cursed chest and I had like 3 scrolls drop from that cursed chest event. It was insane. This alt finds so many, but I don't think you're finding that much. I don't know. I feel like alts find way more scrolls during leveling. I don't know. It to me, that's how it feels. I can't really pinpoint why that feels that way, but it sure does. It's kind of crazy that you are having the same experience there. Attacks finished pen shot this morning. Holy moly. How is our ref looking? Is our ref looking good? Did you do Heartseeker too? It has 1 million breakpoints? Oh god. Poor Ava. I don't know, man. At this point, by how much work you need to do, we should just ask Blizzard, hey guys, can we get the attack speed breakpoints, please? Can someone please just give us all the things? Then all basic skills plus pen and barrage. Oh, nice. Another scroll. There we go, DevDom. See, it's, I don't know why, but it's insane. Finding so much stuff. Yo, Wicked One, how's it going? Rogue feels good. Rogue feels so amazing. Especially when you go from playing minions to playing rogue. It's rough. Yo, Jay, how's it going? You can find some weird stuff on those, holy. Imagine you could get the cursed shrines or the events that you have in NMDs also in Overworld, holy. What you said about after playing minions, I felt it's the same way doing Dust Devil Barb. Yeah, but I mean, that's normal. Like, that's minion gameplay for you, right? Like, if you thought minions is going to be APM heavy and it's going to involve you quite a lot, then you haven't done your research very well. Minions are just like that. Your gear is amazing now. Nice, Octopics. What are you blasting right now? What's the best way to farm sockets? You mean scattered prisms? Best way right now would be world bosses. But the very best way is waiting until the 28th and then doing world bosses in World Tier 4. You could do right now, what you could do is you could do a world boss in World Tier 4 really quick, then one in World Tier 3 really quickly, if you can somehow manage to do that. And in World Tier 2 very quickly, and in World Tier 1 very quickly, every time. So you could park a character there. Like 4 characters, one in every world tier. Right now, if you would want to Omega tryhard. But you could also just wait till the 28th, because they're going to be buffing that. And kill the butchers then. In the meantime, you need to do every world boss that comes up. I am at, I don't even know how many I have right now. 28. Yeah, Minion is also not really my type of gameplay that I enjoy, but you gotta do what you gotta do, right? If I'm lucky enough to be part of the Maxroll team and lucky enough to be the Maxroll minion writer, then obviously you play minions and provide a build and push it. Which we're still gonna do. I'm not saying like I'm only gonna be playing Rogue from now on. That's not true. Right now I just want to have some fun on Rogue right now. Push Pit a little bit on the Rogue. And then return to Necro when we have enough Neath Iron. 110 without Holy Bolt. Next time I will push 120 is my finish for the season. That's big though. 9 is my current wall for the Necro without bolts. Ah, but boys, those are really, 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 really good numbers, you know. Rogue with this, you know? What does that mean, Wicked One? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Guide for Rogue. Now, this is a freestyle build that I'm making. Do you want to play this or what, Wicked One? .94 almost. Nice. Yep, looks fun. I can make you a planner if you really want. Sure. Can you remind me like later today? Try later too. It seems so fast and smooth. Okay, yeah. If you guys are interested, sure. I'm gonna make the planner at least. Maybe I also go into making this a YouTube video. I guess if I have the planner already done, it would be stupid to not make the YouTube video. What would we put here instead of puncture though? We don't really need puncture. Let me think real quick, because we don't really need this. Could do this for fun, but there's probably better stuff. We could play Poison Trap. Get all the multipliers there. Oh, that's definitely an idea. Because we don't really... Yeah, I'm gonna need to brain about this. We'll do no rush. Thank you guys. Yeah, I will do that, sure. And we can make this a full build. I can upload this to YouTube for sure. Of course. Gamble Ovals took a while though. Nice. What stats does your amulet have now?
Hello, motherfucker.
Yo, Hoagie, how's it going, my man? Hoagie. It's the Hoagie-nator. Hulk Hoagie. Seems impossible to find Hellbent. It's rough for sure. But amulets are always tough. Because it's worth it's super worth it though. Like if you get that amulet, holy, that's so much more damage. It's like not even funny how much more damage you're gonna be dealing. It's like what, 45 multi that you get when you're close? It's insane. It's literally insane. What it gave Golem and Mage Mastery. Nice. If you have that, Hellbent is insane because no matter where you stand, you're buffing something that is already dealing quite a lot of damage. You know, like if you focus on one thing, and if that happens to be mages, oof, man. Then yeah, have fun standing next to your mages all the time. That's not a good experience for sure. I tried that once, instantly died on my first character this season. Was awful. Yo, hi. How's it going, Toxin? I have a Max Yara, Max Crit Emmy. I'm rolling Hellbent on like 300 million in a right now. No, don't do that. That amulet is basically non-existent anymore. You don't roll like that. You don't keep like rolling and rolling and rolling. After it's like 2 million or so, it's dead. Especially in a season where gold is this tight. Yo, the Froggy, how's it going? Good, how are you? So when are you gonna upgrade the current fiance? I told her that as soon as I have my shit together in my life, then she can prepare to be asked the question. Since that is not yet the case, she doesn't have to fear the question yet. It's already late AF. That's understandable. Yeah. Like as soon as... Like obviously I could just go do a normal job. There's actually one lining up right now. Just work there full time. Make higher than average amount of money and just settle down, ask the question, but I don't know, man. I'd hate my life working a normal job, slaving for someone else's dream. No, thank you. And as long as I'm not financially fully stable and autonomous, it doesn't make sense to marry someone who is. Best drop in Germany. She's insane, man. Rolled like 10 out of 10 greater affixes. And came 13 out of 13 masterworked already. It's crazy. Uber high rolls? Yeah, exactly. It's not greater affixes, it's uber affixes. Like my hair. How's it looking? It's normal. Almost died. Wait, I can't switch camera now. It's like the worst it has ever been, Zefroggy. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's dead. Whatever. Ah! Holy. That's definitely not something you want to see spawning when you're like all hands of keyboard and mouse. Fucking explodey boys, man. Thank you, Zefroggy. It's not the best hair day, but it's nice that you like the hair, even on a bad hair day. That was fun. Hellbent, there is now, even with resource generation, unfortunately, but it's what it is. Resource generation is kind of scuffed for sure on the minion necro. The thing is, don't forget about your other breakpoints, right? Like, don't tunnel vision too much on Hellbent. Like, you also need either attack speed cooldown reduction or crit chance on your amulet, depending on how the rest of your gear looks like. It has crit chance too. Yeah, but then you are missing attack speed, you know. Attack speed is also fucking important. Especially because attack speed through Cult Leader is also a direct damage multiplier. Right? So, while you might get 15 per rank of Hellbent that you have on your amulet, you get 30 per 20 attack speed. Through, attack speed is actually stronger than Hellbent, now thinking about it. But only until you have 100%, obviously. Then its value drops down to absolute fucking 0. Right? Like 2 ranks of Hellbent is what? How much is Hellbent? 15? Yeah. That's 30 multi, but only if you're close. And attack speed, if you get 20 attack speed on your amulet, that's a 30 multi permanently without you actually doing anything. And it's 20 attack speed. So don't get it twisted. You have 3 ranks. Yeah, but you still need to be in melee. You know? Oh man, this ring would be pretty good. Attack speed is very important. So is crit. Like, it's rough. Amulet is hard. People tunnel on Hellbent way too hard. And then forget other breakpoints. 100% attack speed, I would say. It's way more valuable than Hellbent. Because of the attack speed and the multiplier you get. Like, let's say you have 80 or 20. Like, let's say you have 80% attack speed with your amulet with Hellbent, and you have 100% on your amulet without Hellbent. I would go for the attack speed amulet for sure. It's just more stats. Oh. Can I please teleport? Thank you. Okay, actually, I need to check all the gear that I marked as junk really quickly. Let's see, maybe some of them already have the aspects, so we don't really take a look at those anyway. So let's see here. Oh god, they're all gonna be... Oh no. All gonna be marked as favorite, huh? That was a dum-dum for sure. This. Okay, let's get... Actually, how many veiled crystals do I have? 1.7k, that's fine. Yo, Sixer! How's it going, my man? There we go. What am I looking for? Do I even play without the Shaco, like, at all? If the Necro dies with the Shaco, then I have a problem. But I don't die, so that's fine. Shadow Mini Necromancer is nice. Thank you, my man. I'm happy you like it. Actually, that first one is pretty good. I like that. This one is also pretty good. Holy, why are they all... Thanks for the follow, my man. Just don't die. Yeah, it's easy. Why are all the crossbows so good and all the bows complete shit? What's going on here? Are they plotting against me or what's going on? Ooh. Do I have the vulnerable still here? Yeah, okay. So we can definitely change this. Just need to roll something else on the gloves. What is this? This is shit. The boots I have are pretty good, but they are 844, so we would miss a little bit of armor, especially if we unequip the Juggy. But not with the helmet. The helmet is actually nice, though, so we could roll... Kinda want... Ah, man, I should have made the planner, to be honest, so we don't have to do this on the fly. But it's fine. We'll get there. This is okay. Okay. So, let's actually sell. Let's have a look here again, man. This one is actually quite nice, but the problem is it's a crossbow. We don't really need the resource cost reduction here, like, at all, right? We found out, so we can actually swap. But this one has 2 sockets, and it's not... This one has 1 socket, and it's better. We swap for this one for sure. Why is this one a frickin' Daggeroni? Dex max life crit, Dex max life overpower. Let's see what we roll here on this one. Where is it here? Give me crit or something. There we go. Zarbuster, thank you so much for the follow. How's it going? Can we do this? Oh, that was also... Oh, no, that was an ancestral. We need corruption on that one. That's fine. This is threats. Ghostwalker. We can get rid of these. Boom. Oh, no. Did I salvage the wrong one now? Oh, no. This one just doesn't have any. No. We keep this for possibly later. This one is Gonzo. Can keep all of these. Corruption on this one. What do we have? We have high velocity, that's fine. Voracious, Edgemaster, we have Wind Striker, Juggy, Opportunist. What did we have here? I don't remember. Let's see. Oh yeah, we had accelerating, huh? We're critting like crazy, so that's fine. Okay, let's roll all the stuff real quick. Oh wait, I was correct here. Boop, boop, boop. We don't need the damage over time. And I want attack speed or something. Crit is good as well. How much crit do we have right now? 23, that's not so much. So we want marksman crit on the weapons, so. We need better paints for sure as well. And this is actually fine on the rolls. Okay, now let's temper the stuff. It's kind of rough to hit. Is there anything else we would want? I don't think so, right? No, we literally only want barrage projectiles. I want something completely different. There's nothing that gives me just damage, right? No. Oh, is this gonna brick? Holy. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Why did I get rid of my other weapon? Man, rogues have it rough for sure. Which one is the one with distant? This one. It's probably also the best for what I am currently doing, huh? Or the marksman crit chance, actually. Probably also rough to roll, especially if you only have one try. Okay, so this is the absolute most bricks item that I've ever seen. Is there any explanation why you put down minion necro 1 tier lower? Because it's not S tier. Tempering is so sad. Yeah, sometimes it's sad. On rogue, it's especially sad. I think we necros have it extremely easy. I gotta be honest there. Maxroll barrage. Well, at least it's making up for... Can we get distant here? Close? No. There we go, distant. Not S tier anymore, but it was like 3 days ago. No. The Maxroll tier list, if we could go back in time, we made the tier list, the last iteration of it, on May 4th. Since then, we thought both minion necros are gonna be S tier. And then we changed it on May 24th. So there were 20 days difference right there. We are not psychic. We can't predict the tier list on point. So of course we can make a mistake on the tier list. I'm watching your necro video now. Sure, man. If you have any more questions, let me know. But tier lists are not the Bible. So are build guides. You should take them with a grain of salt, especially when they are being published before the season goes live. Right now, you can trust them pretty much. very easily as well. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. But before... okay, what do we get here on Rogies? Is there anything? Probably just marksman crit chance, huh? Man, rogue tempers are weird for sure. Oh. Well, Necro isn't even that bad. Now, thinking about it. Oh no, I closed the planner I made. Whoops. There we go. Go this way. For each new element is crowd controlled. Oh, that's actually pretty nice with the tempers though. With the freeze, stun tempers, with the slow stuff. Oh, that's so good. How much lucky hit chance do I have? Literally nothing, right? 13.5. Yo, the endless stream of items. Next life. Ooh. Did we finally get an upgrade for pants? We don't really need the armor. We do need the armor. Minus 6k. We would be... Wait, how much is that? 6.9k. F. We actually need the armor. Oh, and we probably also need the fire res, huh? How do you fix this on Rogue? Actually, you don't need to do this. I mean, I do have a Starless though, so that definitely helps on a Rogue. Would love to have this for the 2 sockets, not gonna lie. And we just slap the Juggernaut on there for the time being. How much? Let me unsocket real quick and see how it actually looks like. Oops. Yeah, Lightning Shadow. Everything else is fine. So we go like this. How much more int am I getting? 7, 12. $17, that's it. It's not gonna be 1.5 res. Oh man, that would have been quite nice. But we still would have needed a Juggernaut, never mind. We need rubies. Can I craft... Oh, I can craft 1 ruby, guys. I'm literally rich as fuck. Holy. Okay, so we do this. Probably also... I can't craft another flawless for the helmet. Oh my god. Need to run some... Oh, I do have one. Wait, we had that all along? Where did this come from? Well, let's keep it for later. We can do this one. Probably do it the other way around. Should do this, huh? Like that. And everything else can go. How did I pick up that by accident? Okay, this is done. Get the 2 scrollies. Yeah. 28, man. We have so many. Yeah, this one is now way better because of the tempers, huh? Like, for sure. Let's see if this one is also going to brick the tempers. Man, that is not a lot of fun. Like, having How many is that? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Literally 20% chance to get the one that you want. It's kind of rough on these. So, last one. And then you want... kind of want a crit chance, not gonna lie, but it's probably impossible to get, huh? Rather get this. Get the damage, that's fine. For leveling, it's okay. Get rid of this. This is branching, but... ooh, almost a max roll, actually. Do I have a better branching? Let's go here. Branch. $72, that's an upgrade. Return you or far less chances. You can roll the same one over and over. I mean, on one roll, Zedoms. It's not overall, of course. It's just per roll, a 20% chance, which is definitely not that much, right? If I let the armor here, if I keep the armor here, having the fire res here sucks for sure. I don't want to keep the armor here when we go Juggernaut anyway, right? For the time being. There's literally nothing else. We could do Dark Shroud though, that's pretty big. Probably impossible to roll, huh? Oh my god. Okay, so we blast Juggy here for the time being. Until I make the planner, I have no clue how to fix all this stuff. This is whatever. This one is fine now with the crit. We won't roll that one at all. This one doesn't have dex, but I guess that's fine. I would re-roll the damage to crit or some shit, but since it's greater, it's whatever. These two are fine. Okay, now let me get all the... wait, we did this. This is fine. Juggernaut is fine. Accelerating is fine. Umbrus is fine. Edgemaster, Rages, Corruption, High Velocity. Okay, everything else is good. But we do need some tempers. If I remember correctly, yeah, we need life here. That's good. And we take some, I don't know. What's this? Immobilize. Nice, we don't have that yet. I'm so fucking done picking up living steel. Oh man, I don't know why it's not auto pickup. I gotta be honest. No, please no dodge chance. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Uh-oh. What is there else? Flurry healing. Let's go log in. It's literally nothing. You need max life, huh? Oh god. Okay, let's do one of these. Chance to slow, that's fine. Oh god, man. We stuck with 11 total armor. I have 1,000 of them. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Adam Tally, thank you so much for the follow. How's it going? And this one's good. This one's fine. This one's fine. We got the crit here already. Yeah, that was not in order at all. Do we have a healer here somewhere? No, we don't. Okay. Okay, 34k life feels quite nice now. That's like plus 9k or so to what I had before, I think. I think we were running 24k. Now after a little bit of juggling around, we're good. Let's see what... oh, wrong option. Let's click this. Half, we need 2.3k per right now. This... oh, that's Saboteur. Okay, let's keep blasting from here. 3 minutes since the new Helltide. Perfect. Go get this. Why can I not click this? What's going on? There we go. Yeah, I don't care about the transfer. Let's go. Yo, Ogret, thank you so much for the follow. How's it going? Boop, boop, boop. 39 mil. Okay, let's change to the big boy Giga Chat her horse. Which one was it? Was it this one? And this one? Yeah, that one looks sick. And what do we have? We have tortured gifts opened. Confront doomsayers. Okay. No problem. Oh, that's a lot of moats for sure. Holy, look at all these moats. What's going on? It's literally just freaking one pack of monsters and you're done with the Whisper. Yeah, activated it for nothing. Oh, not really. Got to spawn right after. Ooh, big ring. Come on, give me lucky hit chance. No. Lol, did I run into Cool? Accident? Okay, big blast. Let's go. Imagine I had more lucky hit chance. Holy, the stagger would be insane. Oh, it's just Oprah. Thank you so much for the follow. Where's the mine cage here? I don't know about you guys, but I just love seeing so many projectiles. This is great. Literally revived Bone Spear. It's working. I don't even know. People say Bone Spear is not working or anything. They're liars. Look. It's alive. This is great. Precision. Hello, can I please pick this up? What was that? Also need to think about what we could do instead of puncture. Kind of want to do... Kind of when I was thinking, I thought maybe poison trap. Have to look into this when we're making the planner. Didn't really think about making a planner or making this a planner and just play Heartseeker, but somehow I kind of made an absolute machine gun barrage rogue, and I'm quite liking it. Up, do this. Ta-da. Blast these guys. Get the poison going. And so much distilled fear and so many boss mats. Holy. This 297 cinders can easily open up the big one. Let's do this cinder time. I don't know, man. The Balrog spawns and you're thinking like, oh my god, it's gonna be so much density, and then there's like literally 2 mobs. Okay, 2 more to open. Almost 95 as well. Big. Where's the other one? Right there. Yo, Axelsen, thank you so much for the follow. How's it going? Oh, that's big density when you click a doomsayer right there. Do they always drop 2, the malignant boys that are spawning? They're crazy, man. So many bossing materials. Gotta go close, but I'm scared of the fire. Can't shotgun the barrage like this. There. There we go. And I'm picking up everything that I don't want to pick up, holy. There we go. Can't click right. Ooh, big ancestral sword with greater graphics. And oh, it's actually good. I wanted to say and it's shit, but it's actually good. Log in. Hello? How often do you have to click them? Or did I maybe misclick on the first one? Okay, blasting this. $219 cinders. How many is this? That's a 251. Movement speed on rock is just insane, man. Holy. Having so much fun not even mounting up and literally just running because they're moving so fast. And then you have dash on top as well. Big. Hello? Can I please open up? Oh no, two more. Death from above. Okay, get this. We have some Duriel farmers right here. Ooh, hopefully I didn't blow them up now. Holy, imagine I spawn. Oh god, I would have felt so bad. Imagine I opened the chest and I spawned the explodey boys. And the explodey boys would have killed an AFK guy. Uh-oh. Thank god, that did not happen. I would have felt so bad, holy. Okay, let's deposit the motes. Yo, how's it going, Smoke? You good? Coffee's good. Time is it? It's 4? Holy shit. Podcast later. How much time is it from now? A little bit less than 5 hours. Good, thanks. Got to 103 with my shitty thorns build. Why is it shitty, Smoke? Why do you think it's shitty? It's clearing 103. It can't be shitty. Oh, wait, did I get the whispers? I didn't even pay attention to it. Oops. Before boss is a little awkward. Wait, so you're having problems with the ads more than the boss? Is that what you're saying? I haven't heard that. Is Thorns that the is it the complete other way around for Thorns or what? Because everyone is kind of like struggling with the boss, taking ages. Not really the trash. Is it with the just really dependent on which boss you fight? The speed. Oh, so it takes you quite a long time for the trash mobs then, huh? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, at 103, it definitely takes some time for sure. Like at 103, you're already pushing the absolute pinnacle of what should be possible. Not the absolute pinnacle, but you are fucking high up, you know that, right? With 102. We got this. Yo, scrunchy cakes. You think about Rogue Heartseeker versus Minion, not really different, but overall lots of pounds was investment. Well, you invest way more in Heartseeker and it pays off more. And minions, you literally don't need any investment and you're crushing very hard, like very good. But yeah, you are right. You shouldn't be comparing those two because those are like two completely different things, right? But yeah, like come on, Smoke. Seems a lot more engaging. I mean, it's a minion build. Minion, it's like the reason minions exist is that you don't press that much stuff. Like that's the whole idea about it. Minions is generally more on the low APM lean back type of playstyle. That is normal. That is also intended. Your minions do all the work. That is by design. Yo, Vic, thank you so much for the follow. So it's not like... It's like... It should not surprise you that a minion build doesn't involve you very much. I haven't tried it too, I said. It seems. Yeah. Heartseeker is a normal build where you do the damage. Of course, it's gonna be more engaging, right? Like you need to do the stuff compared to minions for sure. Razor plate. Yeah, razor plate is insane. If you have imagine a 4GA razor plate, holy shit. That is so much. That's a huge ass difference right there. I don't know, man. SSF is rough. There's... doesn't really make that much sense right now, I would say. Because you shouldn't be running the bosses solo, for sure. They are scared to use it? What? Why would you be scared to use... You have like... You can go like 200k HP on Thorn's Barb. Like, why would you... What would you be scared of with 200k HP, man? There is nothing you need to be scared about with that much life. These could be potential rings for what's it called? The no GA though. For level 80 something, I saw it on someone's stream. Okay, yeah. I'll start trading when I get completely stuck. Just want to see where I get. Well, there's not that much trading. Oh wait, you're playing... Oh yeah, in softcore? Yeah, sure. Sure, on softcore, of course. Ian Wellens, thank you so much for the follow. How's it going, my man? Let me pick up this stuff real quick. What's this? Mine cages? And gold or what? Oh god. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Now we need to do... Now we need to clean house again. This stuff. Boom, boom, boom. I like this one. And it's a bow. I like my bow. Let's blast the rings here real quick. This one here as well. And actually do setup for the ring later. Let's not do it right now. Oh no, I'm still missing one more point. Okay, let's go. What do we need to do here? Cultist rituals and Hellborn. Yeah, 3 is a bit much. And 1 for the change on 28th. I think that's a bit low. Maybe 2 would have been better. Of course, now I find a GA crossbow with 270 dex. Oh man. Lol. Good thing I did not take the time out. The Helltide and then do the bow. When we literally find a better crossbow right after it. Have a passing with enemies for all this minion in range. Only the things that you are close to activates the thing. You can see it being active on the minions. They will shine in a different color. Go to Kyovashad and go into the training dummy area. And then stand next to your minions and then run away again. And you see their little hands light up in a color. In like they have like a shining effect. Shiny effect. It's good to know how this looks, and you can test it in the Kyovashad training dummy room. Why damage to Cursed for Shadow over Golem damage? Because Cursed applies to both your mages and your Golem. Nice builds, no problem. Flow, flow, flow. Hard to get 100 crit chance, 100 attack speed, and or 925 armor. No, if you just follow the planner, you will hit that. Playing pits like 75 to 80 with 7,200 armor. Yeah, you should not do that. You need to hit. The most important thing in the game is to be resistance capped at 70% of everything and armor capped. If you are not armor capped, even 100% crit chance and 100% attack speed doesn't give you anything. If you're not at 9,230 armor and 70% resistance, then every other stat in the game is completely useless. If you are not armor capped, everything else does not matter. Same for resistances. Well, yes. After that, which should I prefer? Get more CC or speed? That which you can get first. Like, I don't know your gear, but you don't go for just attack speed to 100% or just critical strike chance for 100%. Your gear naturally evolves while both are getting higher. No problem. Do you know about the stat priorities section on the Maxroll guide? Have you seen that? where we list from top to bottom which stats to go for and where to find them. And like on which items you need what stats. Yeah, that question is also answered in the Maxroll guide. You would, if you would read the guide, you would probably, of course you read it all. Well, then if you would have read it all, then you wouldn't have asked the Shaco question. Can I shadow step like this? Oh, let's go. Your question was Harlequin worthful upgrade. Yes. I don't know, man. The question is literally in the guide. And it's answered in the guide as well. And then you say you have read it. That does not work that way. Unfortunately. I can't read. Yeah. That's a different thing then. That's why there's probably some text-to-speech thing. That's actually one of the reasons that we made the stat priorities for. Because text readers cannot read our embeds or the planner. So people that literally cannot read, can still use the Maxroll site. Because we listed out all the stat priorities from top to bottom. I think that's a pretty cool move, to be honest. Do you think it's the best class build to beat Uber Lilith? Your class and your build doesn't matter. If you deal 1 damage per year, or even 2 damage per year, then you will kill her if you don't get hit. Uber Lilith is not a build or a skill check, a build check or a class check or whatever. It's a literal skill check now. Ideally, you should try to reach phase 2 without getting a debuff. And then you have a legit chance to kill her. For sure. Then you can do it. You can even do it with 1 stack, sure. But it's definitely gonna be easier if you get phase 1 if you practice phase 1 to a point where you don't get a stack in phase 1. If you can't do that reliably, then you're gonna kill her easily. You know about if you want to know about Barb stuff, I suggest you go and check out Dalcora. I don't know shit about Barb. Or you check the Maxroll Barb guides. But none of those are really for hardcore. But we do have a hardcore section in every build guide, so you can check those out. All I know is go Thorns Barb is hardcore. Yeah, me too. It's also all I know. Saw something interesting, but I wondered about the skill selection. Maybe I can answer that question. Who knows? Let's try, silly. Is there a recommended order for masterworking? Which gear should be done first? The one that has the most important stats to you. So for example, and including tempers, Yao. So for example, if you have an item with, let's say you don't need resistances and you don't need armor, and you have a piece with armor and int, for example, then you wouldn't masterwork that, right? Because you don't really profit off of increasing your armor or your intelligence because you're already at the res cap and you're also already at the armor cap, right? But what you should masterwork first is something where literally every stat on the item gives you benefit right now if you were to increase it. So for example, this chest right here, I need the dex, I need the max life, I don't need the resist, I need the max life, I don't need the lucky hit, right? So this is for master working perspective, this is a 3 out of 5 item. So obviously you try to find those 5 out of 5 items and then you raise those first. Because you are not only increasing the stats on an item, but you are also increasing the tempers. And then, therefore, you would go for the 5 out of 5 items first when you are masterworking. Amy, gloves or weapons? Yeah, that's the softcore way of doing it, yeah. How important is blighted aspect for shadow minion? I want to use a shield for hardkick because I die a lot. Yeah, that's the you have it all. You have like, oh my god. Okay, so there's a lot of unpacking that we need to do here, Rock. So in hardcore, going for more damage reduction on the shield is actually a trap, because with a focus you have an implicit of cooldown reduction. And you can also roll cooldown reduction on the focus. The cooldown reduction is going to help you keep up Shielding Storm all of the time. So that is actually the best way, the best defense. It's actually way more worth it to have a permanent Bone Storm than to have the damage reduction from the shield. At some point, for example, my hardcore Necro is at a point where I can even get a permanent Bone Storm up with a shield. That's obviously top scenario imaginable, right? But first and foremost, it's important to have Bone Storm up and Shielding Storm up as much as possible. And the focus is going to help you much more than that, much more with that than a shield. So that is problem number 1. And then the literal only reason you are playing Shadow Minion is blighted in the first place. So you can't just go and remove it, because then you would completely negate everything you're trying to do with the build. The build literally revolves around blighted and you are trying to remove it. That's like the worst thing you could do. You can do !build rock to see what I have done in hardcore. Don't really look at the stats because I haven't updated that build in quite some time. But look at the aspect choices and the placement, and then you can copy this. That is going to help you much more. Yo, Yanni, how's it going? No problem, Rock. Followed the hardcore racing and was very satisfied. Nice. What did you like about it, Silly? I didn't use a focus for the CDR, like you said. Eating sunflower seeds and leveling the barb. Nice. Didn't fucking die. Nice. Absolute giga chat. Not dying in hardcore. Absolute beast. Level 80 and doing level 80 Nightmare Dungeon? Yeah, that's stupid. Don't do that, Silly. Don't do that. Not only you're risking the death of your character, and you actually gain nothing from it. It was easy. It's not about being easy or not. You're not efficient at all. You only get an XP multiplier for mobs that are 10 levels higher. You don't get one. You don't get a higher one when you are fighting mobs that are 11 levels higher. So you should only be doing plus 10 of your level. Not only are you going to kill stuff way more quicker, but you're also going to be safer while doing so. You can get the missing glyph experience when you are done leveling and you have a good character, and then you just go back and clear 10 100 nightmare dungeons really, really fast, and then you're good to go. You know. Build up the plan. You've not steered me wrong yet. Yes. That's great if you trust me like that. But I like, don't just blindly follow what I said. Did you understand the reasons? Does it make sense to you what I said? That guy does not drop holy. Do I even need to kill them? Slay fallen. Slay demons. No. Don't even need to waste my time with this guy. But I did like have a shield more than a focus, even though I didn't have power monster mob. Shield seems to offer a lot of defense. Yeah, but permanent bone storm offers more. This is rogue build called. Never played one. This is my barrage build, where I just literally hold down right click all the time for leveling and farming. That's it. I timed myself to min-max the return on time spent getting glyph XP. Yeah, but that's way better if you do that later. You know, you don't really need level 21 glyphs. Do you have a guide on Maxroll? For this, no, but I'ma make a planner, Flavus. And then I'll share this. Maybe later today I'm gonna make the planner for this and then share it. A lot of people asked about this build, so I'll probably also make this a YouTube video. So ideally you would just subscribe on YouTube and then you can't miss it. Or, well, maybe if you have the time and you enjoy it, you could also just stick around, and then later during the day I'm gonna make the planner and then I can already share this. That's OP. Hit 115 with Bone Spirit Defenders last night. Bone Spirit Defenders. What are the defenders doing? Taunting? That sounds interesting. That's my new best. I refuse to go full summoner. I can understand that. Unholy rollers, for sure. It took the same time to clear T80 as the same time to clear T60. Yes, but trust me, just do plus 10 of your level. It's fun. Did you say you should max level before you start getting glyph XP, or is it just for level 21 glyphs? Yeah, you should. What you should do, the best way in my opinion, is, let's say you have blasted into World Tier 4, right? You've literally only done Helltide so far in the capstone dungeons. Now you're in World Tier 4. The instant second you are in World Tier 4, you instantly start doing Nightmare dungeons until all of the glyphs that you need for your builds are level 15. And then you go right back to Helltide. And then you're leveling up there. Because that way you're also progressing your Iron Wolves board, which is going to give you boss mats and Stygian stones and all of the juicy stuff, right? And then you can go and do pit a little bit, because with the new Paragon build, Paragon board meta, you don't really care that much about 15 or 21. You just want the increased radius. And then when your character is like way better, good gear now, maybe 4 out of 12 masterworks and shit, then you go back and just clear T100 Nightmare dungeons for maybe 1 or 2 hours, or maybe even, yeah, maybe let's say 2 hours, and blast all the glyphs to level 21. And then you don't have to do the boring Nightmare dungeons for so long. You're kind of postponing the level 21 glyphs a little bit. And by doing so, not only are you having a lot of fun, but you're also doing it in a faster way, you know. New to the game, just got a quick question. Which class is easiest to play? The Summoner Necromancer, Vic. Let me guide you a little bit. Do you have 2-3 minutes time? So I can show you how you would choose the build. So you would find a build that you like. Do you have the time to let me explain to you how to do this? I'd like to help you. First season, so I don't know much. Appreciate the help. No problem, Rock. You can also check the !S4 guide video. I have a cheat sheet that has a lot of info, and then you can keep that open on your second monitor while you are playing, and then you know exactly what you need to do, and then you don't need to memorize all of this. Yo, Bodhi, how's it going? Of course. Okay, Vic, let me explain this to you. Okay, so yeah. 1 second. I need to kill this. Oh, world boss in 14 minutes. Okay, we can do that on the hour. What's up, bro? I've crossed to the dark side. I tried Barb last night. Oh, no. He's gone, guys. Our question. In the Thorns guide, it says a frenzy is waiting and has more thorns. Is that always the case? Do I need to Doombring an Ancient's Oath to fight bosses? I want to use the best thing to get through NMD and to level 100. Yeah, but Thorns is big, silly for this. Just found Shaco. Absolute monster, Boogie. Nice. Congrats, man. Okay, let's go here. Let's do this real quick. So, what was the name? Vic. So what you do is you see these people that have ! Maxroll in their stream title. We do have a website that is trying to help not only in Diablo, but also in quite a lot of other ARPGs, as you can see here. Diablo 3, 2, Path of Exile, Lost Ark, Last Epoch, and Torchlight Infinite, right? We came together to provide build guides and help people out. Not only with build guides, but also with tier lists, and we're also doing cool events. We're explaining a lot of stuff here on the side. But for your specific problem right now, what you should do is, I don't know, are you interested in playing the absolute best class always? Or do you want more of a just having fun, trying to find a build that is fun? Like, what I need to know what type of player you are. What are you looking for? Do you want to just be the strongest character in the complete game? Or are you more on the fun side? Because there are two different approaches here. Defenders pull aggro, allow me to kite behind the mob to group them easier, nuke with one string. Gotcha. Just easiest class so that I could get used to the game. Yeah, then the approach is very easy, Vic. This season, the minion necromancers have been buffed extremely. But the thing is, with minion builds, as you might know, minions take away all the work you have to do, which obviously makes it a very easy build. They are very strong though, right? This might be boring to you though, because you don't need to do that much and your minions are doing all the work for you. Does that sound like something that you would want to do? How does that sound, Vic? Yo, Webster, how's it going? Does that class have cool animation? Well, it's not doing that much. Well, you have a cool swirly thing around you, and your minions look quite cool in my opinion. But you're not, like, the bigger question that you need to answer me is, do you, when thinking about you not doing the damage. Does that sound bad to you or does that sound good to you? You don't have to do things. You're just buffing your minions, but you are not actively the part. You are not actively the damage dealing part. It's your boys that are doing the damage for you and you help them. Is that something that sounds interesting to you or is that like, oh god, no? You don't really mind? Sounds okay to me. There you go. Okay, so what you do then is you are gonna be playing the Minion Necromancer leveling guide. So I'm gonna send you the link right here, Vic. And here you can see everything you need to do from start to finish. Ideally, you would read through all of the stuff. As you can see here, I have written this. I'm not recommending this to you only because I have written this, but because this is the easiest thing to get you started with the game right now. Right? You can see the pros and cons. You can see every skill explained with also a YouTube showcase. Right? Everything is explained. What does it do? And then you can also see you can see which skill to level up when, right? When you scroll here, you see each and every step. First, you take these things, then you take these things, then you take these things. And then I also explain what all of those do and when and how to use them, right? How to set up your minions, how to gear, because that is basically the most important thing, Vic. Where to do what, right? And then you see this and then you can apply this to your character in game. And if you have any other questions, you know where to find me. Yes, Beardron Kabambo. Attack speed on Necro gives attack speed to skeletons and golems. Yes, that is correct. Let's go this way. And then we take the glyph, right? Yeah, that's correct, Ice. I think so too. But a lot of people don't know this and say what they say. Cool. Thank you so much. No problem, Vic. Again, if something is unclear or so, just stop by the stream. I'll help you out, man. No problem. I gotta go back to it. I won't kill the demons anyway, so let's just make use of those last 2 minutes. We go here. World boss coming up, boys. 6 minutes. On Necro, I was just farming Iron Wolf XP, so I slotted Golem Warrior and Mage Glyph along with Corporeal and Abyssal. It's not good for farming, but you can literally just run everything around you is shredded in open world. Yeah, but even if you play without glyphs, psychedelic, everything is gonna be shredded. Open world is not the problem. Let's make... Is this one the correct one? Yeah, that's one. That's the correct one. Let's see if we temper the correct stuff, though. This is so awful, man, on Rogue. Holy shit. Man, Rogue is so fucked. Holy shit, man. Where can I farm 925 item power legendaries? As soon as you fight level 95 monsters, they start dropping. Want to change my build and keep my other items, so I need a new set of 925 legendaries. So the best way of doing that is actually Helltide, because in ARPGs you don't do just one specific thing, because that makes you very inefficient. Ideally, you would be doing a lot of things at the same time. So not only farming gear, but you also want to farm boss materials. You also want to farm angel breath. You also want to farm gold. All of that at the same time. And the best way to do all of this at the same time is doing Helltide. It's literally the best way of doing all of that. Oh, there we go. That's our bow right here. Purpose regrow me. Yeah, I always WASD. For example, right now I'm WASDing. Every time I'm manipulating my inventory, when you see this, or when I'm on a mount and I'm manipulating my inventory, that's always when I WASD. Because when I'm doing the mouse movement, I can't manipulate my inventory. But for speed purposes, every time I'm doing stuff in my inventory, I switch over to WASD with my left hand. Helltide scale with my level, right? So I have to level 90 myself to do that. Or you use the Profane Mind Cage, but I set level 95 Core Kaiser. They need to be level 95. My endgame build with Uber, you mentioned it's probably best to drop hulking, but then in the build next to it keep hulking. Is that intentional? So just trying to follow the best I can. No problem, Alpha. Let me double check this real quick here. Here we go. You say endgame build with Uber. Which one? Alpha Warrior Shadow Minion. There we go. Okay. Uber version. Hulking. Wait, that's wrong for sure. This should actually be... What are we missing? Bloodgetters Occult? I mean, it's actually fine. I'm not gonna lie. We do have this, so it's okay. Yeah, you can choose between dropping Void and hulking. I think I also wrote that there, right? Didn't I? Where's Shadow? Here we go. Yeah. But does that not answer the question? Yeah, no problem, Core Kaiser. If you have any other question, you know where to find me, man. Do you know if Maxroll is gonna bring the planner where we can import our characters like we did for the 3? Yeah, we would like to do that, Psychedelic Ice, but we don't have access to the API. We can't do that. We would like to, but we can't. Yeah, it was obviously very good. Right? There's no way for us right now to do it. Oh man, now I did the mistake again. I salvaged before I made sure I got my barrage. Oh, thank God. Make sure it wasn't a typo, and was showing hulking, but then saying hulking was needed less. Yeah, but I also don't trust people to have enough cooldown reduction, you know, Alpha Warriors. Yo, Zanlo, thank you so much for the gift sub, man. Thank you, thank you. You guys are amazing. Critical strike damage. That's fine, I guess. 24 crit. It's not that much. 42 seconds. Let's go, boys. World boss real quick. No problem, Alpha. Right? I don't trust people to have enough cooldown reduction that they don't need hulking, so rather recommend hulking because it's actually a little bit better than Void, especially for bosses, for example. Yo, Alpha, thank you so much for the Prime. Really appreciate that. It was so nice for getting the second set of eyes to see that one roll you were missing. Ah. Yeah, I mean, the only other thing we can do, Psychedelic, is you could add me on Battle.net and I can have a look at the character. But obviously, unfortunately, I don't see all the numbers summed up. We're not gonna kill this, Holy. If no one comes, we're not gonna kill it. Duffdom, can you one shot? I literally don't do any single target damage with this build. We can just... This guy is not gonna die. You can just get a second world boss if you transfer to me. Wait, let me assemble the Avengers. Second world boss on me. Oh, cross-blink. X-play settings. Click W. You can int me as well. Yeah, can you request? Don't kill him. Woody is probably coming right now. Don't kill him yet, though. I don't know if Woody is also coming. I need to write to everyone. Who's there? Raka is also there, but he's on a 68 right now. Condis. Let's invite Condis. Where's Condis? Doing Hertha to level up and loot. Exclamation mark S4 guide Vic. Second. TP me. World boss still alive. Wait for everyone. Wait, guys. It's B-Tech Psychedelics. S4 guide by Vic. Exclamation mark S4 guide for season 4. Is everyone here? Oh, Woody is here. Okay, blast. Go. The barrage projectiles are making this weird sound. Lol. Did you hear that? That was great. Don't talk. Big. Nice. Woody got a stone out of this. Perfect. GG's. Got him. That was funny. Yeah, that was good. If you have that, you can just get all your friends in and then have them get a second world boss. And Woody actually got a stone from this, so that was that's kind of nice. Not gonna lie. I hoped someone would get something, and then Woody got it. That's great. Oh, we keep this one. That one is actually good. I don't get any lucky hit, man. It's insane. It seems to be so fucking rare. It's crazy. Vic, did you get the link? It's right above your text. It's right above your message. Do you see that one? Sorry to get my rings. CC. But thank you. Okay, no problem. But that's like a... Keep that in mind. That's like a that's not the best way to start the game. You probably need to, I would say you probably should play through the campaign because the campaign is actually pretty good. If you're not interested in that, well, then skip it. But you need to start doing the renown first, since that is your first season. Unfortunately, you need to do that once. You should definitely start doing that. If I only had friends in hardcore, well, Toxin, you can add me if you want. Used sword to get my rings with lucky hit and crit chance. Yeah, it's probably the best way of doing it there. Renown, PTSD flashbacks. Oh yeah, for sure. Would the Necro benefit a lot from a Shaco or the Grandfather? Way more from a Shaco for sure. Yo, Corelli. How's it going, man? Good morning. I take this blade, but we're losing a lot of max life, so let's not do it. Crit Wound Dex. Oh. Those are pretty good. Let's keep those. Wouldn't have been able to join anyway. Forgot hardcore. Yeah. Just heard help and was trying to help. Now all good. Psychedelic. That's nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just quickly assembled the Avengers. It's a Doombringer. Thanks for the spark, Uncle Duriel. Nice, Mateus. Rex new revised version of Infinimist today. Haven't tried on season 4. Yeah, Infinimist is not that good. Not that good, unfortunately. And we're all pretty sad about it, I think. Oh, you know what we could do? We could actually gamble. That's what we could do. Actually gamble some rings, maybe. Material Smite, but I don't know if it's good or not for a bard. You mean a barb? Sure, you can use it. Uber uniques are pretty strong. Are they going to be the best? Probably not so much. But you should check out the barbarian guides on Maxroll for it. Let's not do that, actually. I think we do have some holy balls still left, right? Let me check here. 43. Yeah, that's more than enough. All res? Now the maximum all res is fucking insane, man. So good. I'm gonna try and get some rings here. Crit max life dex. That's pretty good. Also pretty good. Amulet is fine. Man, it's gonna be rough finding these rings, huh? I need attack speed lucky and lucky hit chance vulnerable once. And then attack speed crit lucky hit chance. That's rough. Especially for hardcore, that's kind of rough because I need the max life as well. I think these are fine for now. How much? I have 700 left. Okay, gambles. I don't want to gamble amulets, to be honest. Can gamble chests. Is the one that I have is fucked. This one could be good. Hell Tido. 96 already. Levels are flying. I'm not even paying attention to the levels like at all. They're going so fast. While I'm making gold, while I'm grinding for the bossing materials and shit. It's actually, Helltide is made 10 mil in the time already. And I've also salvaged some items even. It's crazy. Helltide is so good. We don't get extra stats when leveling extra characters. Oh, I have. Yeah, actually I have not ran into stash tab problems for so far in season 4 at all. Maybe gotta work on that hoarding addiction, rollers. And I'm also already stashing an unnecessary amount of items right now. Ooh, that's a big one, man. Why every time I find a bow, I equip a bow, and then literally the next drop is a better bow. I mean, it's a good thing, but I always need to go back. Help! Fucking days is awful. Whee! Yeah, I'm gonna be speccing out of Barrage. I'll probably, just for the fun, I'll probably do some pit on it. Just to see its limits. And then I'm gonna go either Heartseeker or Rapid Fire. Maybe even both. And then push that up a little bit. But I'm just going to use this as like a character to farm pit with. For the fun of it. And not really push that much, I think. I mean, at the end of the pit ladder, I'm obviously gonna push this one too, just for the fun. But I don't really care about the rogue that much. I would have cared about the rogue quite a lot. But I care about the necro obviously more. And the necro is going to die while I am going to be pushing. So it's going to lose the Shaco. And if I lose the Shaco, there is no way I can push with the rogue to a competitive ranking, you know. I just, you know, like, just gotta get 2 Shakos. Oh no, I YOLO'd away 5 Ubers when I did. You can check the RIP Rogue, !RIP Rogue. I YOLO'd away 5 Ubers on my Twink Rogue. It literally had 5 Ubers equipped during leveling. And I tried to do a Shava with it. But I gotta be honest there, I didn't give it my best shot at trying to defeat a Shava. But yeah. Sell normal uniques. You don't salvage uniques. You always sell uniques because they are worth a lot of gold. What does that mean, Giga Noob? I don't understand that question. For Shadow Minion, I got a grandfather. Should I use it to stick to your build? You can use it if you want to try it out, but you will have better results with my build. Yeah, the rogue in that clip had an Andariel's, a Doombringer, Ethereal's Might, a Ring of Starless Skies, and a Melted Heart of Zelig. That was funny. But I gotta be honest, I saw a content opportunity, I had to take it. Like literally 2 minutes before that, Devdom was like, yo, Chronix, go do World Boss. And I'm like, fuck no, I'm not gonna do a World Boss. I'm not armor capped and I'm level 51. I'm not gonna fight a World Boss, man. And then he said it one more time and I was like, wait a second. That would actually be a funny clip. But I'm mad at me. I should have had the character sheet open like this. I should have had the character sheet open like this, trying to find the Uber. That would have been more funny if I had this open while I'm fighting the Uber. While I'm fighting a Shava. That would have been funny. So people actually knew that I had 5 Ubers equipped. But yeah, I mean, in the clip you can see I'm staying away from a Shava. And let's be honest, everybody knows you don't do that. But I was like, you know what? Just fucking send it, man. It's gonna be hilarious. And that's actually what it was. Like, I had so much fun. It was so funny. Like, literally 2 minutes later or so, Woody came into the chat and was like, what is happening? I'm like, we had so much fun. I was laughing so much. It was so good. It was hilarious. It was way funnier than I had expected. So it was definitely worth losing the Ubers. Now, in hindsight, sure, if I wanted to, if I knew I wanted to push the Rogue in ladder, of course I shouldn't have done this. I should have kept the Doombringer and salvaged the other 4 things for another Shaco, sure. But come on, the clip is so funny. I had so much fun. Now, even thinking about it already cracks me up. So I think that's worth it. And I mean, we can literally just print Ubers, man. We can literally fucking print Ubers. We do 1 rotation. You get so many fucking Ubers, it's crazy. Thanks, I've just got that. And the next run, I got Ring of Starless Skies. Nice, chosen to kill. Can greater ethics roll with tiers like Hellbent? Yes. Greater ethics can be on that. That is correct. Can buy Ubers now. I was thinking of leveling a second rogue in Helltide to farm for plus gear rep grind for more sparks. No, you can't buy Ubers. Well, kinda. You can buy Stygian stones, which translates to Ubers very easily, but you can't just straight up buy Ubers. You can craft them, yeah. But you can't buy them from other players. Buy Uber. Yeah, we call that crafting, Ice. We call that crafting. But yeah, sure. You are right. Unless you want to grind more characters, Iron Wolves. I gotta be honest, guys. The alt leveling experience is so good. I'm having so much fun leveling. It's crazy. I could quite literally, when this character is done with Iron Wolves 18, I could literally log on to another rogue and do the same thing again because I had so much fun. So Stranger, it's terrible. Just so many bots spamming in-game chat and group posts. Yeah, I mean, if you want to play the game in a normal way, you gotta buy a PC, man, I guess. I remember a time when people would not trade with Xbox players because it took them ages to put in the money. Because you could only... You had to hold the thumbstick up and it would put in 1 gold at a time and you had to go to like 10 million. So you literally had to hold up the thumb button for literally 10 minutes. It's like, holy shit, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. For me, console gaming is literally a meme. FPS games? No. Console gaming as a whole is like let's say I need to rephrase. Like competitive console gaming, that does not exist. In my opinion. Like sure. Drinking a beer with the boys, hanging out in Diablo and blasting some demon's ass? Sure. Go ahead, man. All power to you. Halo? Yeah, but that's being played on PC with controllers. It's like just 165 FPS is unbeatable. I spent 15 minutes increasing gold to 480 million on console. Switch to PC after that. Yeah, exactly. I'm ranked top 10 for Xbox Age of Empires. Yeah, that's because there's 11 players. Right? You literally have to do like one game. I'm just like, I don't know. If you would try on PC, you wouldn't probably get close to it. That's what I'm saying, you know. Like competitive console gaming, I can not take that seriously. Top 400 on PC, later on Xbox? Yeah. If you would switch to keyboard and mouse, you would probably be 50 or so. I think we can agree here, right? Was rank 3 on Call of Duty Ghosts? Yeah, but that was on console. You guys don't listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying competitive stuff on console is a joke. Not only do you have 60 FPS, but you have like most of the time like Age of Empires. How the fuck are you supposed to play that with a controller? Like, come on. If you would just play with a... If you would take Call of Duty Ghost and you would literally just play it on a PC at 165 FPS, you would already have an advantage. Right? And as soon as money can buy you an advantage, then it's not really fair for console players. We're not talking about aim assist here. You guys... let's stop this discussion because you guys are not listening to what I'm saying. Lol, Psychedelic is going the program route. Yeah, let's not talk about this because you guys won't listen anyway. Let's not go down that route. Regular Necro build. How strong is the Shadow Minion Necro build? Should I swap? Yes, you should definitely swap because not only does it do quite a lot more things better, but it mainly is way more tanky. Wonder how far behind will minion builds fail after gets changed, if Holy Bolts gets changed? I'll tell you a secret, Mateus. We haven't taken Holy Bolts into consideration for any of the tier lists. You hit level 100 in the last Helltide and didn't even realize it. That's actually a good compliment, I think, right? Should I add summoning damage or golem damage? What are the differences? Summoning damage affects all summons. Golem only affects golem. Is this the Heartseeker? No, this is Barrage. So golem damage isn't multiplier like crit or something? You should watch my newest video on YouTube, Tolga. It's 22 minutes. Put it on ×2 speed. And then you are a much smarter Diablo 4 player. Oh, I don't have any XP buffs active. So summoning damage is better. Yeah, I'm gonna repeat myself. You should watch the latest YouTube video that I made if you want to understand that. Does the two-hand side change help the golem ability damage on the Necrominion build? The average damage of the two-handed scythe is higher than the sword. If you check the DPS, it's the same, but that's because while the two-handed scythe has a higher average damage, it has a slower attack speed than the sword. So that way the DPS is the same, but the average hit is higher on the scythe. And since your golem, when you are playing the normal minion build, you only care about the damage. Your most damage is coming from the golem activation ability. The golem activation ability does not care about the weapon's attack speed. Therefore, it makes more sense to choose the weapon that has the higher average damage, giving you a bigger golem bonk. Swap to AOD for lower difficulty content since mobs don't live long enough to even proc Shadow Blight. Yeah, Matthäus, don't get me wrong, but if I would look into everyone's build that they come up with, I wouldn't play the game anymore. I would literally just be looking at build guides from people. Yeah, Tolga, for you watching the video, you're typing too much in the stream. I'm sure you're not watching the video. Which over unique which over since it's unnecessary then. Yeah, it's like it's that question will forever come up, Matthäus. I've been answering these questions since season 2 came out. It's probably one of my most answered questions. Is insert Uber name here viable for insert build name here? Although it's literally answered in the build guide. But as you might have noticed already, people don't want to read and people also don't want to learn. So they rather want the fast food answer, not caring about anything else. So depending on my mood, I explain it to them or I send them off to the build guide explaining it for me. Ooh, Ooh, nah, nah. It's a Big Mac viable or should I get the Whopper? Yeah, exactly. Those are the questions, Matsy. You have identified the problem. Like, is it allowed to use salami on my pizza? Sure, bro. Whatever you like. That is basically 80% of the questions translated. Yo, I have a salami and a pizza. Can I use them together? Sure, man. Go ahead. If you like that, do it. It's It's rough out there, boys. What is this? 3.5 podcast in 3.5 hours. Holy moly, man. Time flies. The thoughts on Barb's dethroning Necros again, according to Maxroll? It wouldn't be D4 if that wouldn't have happened, right? Can't thought. I mean, it's obvious. As long as you have two more two-hand aspects than a Necro, and also way more additive stats through, well, two more two-handed weapons, there has to be some huge disbalance in numbers for Necro to be above a Barb. And let's be honest, Rogue also only keeps up because Victimize is double dipping on multiple places. If that wasn't the case, then there would also only be Barb in S tier right now. With Shadow Minion barely holding on to S tier, in my opinion. Disregarding Holy Bolt's Elixir, of course. But it's crazy that one class needs double dipping in multiple places to be competitive with a non-bugged class. Okay? Think about this. There's one class that is working as intended better than a class with 2 builds even. Not just one. It's 2 builds. And that class is working as intended, and it's better than a class that is double dipping in multiple places. Think about it. I was even scared to leave Shadow Minion in S tier. Because if you see what Rogue is doing, and if you see what Barb is doing, Shadow Minion is not S tier. Sure, if you take Holy Bolts into account, of course, yes. Then we're like S++ tier. That's not the Necro strength, that's the Holy Bolts bug, right? With Holy Bolt, everything is S+? No, that's not correct, Sven. Because minions have a bugged interaction with Holy Bolts. Not every class can do. You need summons or minions, or conjurations rather, for the Holy Bolt bug. Not every class can do what the Necro does with Holy Bolts. Light Necro is better than the normal minions? Yeah, I would say so, yeah. But I still not get the pit. 100, I'm stuck at 92. Well, gotta get good. What can you do? I'm curious where my Necro is gonna end up. But I gotta be honest, I don't want to grind for better pants or better... I need better pants, I need better gloves, and then when I have both of them, I need also different boots, and I gotta be honest, I kind of don't want to grind that. So we just go with the Necro at some point, and if I get better pants, wonderful, but I'm not gonna grind for plus skeletal mage mastery on the pants. CBA. What do you guys do to determine the tier list? We sit down and then Woody streams let me see. Woody streams this and then we say, okay, shadow minions builds, and then we know number 1 is S and 10 is F, and then we say, okay, this is shadow minion build. Boom. B tier. Next one. Minion build. Boom. 10. Oh, minion just got demoted to F tier now. Okay, next up. Bash Barb. Hello? Boom! Of course! Of course! Yeah, see? It's like, it's normal. It hears Barb, boom, S tier. Google knows. Google knows. I know this is a joke, but that seems pretty legit for Maxroll. Sure, how about you never use Maxroll again? If you don't like it, don't use it, man. There's so many other good websites. How about you try those out? Then you go... what is there? Flurry Rogue. Boom! Just got promoted to A tier. It's easy. That's exactly what we do. He uses Mobalytics and has trouble getting through World Tier 2 Capstone. Let's not bash other websites here, okay? Mobalytics is a great site too. I have friends there, so please refrain from bashing other websites. I also have friends at Icy Vein, so no matter which website you're gonna say, there are friends everywhere, so... You can, I don't know, you can maybe do that in other chats, but it's not here. All websites are definitely trying their best. So you should appreciate that instead of bashing people. But that one guy, where's that one guy that said something? Probably not gonna say something again, huh? Let me see here. 3 messages. Let's see how toxic those are. Oh. A lot of... Oh, I can't pop this out, huh? Let me actually see here. How do I do this? Never done this. There we go. Yeah. Big interest. Trying to extract value right here. And then boom, back to toxicity. Classic. What is this? What does this do? Invite him? Let's invite him. Invite him to co-streaming. Maybe he shows his face and then says that again. That would be nice, huh? Probably he's never gonna respond again. Scared as fuck now. Icy Veins for Hearthstone. Bro, I used Icy Veins in WoW for so long. It was so nice, man. Probably lost his keyboard now or something. Which one is the fucking... I always do the same mistake here, man. Which guy is the fucking blacksmith? Hello? Oh, it's not here anymore. That's why. He just left the chat. Yeah, just spews toxicity and then peace out, boys. Literally shaking, probably. Okay, there we go. Finding the blacksmith down there. Yeah, I'm never here, though. Back in the day, I mean like 10 years ago when I was in the Marine Corps and didn't have time to grind. Nice. This one is actually pretty good, huh? Let's see how this one is gonna roll. Necro is using curse % damage temper now. Yes. Pen shot. Oh, man. Rapid fire. Oh, man. Oh, flurry size. Oh, man. Pen shot. Oh, man. Twisting blades. Oh, man. Flurry size. Holy. Oh, wait. We can do one more. Oh, no, we can't. LOL. Rogues are fucked. Holy shit, man. Poor rogues. Holy shit. Wow, 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 wow. Is this one good? Yeah, not really. Rogue weapon tempers are really hard. Yeah, they are crazy. Look, man, not saying they roll the dice, but some build guides have been changed, tier adjusted, and not because of a patch, but because of a realization that a mistake was made or that there was a better alternative. Maybe that's what the guy was trying to say. Yeah, but isn't that a good thing? Isn't it a good thing when people say... I don't know. I think I value it very highly when people say, oh, I was wrong. This guy had it much better. Let me take this. I don't know. I think this is one of the best things a human can do. If you are not like, I don't know. It's the best thing. Oh, I was wrong. Oh, I was completely wrong. Let me fix me being wrong. I don't know, man. Scythe over sword for Necro? Yeah, exclamation mark scythe, yao. It's so rare to see nowadays. Yeah, it's crazy. Right? But that's a good thing. A lot of, like, literally all the content creators that I've met are literally that. It's so funny that the people reading the guides... I don't know. Who the fuck is toxic on the internet? What is wrong with you, man? Holy shit. Is it toxic to have an opinion? An opinion is, I think this because of that. Right now, Allega, we are missing that second part. Right now, it's just toxicity. An opinion, that is not an opinion. Ugh. Okay. It's funny. You ask them for a reason and they can't give you one. Instead, they yap. Yep, 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 yep. Fluent in Japanese. Holy. It's not good for minion builds. Did not quite understand that. Yeah, Giga Noob. When you have Shielding Storm and a Bone Storm and a Golem, you not only have the Bone Storm on you, but you also have it on the Golem. In this case, whenever you are dealing damage with Bone Storm on your Golem and on you, you are generating the barrier. So you are already generating the barrier an insane amount per second. So blasting barrier generation on top is not gonna be that crazy. Sure, if you roll it and it happens to be there, there is worse things for sure, you know, but you shouldn't actively pursue it. I was leveling up with Whirlwind. I'm level 36, trying to figure out a build. The most important thing, Shuyo Muya, is to have fun. So if you are having fun doing the spinny winnie... Yeah, but Ice, he told you it's 0%. Did you kill Torment and Ice Beast with Necro? Not yet, Duffdom. I wait for them to fix it on the 28th, and then I'm going to first try it. And I'm gonna go and kill Uber Lilith right after. What's the bug? Oh, where the stacks don't disappear. Hearing about this patch coming, what are they fixing? You can check that out on their website. There's not that much stuff, just some smaller bug fixes. Wait, I wanted to answer one question. Oh yeah, Shuyo Muya. If you're having fun leveling with the Whirlwind, then all power to you. That's the best thing. Don't let anybody tell you something different. If you're having fun spinning, then by all means keep spinning until you hate it. Or love it forever. That's also a very good thing to do. And if you are looking for more guidance, I would suggest you check out the leveling guides for barbs on Maxroll. You can type in !Maxroll and then you get the link directly. First time barb, so still figuring it all out. Yeah, if you're having fun figuring it all out and you don't want the help, perfect. all power to you. That's actually the best way of playing the game. But if you think you could use a little bit of help, definitely... Oh yeah, with 1x. Try out the leveling section for the barbs. On the very top, you have the build guides. And then you can filter by barbarian, and you can also filter by leveling. And then you can see which ones we are recommending. And then maybe take them as a inspiration and optimize your build. Maybe there are a trick or two that you can copy. I think you're just trying to figure out how it works. Having so many weapons and it seems a little... you don't need to have a weapon for every other attack. You can also use the same weapon for every attack if you like to do that more. Yo, Lorerui. Holy moly, that's a name. Thank you so much for the follow. All glyphs to 21. Phew, it's done. Big grats, Tim. Lol, I'm Tim. Is first prior to get all glyphs 15? Yes. As soon as you hit World Tier 4, you are starting Nightmare Dungeons. And get all the glyphs to 15. What after that? Exclamation mark S4 guide. Rallo. I have a cheat sheet for you that you can have open on your second monitor. And a video explaining every step of that cheat sheet. So you don't have to memorize anything. It's literally written there for you. And you just have to mindlessly go and do it. Getting experiments on Emerald is so expensive, man. Yeah, don't do that, Bravo. That's way too expensive for what you're getting. There we go. Okay, let's open up this. We have... Yeah, perfect. There's a mystery still, but I only have 30 seconds. Oof. That's not gonna happen. Let's open something else here. What's poppin'? Your bonfire. How's it going? I'm good. How are you? Holy, what is this density here, man? It's kind of crazy. Oh, just barely opened it. Nice. Okay, let's go here and sell the stuff. Would you play Rogue? Makes me want to play it too. It's a huge leap in mobility for necromains. Yeah, I'm usually a I'm usually playing more rogue-like classes than I would be playing necro classes. I'm fine. It's gewittering here, but apart from that, I'm good. It's gewittering here. Holy. That's a nice way of saying that. It's gewittering here. It's a lot of fun for sure. Yeah, that's 100% true. But I made the swap to Necro and because of Bone Spear. I thought Bone Spear is a very, very interesting skill, and I really, really like that. And at that time, Rogue did not have this at all. So I was like, sure, let me have a look at Bone Spear. And then, yeah, I made some necro guides, and then suddenly, Maxroll was looking for a necromancer guide writer, and I was like, and yeah, here we are. I don't want to lose the Greater FX Max life, to be honest. How much code rest do we have? 43.6.
I was reading a great book about an immortal dog the other day. It was impossible to put down.
Darker Dream always with the big TTSs, man, and they always make me laugh. What happened to Echo, if I may ask? If it's too personal, it's fine. He's taking the break from content creation right now. That's about it. Really want to have him back, though. I really, really, really like Echo. Big fan. He's a great guy, for sure. I love him. And I love him. I love the background that he has as well. You know, like I have also quite a lot of stuff in the background. So I was like always looking, you know, it's so cool. And he's a blaster. He calls himself old, but he actually is a blaster. And I value blasters very highly. That's what sent me here. The one night I had questions about that Blood Surge build last season. Send you here. Nice. Yeah, Echo is a great guy. We're basically just waiting for the Helltide, right? What's this? Oh, Psychedelic added me. Let's go. What's this? Anata. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh man, I wish there was a Call of Duty way of saying mark everything as get rid of the icons of the new thingies. Oh, I don't want it to be here in Kyovashad, but that would be nice for the Whispers. I mean, that's pretty good here as well, and you have half an hour. Here in Havazar would also be nice. We don't need... Well, I mean, we also have a Starless, so that fixes a lot of resistance problems for sure. Kebab last season to do the campaign with, got all the way to Lilith and went to do a couple strongholds for levels before fighting her and died evading into a major takedown. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck. Did you enjoy hardcore though? Where's the Helltide? Oh, it's here. Oh, no Whispers. Okay, what do we have? Demons, Harbingers, and Doomsayers and Gifts opened. Okay. Demons, Harbingers. Easy. You rogue that died to legs that said to do a campaign for achievement, and that happened done. No. F. actually not a Twitch watcher, but you're very enjoyable and also a great guy. Oh, thank you so much, Bonfire. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Did you do the podcast with Diorite or is that coming? That's coming up in 3 hours from now. We have Dioxide, Woody, Joe, and Darth Micro Transaction. I love the name, by the way. When I heard that for the first time, I was like, holy fuck, that's so good. Spent a lot of nights in there because I'm a rogue. Nice. Yeah, really looking forward to this. Hanging out with the boys, talking about Season 4. That's gonna be great. I always call him DMT. Yeah, everybody calls him DM, right? For short. I think that's fair. Did you meet him before or was it the first time? Oh no, I already, like in real life? No, we haven't met in real life. I haven't met any of the Maxroll guys in real life yet. Maybe Gamescom is going to change that. Who knows? I don't know who is going to be there. I didn't even know if I'm going to be there. But like if you mean online and interact with each other, yeah, sure. We did. We had first time was that end of season 2 race that we did that I really loved. That was such a cool an event. We had what was that? That was Woody, Condis, Karn, Slothy, and me participating, where we called it Death Race, and it was who reaches World Tier 3 the first, but you were not allowed on hardcore. You are not allowed to use your jewelry at all. And you needed to reach Renown 3 in all regions. And when you completed a certain amount of not a certain amount, certain or like very specific strongholds, you unlocked the ability to wear an amulet, for example, or one ring or the other ring. That was super cool. And then you also had to obviously defeat the capstone dungeon. All of this on hardcore as fast as possible. That was so much fun. That was great. And we had DM and Riker casting that event. That was so cool. And then at the end of that, we all went and PvP'd. That was interesting. That was really funny. I never PvP'd before because, well, I'm a hardcore player. I'm not gonna do that. And then I had a white who won. Condis won the race to World Tier 3. And PvP, Woody won. So Woody was the last alive and collected all our ears, basically. Well, not all of our ears, but quite a lot of our ears. I remember, like, I was the last standing with Woody in the PvP event. But I had a white weapon. I was so unlucky. I was literally running around with a white weapon. And I was fighting Woody on my scuffed necro with a white weapon. Imagine, like, PvPing Woody on a rogue is already scary enough in hardcore. But I only had a fucking white weapon. That was rough. And I had no clue about PvP, so I just threw some shit together and hoped it's going to work out. And it actually went quite well. I played I played Hemo, Bloodlands, and then also Bloodwave for some CC and Blood Mist and everything, and try to like produce as many blood orbs as possible so I could keep healing up over and over. But I had a white weapon, so I did no damage. I stayed alive for so long, but I did 0 damage. Absolutely no damage whatsoever. It was fun. That was a lot of fun. That was great. I think it should be... I think I streamed this to YouTube as well. It should be up on YouTube somewhere. Does Rogue always procs those lucky dodges? Yeah, I mean, I had no chance. I had a white weapon, man. Literal white weapon. That's how unlucky I was on the drops. It's crazy. I'll never forget that run. It was literally impossible to do anything with a white weapon. I mean, sure, you still have the DPS, but especially early on, it's so important to have as much additive damage as possible. And when you have no additive damage on your weapon, it's like, holy fuck, what are you supposed to do? To reach World Tier 3 and ended up with no weapon at all? Yeah. You'll have all your cooldowns perfect and then dodge? Yeah, true. That should be a record or at least a challenge or something. Yeah, because at some point I was like, okay, this white weapon is gonna be more DPS now, so I need to switch. But, well, then I have a white weapon. So I was like, okay, fuck it, let's go. Let's make it extra hard. We should do this again this season. Now that we're talking about it, we should definitely do that again. I'm quite sure we get Rika and DM to cast this again, because they also said they had a lot of fun. And that was when D4 was shit. Right? That was so cool. I had a lot of fun. Also, the practice was cool, but I didn't do that much practice, unfortunately. Leveling is much faster, I guess. Oh yeah, sure. Like, leveling is insane. Or watch that 100% if you did the race again. It was great. And we also, like, we didn't really have that much of, like, preparation time. We just wanted to, we were like, you know what, let's just try this out and gather feedback on how that was. And the feedback was great. Everyone participating had a lot of fun. DM and Rika had a lot of fun casting it. All the racers had a lot of fun racing. And everyone who was watching had a blast as well. So we need to do this again. Like, no prizes, just literally for the fun of it. You know, just for scratching that competitive itch. And just blast, you know. Sure, leveling is faster now. It's gonna be a little bit of a slower competition, slower thing. But then again, you know, we can make it harder. Like, we can already say, like, no tempering. Literally, no tempering. Imagine that. Right? Boom. No tempering and hardcore. Holy moly, you know? Make it to World Tier 4. Yeah, that could work. That could work. World Tier 4 is actually not that big of a deal then anymore. That we could do that. To World Tier 4. But then we need more restrictions, else it's too easy. I used up all my luck for the season. Fuck. Okay, I just wrote to Woody so we don't forget. If we have both of us thinking about this, we shouldn't forget about it, I guess. But we need to figure out the rules, though. Like, how do we make it hard but possible, you know? And then, that's gonna be so much fun, man. I'm already looking forward to it. Holy, you guys are amazing. Thanks for reminding me, actually. You speak English or German when you're talking with Woody? Both. it depends on, like, mostly when we are streaming, we are full on English mode, right? So right now, for example, I just wrote him in English because that's like what I'm full on English mode right now. So I just blasted in English, you know. But yeah, sometimes when we're like, sometimes that happens that he's not streaming, I'm not streaming, sometimes he writes to me, sometimes I write to him, then we speak German. Because we're not in like streamer mode, basically. Just normal human mode, and for me at least, then I write German. He also sometimes writes German. But it's like, I don't care, we both understand both, so it's fine. Like whatever floats your boat, I guess. Your world is mostly English based, I'm guessing. Mine, well, as soon as I turn off the computer, it's not. For him, it's different, right? Nini is Greek, I think. So they probably speak English all the time. I don't know how well her German is, and I don't know how good Woody's Greek is. I'm not sure if she's Greek. I actually don't know. But yeah, like, for him, it continues in German mostly. Normal human mode? Yeah. Is she Greek? I don't know. I have never asked. Also, I didn't have the opportunities yet, so yeah. Do you have to click the Doomsayers like twice? I don't know, man. Every time I click them once, it doesn't seem to work. I think you need to click them twice, huh? Oh, crossbow. Ooh, there we go. Finally an upgrade. But why do you have to be a crossbow, man? Why are you not a bow? F, guys. Never lucky. It'll break anyway. Oh my god. True ice. True. Fuck. Oh no. Ah, there's the bow. Ah, but it's not good. Oh no, I read boots. I read red bow, but it's boots. Wait, let me... Ah, yeah. It's fine like this. Oop. There we go. It'll break anyway, man. Holy, now it's cursed. Now that you said it, now it's cursed. Now the crossbow is cursed. But I mean, I gotta be honest. If it was a bow and it would be cursed now, it would be worse. Since it's a crossbow and it's cursed, it's not that bad. It's okay. I get bad karma for saying that. Is that how it works, huh? Holy moly. Can't click. Set a crossbow with GA 120 wound, got a tempo of 110 wound, but then brick with chance to cast 2 punches. Oh no. Man, rogues definitely have it way harder. Like, not gonna lie. I was living my best life on a Necro. It's so much easier to get the tempers on the Necro for what you want. At least for minion stuff. It's crazy. Attempt to capture observation at once. Oh god. Rogue gameplay is so satisfying though. Yeah, true. I love the dashes and the shadow step. The thing is, like, on hardcore I can't really shadow step that much because it's my only unstoppable. But yeah, I just love the dark shroud, and I love that you can get Umbrus on your chest and then you don't have to put it on your bar, and then you trigger it with lucky hits, and you keep your Dark Shroud. And I just love Dark Shroud in general, right? Like, it's giving you quite a good damage reduction thing, but it also has a downside too. Like, the more often you're gonna get hit, the less of a damage reduction you have, right? So that thing in itself basically forces you to dodge as much as you can, and kind of, I don't know, that just rewards you for the dodgy stuff that you do. Dodgeroni stuff that you do. So much movement speed. Yeah, the movement speed is also big. Like, I don't know, just being able to dash is crazy. That's what I keep saying, right? Like, of course, Blood Mist is OP. Like, immunity is obviously great. It's borderline overpowered, right? But I gotta be honest, being able to quickly change my position, for me, much more valuable than an immunity. Because I can use the mobility spell for much more than for just that one thing. Right. Get you out of the city, especially against Blood Mine, which is a big AoE of fire on the ground. Yeah, I mean, on the Necro you can do it too, right? Like, you just pop Infinimist and you just run. But you are still at normal movement speed. Well, if you get the tempers and stuff, okay, that's gonna change, but you're not gonna temper that, right? I don't know. For me, dash is more valuable than immunity. Especially having two, right? Like, having two dashes. Kinda big. Hatsuga and catch restoration have bricked over a dozen G8 has. Oh no. Yeah, rogues definitely have it harder. I have to confirm that. Necros have it a little bit easier. Or let's say minion Necros have it a little bit easier on their tempers. That is 100% correct. rewards for good piloting. Yes. Like, yeah, you are probably a little bit squishier than the other things, the other classes, right? Like, Necro has so much damage reduction, yeah? Just look at Hardened Bones. Like, boom. 38% damage reduction if you want to put it on the Amulet, for example. Rogue doesn't have that, right? Like, there's clear disadvantages for sure. But I would argue that you have higher damage ceiling for that, which is fine, right? Like, I think a squishy as class should be rewarded for higher damage ceilings. If you have a harder time surviving, the payoff should definitely be good, right? I don't know, guys. This build in Helltide is so much fun. Barbarian rewards you for rolling Barbarian? No downsides. I'm trying to think of one. You have to listen to them. Oh no, you don't have to listen to them shout, right? You can just turn off the voices. What is the downside of Barb? What is the downside to Barb? You were complete shit in season 1 and 2? But that doesn't count right now, does it? They did their fair share of suffering. I think that's okay. Currently playing Barrage build. Now it's so fun, but slowly transitioning into Heartseeker. Yeah, I want to do that too. I tried multiple times. See, now I clicked once and it worked. But you need quite a lot of lucky hit chance, else you don't have any AoE. You need to proc your Victimize. I think maybe like 50% lucky hit chance should be good. And I currently don't have... I have like 13.5 because I'm like... I don't have like any lucky hit chance. You need lucky hit chance on rings. Well, everywhere possible, basically. To proc that Victimize. My 13.5% lucky hit chance are not gonna help with doing that. What's here? Chip. Where's Chip? Chip is this? Yeah. That's the issue. You need to make sure you have 2 friends before you think about going to the build. Yeah. I mean, I wanted to try it to see what the problems would be. But yeah. That's why we also made the specialized. That's why we made it a specialized build, you know. It's like you can't really... Well, of course you can try level with it, but you're not going to have a good time. Ah, man, I risked it. I wanted to shadow step up, but there's no target. No. Ah, there would have been. They were just out of range. Okay, let's check out this. I don't know, man. This is so much fun. This is really reminding me of Bone Spear and Hell Tides. Just like run around and hold down right click. It's so good. So much fun. I also don't know why this is so much fun to me. Why am I having so much fun just with builds that have a lot of projectiles? I don't know. Am I the only one? Am I weird? Am I crazy? Or can someone share the love for a lot of projectiles? I don't even know. You like more clicking? Well, this is quite a lot of clicking. Nitek, thank you so much for the follow. Running the same barrage build for leveling and it's uber fun. It's so good. Are you also playing Voracious Rage? That is OP. Getting so much of the energy back, it's crazy. All the time. Okay, we got this. Now 295 cinders. Man, you don't look at the cinders for literally a second and you're back at 300. Holy. Just need to think this one through. Because the puncture is literally not being used. But also like the poison trap does not do anything because everything dies before we get close. I mean on the bosses. The thing is you would not really play this for pit, I guess. For pit it's just not strong enough. Said something like at least 25% lucky hit, vulnerable on everywhere. You can get a minimal all glyphs of should be pretty decent ways to start specking on Hansica. 25. 25% lucky hit chance. Yeah, then you can maybe start, but it's probably only gonna start feeling good at like 50 or so, I would say. I don't know why, but I also like lucky hit builds. I don't know. I like proccing stuff. That's what means that as a start. Yeah, as a start. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I get it. I get it. Get it. Then again, like you need so much lucky hit, and you need lucky hit vulnerable on the ring. I think it's rough to find, but I mean that's the reason why it's a specialized build. So I mean, there we go, right? Okay, I need to empty my baggers. You'd be a great alien if you like proccing stuff. I don't know, I just like procs. So good. Attack speed resource cost, no. Someone said you can craft a level 35 11 cage. Anyone know how? Yeah, Carston. You go to the alchemist. I'm gonna show you. And between level 20, I think, between level 20 and 50, obviously I can't do it because I'm not in that level range. But at this guy on the alchemist, no matter which city, here in the transmutation at the very top, there's gonna be a leveling cache, and it requires literally nothing. Literally, what is it? It requires iron chunks and rawhide, which you have masses of. When did they add that? This season. And it's going to literally give you a legendary item. So that is freaking overpowered for alts. It's insane. Class RPG classes that play like an MMO class where a proc enables a hard-hitting ability. I like resetting my cooldowns. I don't know why, but I think that's cool. I like doing that. So that should explain why I like Abhorrent Decrepify so much. Okay, let's see if we get a, what's it called? Barrage. Probably won't. Oh! Pedro time! Oh my god! There we go. Sound warning! 1, 2, 3. Pedro. Oh my god, it bricked, boys. Maybe usable. Nice. What's Pedro? This. You need to download 7TV Darker Dream. That is mandatory on Twitch. I'm old. That's fine. You still need 7TV. It's very important. Oh, wait. Even if you're old, you still need 7TV. We play Diablo, we are all old. Kinda true. You miss TB? Oh man, I don't miss TB. I played so much TB. Holy. I like the mental and physical APM that you need to do. But I did a lot of it in season 0 and season 1. Kinda not mad. Let's see what this rolls actually. Wait here. Oh. Maybe usable. TB season 1. Lol, Barb in pre-season. Holy shit. F. Poor psychedelic. Run around and zap stuff. Arclash is cool. Like level 95 and then cut the Edgemaster aspect and stuff off. Oh yeah, that was... I remember that. Edgemasters and Berserk Ripping, right? No mana gem needed. Had to respec from over to Hoda. Immediately went broke. Oh yeah. Man, pre-season, this was a different game. Holy. Yeah, but you can probably also understand people that say like, look, you had 10 years of D3 to make it good. Why didn't you just took the lessons learned and applied it to D4 in the first place? I think those people also have a valid point. While you also have a valid point for sure. Yeah, like, I don't understand, for example, like an armory. Like, come on. When you have so many different activities right now, Helltide, Pit, bossing. Ugh. Armory would be fantastic, yeah. Especially now that we have so many different things to do, you know. But I mean, it's just a matter of time until we get it. I mean, they know it themselves that we need it, so don't need to worry about it. They know. It's just a matter of time, I guess. X amount to hold to fully respec. Yeah, literally. Just save current layout. Then you can swap it completely to a new one with gear equipped and so on. Podcast 20 minutes? No, podcast in 2 hours and 20 minutes. I don't think an armory would be able to stand against a PoE 2 release. No, if you look at the current timings and shit, you can see that by the pushback of 1 month that we had here for season 4, and with the pushback that PoE 2 had for the beta, which, let's be honest, is the real release of the game, they will come awkwardly close to each other. D4 release, like Vessel of Hatred release, and PoE 2 release. It's gonna be rough, man. It's gonna be rough. But I mean, I said this multiple times already at the start of the year, right? We ARPG players, we have it so good this year. Holy, when, like, it is literally once every 10 years you get a PoE release. And there is also a Diablo release as well in there. Like, holy. That is so good. Well, hopefully, Tolga, yeah. No density. What's going on? Oh. Fucking Wallace. Loadout? Yeah, at this point, it's just a matter of time. I don't know if it's gonna be season 5 or if this is expansion. I'm so curious what season 5 is gonna be, man. Will we have such a crazy change again like we did with season 4, or season 5 gonna be a little bit less of a change of the game? Is season 5 Paragon and skill tree rework? Is that expansion? I'm not sure. I would love to know the technical. We don't have it yet. Since D3 had it, I think there were much bigger problems to solve first. Bonfire, i.e., the gear, the damage on Tuesdays. You know, I think everybody can agree that the gear how it is right now is way better than before, and they probably put way more importance or priority on this than an armory. Yeah, true. You're not wrong. Ooh. Poison res impairment reduction? Fuck. We have a rogue planner for this? No, I'm gonna make one soon. And then I'll share it, Fuzzer. So I'm probably also gonna make a YouTube video. So if you don't want to stick around on the stream, I suggest you quickly throw a sub on the YouTubes. And then you'll find the video there in a couple of days. Or just stick around or say hello tomorrow again, then I'll probably already have it. And I can share it. I love the game now, not trying to badmouth it. It's super happy there on this path now. Love is a strong word. I wish there would be an economy. That would make it already so much more interesting, right? Because then I could sell boss carries, for example, on hardcore. That would be so cool, man. For example. For me, very, very subjective. I'd love it, you know? Trains is really engaging with other players. And you have so much stuff that you can do all the time, you know, like, oh, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna do bosses? Am I gonna do farm this, farm that, you know? If you can make more gold, that already is a cool thing, you know? Obviously, it brings its cons with it. So everybody is gonna be like, oh my god, you need to farm this thing to make the most gold per hour, right? That's a downside of it. But for me, it would be super cool, you know, like in hardcore, for me, one of the most interesting things out there is boss carries. Like literally, I just love doing the bosses. And currently I can't do the bosses because I don't have enough Stygian stones. But if someone wants to be carried, I'll carry them. I'd love to. I'll take their stones and activate their encounter and shit. And do all the stuff. And I even get some gold for it. Let's go, you know, and then I can buy better items and, you know, do this now. Exactly. Ravao has already has the YouTube thumbnails I figured out. Do this now. Don't miss this. Exactly. What do you think about the drop rate of those stones? You think should be easier to obtain, or what's your take? Well, you know, the biggest problem D4 has, every ARPG has it. Let me explain. You have absolute degenerate Omega Blasters, and you have casuals playing the same game. Now, if you double the drop rate of Stygian stones, and you also at some point introduce an economy, I will literally be the richest man in this fucking game. I will have gold caps. I will have so much gold, I need to buy more accounts so that I can hold all my gold. Because, yeah, the drop rate now might be good for the casuals, but I am already, like, if you change it, right, then, oh yeah, now, if you change it, then maybe the drop rate is good for casuals. But for me, I am already printing Uber uniques if I want to. Right? I have literally in 1 week of season 4 being live, I have found 10 Uber uniques. 10! That's more than 1 a day. Let that sink in. Imagine you double the Stygian stone drop rate. That's 2 Uber uniques every fucking day that I'm gonna come across. You know? Now, the solution obviously is say, well, what? Well, holy fuck, man. That's not something you want to see when you open the... When you close the map. What the fuck are these spawns, man? They are trying their best to kill us, huh? Did you see that? Oh my god. Wait, I still have some... Can still open this. The obvious... Like, the solution to this is... Fuck the Omega Blasters. Fuck them. Literally, fuck them. Because you can't do anything about us anyway. And cater to the biggest player base and try to make it fun for them, because that's where the most of the people are. And if you want to have a living game, you need to cater to the big... You need to create the game to be catered to the biggest portion of players, if that makes sense. I'm not saying disregard us completely, but in terms of drop rates and this kind of stuff, fuck blasters. You have 40 stones in my vault just sitting there for a rainy day? Yeah. So frostbitten concussive elements to let one of them go for my mirage rate. Which one would you reckon is the least damage increase? I would say elements. For me, elements translates to a permanent 15 multi, because you have a 30 multi active for 7 seconds and then the other one gets active. So for me, I just say, well, if you want to compare it, that's a 15 permanent multi. That's how I see it. And the other ones that you are listing are just better. If you would want to compare those. Makes sense. Thank you. No problem. Adam Tally. I have like 40 stones in my vault just sitting there for a rainy day. I see. Like, if you would have doubled it, Dicky would already have 80. And 80 stones? Wait, what did I calculate? I said every 5 Stygian stones is 1 Uber, right? Is that correct, though? In a rotation. In a rotation... Every 5 stones is 1 Uber. Wait, how much more loot do you get? You get 5 times the loot, right? So, and 5 times a 2% chance for 2 stones, but you get that 4 times because you're in a rotation, right? So let me think. Is that correct? You do... Is it still 2% or is it 2.5%? I don't even know anymore. Did they change it to be 2.5 now? Or is it 2? I don't remember from the patch notes. At some point I was like 2.5, but I don't know why I think it's 2.5. Ooh, these have lucky hit. Oh, but these have edge master either as well. Fuck. It was 0.6. Thank you so much for the follow. I currently do not know. Let me do this here real quick. Drop rates, but an internal cooldown for drops. So like if you don't have higher chance, but if you're farming, making it harder for like a week. Say again, wait. I just need GA Ubers now. Yeah, see, this is kind of crazy. If the only upgrades you can get are GA Ubers, that's kind of crazy after a week of playing, you know. Increase the drop rates, but put an internal cooldown for drops. Like, if you don't have... You have higher chance, but if you are farming, making it harder for Harder like for a week. I don't understand, Sam8. What does that mean? Sorry, I read that twice. It doesn't make sense right now. I killed Uberlilith again just to see what I'd get. She didn't even drop loot. Yeah, gotta wait until the 28th, man. Then you get your shit. Man, these have lucky hit chance. They also have edge masters. I mean, I can keep this and then move accelerating and then use this, but we kind of need to roll attack speed or crit instead of the damage over time. Let's see how hard that is going to be. Oh. Okay. Well, thanks for listening, I guess. Oh man. What? Okay, that is great. Holy. Is the plan to play Heartseeker? Yeah, Faza, yep. Now, what do I want, though? Attack speed or crit? Now, what does Die say here on his guide? Let me see here. Crit, lucky hit, attack speed. Yeah, wow. You know what? I should take a look at Woody's Heartseeker for hardcore. Give me a second. Woody builds. Woody builds. God, that guy has like 1 million builds. That guy is a machine. Heartseeker, there we go. What does he do? Oh, the same thing. Okay, no max life. That's gonna be a glass cannon. But that's right. Like on softcore, you need to do that. Isn't this a bug build? Yeah, that's a bug build, GG, man. Because of Victimize, it double dips on multiple occasions. Casual player opinion, but I think attack speed on somewhat comes in for low LHC because you get out more attacks. Yeah, that's not wrong, Ice. Yeah, good luck finding this one. Holy. I haven't looked at Woody's version. Skills are the same in a side. That makes sense to me for sure. Attack speed. How much lucky hit chance does Woody have here? 60. That definitely sounds way more achievable. Okay, 2 hours from now until podcast, boys. Do no Die was saying it's better to have the LH than to run Shaco if you don't have LH everywhere else. Yeah, that makes sense. Yo, Lagnarok, how's it going? Just dropped 3 J, 2 inside, but with Vuln instead of crit dam. Would you masterwork this item for Shadow Mini build? Yeah, you can do that because you proc Abhorrent Decrepify so much, Lagna, that you basically almost always have corpse tendrils ready. Right? But then now you not only have to spam raise skeleton, now you basically also have to spam corpse tendrils for it. +8 to Dark Shroud. Holy, how much damage reduction would there be? 12.8? Oh my god, that's a big. Should put the mats into it. Thank you for your answer. Yeah, no problem, man. He's actually tempering dodge chance. Well, he has 55k life. How the fuck does he have 55k life, though? He's tempering dodge chance and has 55k life? What? How? Yo, Lagnarok, thanks for the primer, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Paragon board? Yeah, well, of course Paragon board, but 55k is crazy if you temper dodge. What? That's insane. Yeah, guys, I know about the Paragon board, but he doesn't have max life on the rings. He only has max life on the stats. And not even on the gloves, not on the... Okay, on the pants, yes, and on the boots. Ah, there's one greater FX Max Life here. Shit. Ah, I forgot about the weapons. Yeah, true. Because you have more weapons, you have more max life. Now I understand it. Okay, so you actually don't need max life on the rings on the rogue. Especially if you have 50% dodge. That's crazy. 55k life and 50% dodge is insane. That is so good. I like that. I like that. That makes so much sense. That's OP as fuck. Because you get what? This is 3.2, no, 2.4.5, let's say 5k life from the weapons. And you only get you get double health compared to Necro on the weapons, right? This is Heartseeker, man. Oh, how's it going, my man? Hope you're good. Yep. These nodes, I don't know where they are on Rogue. On Necro, I know. On Rogue, I don't know. Like these nodes, the maximum life. This is so crazy. These nodes are insane. Selling everything is the best thing ever, bro. Yeah, that's what I told you, Malf. I'm glad you're listening. I thought Rogue was last class this season. Yeah, but there's some double dipping going on. That's why they are so strong. Our reses. Perfect, huh? 5.4, a little bit of leeway. That's so good. And you actually don't go 7 boards, huh? Is there just not any glyph that makes sense anymore? This would work. Now, the glyphs have nothing to do with the maximum life psychedelics. Why do they not go for ambush? Ambush could be used. Just swap about diminish for ambush, but I'm soft core. Yeah, there's... That doesn't make sense. That's not so much. No, no. No. Turf could also work. There's like ambush and turf for more multi, and then you would need to get some points out though. You could get these 2 points. So you have 2. You can optimize the pathing here for sure. You don't need this cold rest, for example, so you had 3. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way you can do this. Yeah, so Rogue can actually only run 6 boards then, huh? But they have very good stuff. Like, this is so good, man. 13% damage reduction from elites. That is big. This is 19% DR from elites. And there's more here on the blue ones. Yeah. Makes sense. You can only like save 3 points really on the pathing if you don't want to cut the maximum life, which you obviously don't do. And you obviously don't cut this because that's like huge DR. How much is that? 3.2, 13, 16.2, whoops. 19. 6. Holy moly, man. 22-8 damage reduction against elites. And let's be honest, the only dangerous thing is elites. So they basically have a hardened bones in the Paragon board. That's insane. Diminish? Yeah, sure. Of course. You use that. No, but you always want to do that in a pit push for sure. Anyway. No, Malf, you don't need to do it again on hardcore the campaign. The renown, Malf? Yeah, you need to do the renown. I would literally, to be honest, I would run this build. If I had to do renown, I would literally run this build. To be quite honest with you. Because Rogue is so fast. Oh, wait. Oh, it's crit damage. I thought it's gonna be crit chance. Rogue always good, of course, and you know I like it. Yeah, that's why I'm recommending it. I'm gonna make the planner. Not right now, though. A little bit closer to the podcast. I want to maybe hit 100 before. And then I'm gonna make the planner for this. So I can also share. There were also other people that wanted this. So I'm gonna share this. Do you want to start the hardcore run right now? Heartseeker? No. This is just a leveling build. This gets you to Heartseeker, basically. This gets you in a very, very easy way to Heartseeker. Because Heartseeker you can only play when you have lucky hit chance. Right? But I need to make the planner for this. I just YOLO'd it while I was leveling and I saw this combination. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Let's try this out. And it's a lot of fun. Not in a hurry? Okay, that's good. Then let me finish. Let me get to 100. Then we can do... That's a cool loading screen, by the way. Then we can do the planner and then I'll prep for the podcast and shit. Check the bow. What makes left decks? That's pretty good, but it's gonna brick anyway, right, boys? Oh, GA wollen. We need this. Next one won't break. Nice. Ice has predicted correctly all the time. You never know, but yes, it will. Oh, we need this. And let's go. Let's do this last level. I don't know, man. I'm having so much fun with this barrage. And it's also like rapid fire I want to try. I want to try pen shot, not so much. I'm not a big fan of pen shot. But Heartseeker and rapid fire I want to see and try out. I think rapid fire has the higher ceiling from what I've seen. I'll definitely give both a try. I like rapid fire for literally just being a stutter step simulator. But I also really like playing, what's it called? Really like playing combo points. Like really, dun dun dun, boom. Dun dun dun, boom. Dun dun dun. What is this wall? Hello? Dun dun dun, boom. Dun dun dun, boom. You know, that's kind of cool. I like that too. Trying to optimize and play it perfectly and never have 4 combo points. And just selling the double GA item because prediction is it will break anyway. True. Could you show us a combo point variant of Heartseeker? Combo point? Yeah, with Flurry, right, Ice? I thought about this too. That makes so much sense. Like, sure, you can play Inner Sight and get some crit. Here's Flurry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, I'm not that much of a... I didn't lose my rogue skills in the time I was not playing rogue. There's still some rogue theory crafting skills left. They're not all gone, so we're good. sounds fun. Yeah. Especially because you don't really need poison trap. Sure, if you're pushing pit, then you probably won't play the flurry thing so much. But for like everything else, sure, why not? You don't really need inner sight either. Yeah, you don't need it, but you get free crit chance, you know, it's pretty big. But since you can't make it permanent, then you can't really account for it, but yeah. Still, you don't need, at least you don't need 100% crit chance, right? Because you fill your inner sight pretty fast as well, right? With Heartseeker. If it made basic attacks also consume common points. Oh god. That would be a fucking monster. Hard will say Rogue is to play for something who didn't play anything other than Necro. Well, that's a good thing about it, Bonfire, right? That's a good thing about it. You to play a class in an ARPG is very easy. Mastering, on the other hand, is something completely different. Right? Everybody can play what you see on the screen right now. That's the great thing about ARPGs. You're taking a build that you know is gonna work. Maxroll.gg, by the way. And you just equip the things that you're supposed to equip. You skill the skills that you're supposed to skill. And then you go blasting, you know? But like mastering the class, that's a different story. And that's so cool about ARPGs. You can literally try everything and you'll probably be good at it if you have a competent build. You know? Right now, when I'm doing this, I don't have to think about anything. I just literally hold down right click. When I think about damage, I hold down right click. That's all I do. Well, sometimes you press the imbuements, but that's about it. Tuned in. What are you enjoying here? Heartseeker or Rapid Fire? This is Barrage, Sangchu. This is my hold down right click, don't think, have a lot of fun Barrage. I'm gonna try TB in preset. It was too much for me. Yeah, TB is rough. Mastering TB is rough. Bonfire. This Barrage build has nothing to do with TB. They're completely brainless. You just hold down right click. Unique item had a special set of unique only tempers. I want to only allow the Heartseeker to use imbuement. Oh, that would be sick, holy. That would be OP though. It seems like a lot to think about when you want to do the hard content. Yeah, but that's true for every class, Bonfire. That's the problem with ARPGs, you know? You just see us blast, but you don't see what's going on. You don't see what's going on. When I'm pushing pit, I need to record maybe a pit, a high-end pit run and think out loud. But that's obviously rough to do because there's so much stuff going on. But I can try doing that. So you guys understand what's going on. and how to and what to do while nothing is happening. And that is all happening while that is a minion build, you know? On a minion build, you don't really have to do that much. Doesn't feel like there's a lot of thinking going on. I just prepare myself and then spare my things at the right time. Well, you know what the biggest problem is, Bonfire? You don't know what you don't know. The vulnerable text didn't replace the damage text that caused the vulnerable trope. What do you mean, posture check, the froggy? I'm sitting perfect. This is peak performance. That is, we had this yesterday. You know, every World of Warcraft player goes like, well, what are you supposed to do better? I'm playing this so well. Why do you have 20 blue? Why do I have only blue logs then? What is going on? Yeah, my team is shit. Okay, bro. Need to be peak for the podcast? Yeah. Trouble. Yo, Imus, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Just tell myself that I'm doing something wrong or don't understand something. When my damage doesn't feel right, I'm very self-critical. That's why rogue feels intimidating. Nothing in a game should feel intimidating. A game should only be fun. Like, I don't know. Like, it would be, you know what would be intimidating? Okay, listen. You know what should be or would be intimidating? Aliens visit the world and they tell you they since they're aliens, they can communicate to the whole human race at the same time. Okay, everybody hears this, aliens. And they go like, you have been chosen. We will challenge you to a game of Diablo 4. And Bonfire _ 96 is going to be playing. If Bonfire 96 is not going to win against us in Diablo 4, then we will nuke your planet. Our plasma guns are already aimed at your minuscule, defenseless planet. That would be intimidating. I would understand if you would say, okay, now I'm scared. But as long as that is not happening, then I do not understand how you can be scared to play a game. It's explain. Like if that scenario ever gets to be the case, I hope they have chosen Woody. I just hope they've chosen Woody, and I pray. But until that is not the case, I don't know why you should ever be worried to play a game. Yeah, well, we're not even talking about hardcore here, Alpha Warriors. I can understand if you guys say, oh, I'm scared to try a new class in hardcore. That's totally valid. But if you are playing softcore and you're scared to try a new class, I don't understand. If someone playing a game with a real-life pain feedback vest every time they got shot, lol, that's intimidating. Yeah, that's intimidating. Right? Right? Is it a fear of failing? Fear of not failing good enough or something? Yeah, I'm trying to extract that from Bonfire, but Bonfire has gone quiet. I don't know if I have instilled a new fear in Bonfire, that humanity is being haunted by some aliens that challenge you to a game of Diablo, or if Bonfire was typing. Ah, see, Bonfire is typing. Mental health stuff. I feel bad when I don't deliver as I want to, but that story was awesome. Made me laugh. Thank you. No problem. But okay, then now I understand, right? Before I don't understand. We have Itoka has Tina. Currently, I don't have a build guide for this, but I will make a planner and a YouTube video, and I will share this on YouTube. So ideally, if you don't want to miss out, ideally you would be subscribing, and then you will catch the build on YouTube. But currently, I don't have a build guide for this. Oh, yo. I'm already scared. Kind of like being scared of not being as good as you want to be, but that's the only way to learn. Failure leads to success. Yeah, but I tell you something, guys. Nobody knows if you are good or bad. There's not people watching you play. Nobody knows if you're good or bad. Nobody will ever know. I would. Yeah, it's just a fun. Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. I don't know. That's my biggest mission. Trying to make people understand that they should be gaming because they want to have fun. You convinced me. After I'm done with Necro, I will make a rogue. I loved Monk and DH and the 3, and the gameplay looks very satisfying. There you go. Sure. Wait. Woody needs this. If you... Okay, let's play a game. I was about to make a bar, but that shit seems just dumb. My friend is playing it, and yeah. Fuck it. Yeah, there you go. Gaming doesn't have to be a competition. Yeah, we streamers are just idiots, you guys. Don't do what we're doing. We're just bored. That's why we're making everything a competition. If you don't brick, you get them for free. If you brick, that's 100 mil. I'm offering these to Woody. I said, if you don't brick, you get them for free. If you brick, I get 100 mil. Okay, let's see. He said lol. Is he pushing? What's he doing? What is Offal Pits? That's the only DA I have on my rogue currently, and it's so nice. I mean, that's a big one. 27 movement speed is big. He's testing out his Endara Visage rogue build. Oh my god, okay. I have okay boots, but let's be honest. I'd rather give these to Woody, right? He can, like, do something with them. I don't need them on an alt. Wait, let me use the mirror real quick here. Oh god, we're fucked. Oh god, what is... Holy! Oh my god, what is that? What? I don't... this number is so high. This number is so high, I can't even pronounce it. 10... What is this? 10 million bits? Oh, that would be good. 10,000 bits? I don't even know what that is. What is this? 10,000? I don't even know what this is. It's the hair dent? Is it so bad? Holy. You have quickly became my favorite streamer. Oh, people love between the wholesome emotional responses when people thank you for the necrobit, allowing them to spend time gaming with their dad, to helping all ranges of from new to experienced players, as well as calling out the small-minded trolls. Wish you lots of success. Yo, so... I don't know how do I pronounce this? Socal call? SoCal call. Thank you so much. I don't even know. I need to translate. What is this? What are bits? I just always see them. I don't even know what this is. Give me a second. Bits, Twitch. What? What? Are you crazy? SoCal? What? Are you insane? Holy. Absolute giga chat. Yeah, you have to pay more so they take it from the buyer and then they don't take it from the person's receiving. Holy. Do I understand this right that it's call then, because SoCal is Southern California, right? And you are saying you're call from SoCal, right? So the name is call basically. Holy moly, man. Donated bits, immediately sent an ad. Which showed me. Sent an ad. Oh, there you go. Okay. Holy call, that is fucking insane, man. Thank you so much, especially for the nice message, man. You've quickly became my favorite streamer between the wholesome emotional responses when people talk, when people thank you for the necro build. Allowing them to spend time gaming with their dad. Yeah, that's crazy cool, isn't it? To helping all ranges of from new to experienced people, as well as calling out the small-minded trolls. Wish you lots of success. Thank you so much, Cole. That is crazy. Thank you so much. That is insane. Thank you. I can't say that enough. You're amazing. Thank you for the sub as well. I appreciate this a lot. I have just taken a screenshot and put this into my memories folder. That is insane. Thank you. I'm glad people appreciate that. And yeah, I'm just trying to be me as much as I can. Sometimes those trolls that you've been speaking of are making it rough to be positive, but I'm trying my best. You can build on Maxroll Shadow Minion. Why damage to cursed enemies as tempering? Because that affects your mages and your golem at the same time. You're very appreciated. Thank you, guys. What's TR stands for in your name? That's a person that doesn't exist. Because Chronix was taken on Twitch, and I was like, you know what? Yo, what is this? So Froggy, can I go on a podcast like this? So Froggy is the hair inspector. Always. I don't know, man. Today is a bad hair day. What can I do? I don't know. Yeah, ding dong. I'll be right back. I need to go pee. Yeah. No, I missed one of my most loved songs. Ah. SoCal Call, thank you so much again. That's crazy. Why not Sacrilegious Ring or Necro mini build? Because it makes you a lazy player and it also gives you less damage. Those eyes. Let me see it again. I want to make a video out of this because I think it's going to be funny. Help. Oh, I got switched to a different thing, I think. Kill him fast, please. I'm scared. Ah! Help. Help. Is nobody going to kill it? Am I the highest DPS? What's going on? Yeah, podcast at 21 in 1 hour, 20 minutes. Murky Waters, how's it going? How do you regenerate essence? Yeah, you spam corpse raise skeleton. If you haven't been spamming raise skeleton, you basically miss 2/3 of your damage. Just starting necro, does the minion necro leveling guide transition right into the endgame guide? Yeah, you basically, what you need to do, yo Squizzle, thank you so much for the follow. NPC Chris, what you do is you take the necro leveling guide, and then as soon as you can switch into the minion necro endgame guide, you do that. And the only limiting factor here is having the correct aspects. So as soon as you can have all the aspects... the froggy! Yeah! The froggy! As soon as you have all the aspects for the minion necro endgame guide, you switch to the minion necro endgame guide. Oh yeah, and you can craft the aspect caches. That's the froggy, the wanks. Wanks. Blast me, daddy. Just for the record, I was just shaking a drink, okay? What are you drinking? This is... This is something that will be announced later. So stay tuned and join the Discord. You mean that you need to keep Ray Skeleton buff up for damage, or is it because of Flesh Eater? Both. He's drinking sponsors. I'm not drinking humans. Are you crazy? Ah! I need to salvage this. Hey, did Woody answer? Oh, let me check what I got. Only 6 stage step available? Yeah, that's more than fine. If you're not an Omega Hoarder, you'll be good. What is he doing? Tier 61? Can't even fill one tab right now. Yeah.
Pretty fast. If you can do the same pace, like 10 years higher, let's see. I'll try a 70 after this.
Scared?
Look at the freezes spreading to the next room, man. That's hilarious.
Not gonna lie,
The shared misery is so good, actually.
the moonrise
Look at
stuff is so cool.
I love shared misery,
All
man.
these basic builds are really cool. I like them. Let's see boss
About
DPS.
heal him. He stunned me. I forgot about that. He stuns you.
It's actually pretty good, man. Holy, what is that damage? What the what?
Yeah, good enough for like 1 stagger nuke. Another 2, that's it.
Holy. He's having fun. That's great.
No,
Let's
there's
not-
no obscure unknown exploit or bug in this build.
Let's not take him out of this. I'll just save it for him here. Whatever. Okay, can we roll the resource? Oh, wait, I don't need the resource cost reduction for that build though. I mean, it's better than cold rest for sure. So maybe we can roll this to attack speed. Man, this is so shit. Unluck. Let's do this, and then let's quickly brick the bow. Well, I mean, we don't... wait, it's 875. Whoops, how did I get this one? What's this? Oh, that one is big, though. Don't need the impairment reduction. Where's the occultist? There you go. Boop, boop, boop. We don't need the impairment reduction. We get... life per second. Armor would be nice. Yo, Crimson King, thank you so much for the follow. Armor, there we go. Big. This is good. So we can swap this for sure. Just need to do Umbrus. Wait, we're right here. Umber. There we go. And we salvage a Roni this one. Blast a ruby in here. Do we have one? No. Suggest putting Moonrise on bow. I'm playing a barrage build, but thank you. I will keep that in mind. Boom, 40k, it's insane, so much. And then we're almost 100. That's nice. 1.5k armor. Can we get rid of the Juggernaut now? 110.3. No, almost. Is the armor not capped? My armor, I don't want to cap it through Juggernaut. Currently, I just slapped Juggernaut on there because we are completely build freestyling. I don't have a planner. I need to make a planner afterwards just to see where everything needs to go exactly. Goes it? Yo, Infinite Mind, how's it going? It's going great. How's it going for you? Okay, let's go here. But I don't even know. I kind of want... For Heartseeker, you have Might, right? Like, permanent Might is also pretty strong, not gonna lie. Well, right now, for the Barrage, it doesn't matter. So, I don't know. You could use the one that gives you more damage reduction for the Umbrus things. Maybe there's also something else for defense that I currently don't think about. I gotta be honest, like I haven't played Rogue in ages. Obviously, therefore, I also haven't kept up with it for quite some time. There's probably some defense aspect that I'm not thinking about currently that is gonna help instead of the Juggernaut. Great. Is there a reason bosses don't know? But also, yeah, bosses are not level 95 though. Infinite Mind. If you take a look again at their level, you'll see they are not 95. Some of them. Some of them are. Some aren't. Which should be changed for sure. Dun, 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 dun. A little bit less than 25% XP, boys. How do we want to level up? How do we want to hit a level 100? Do we want to hit level 100 on something special? While we're having the time? Can do some meme level up. Ammo would be capped up by now, I guess, when all of the stuff would be 925, huh? Yeah, but Grig is 75, I think, if I remember correctly. Not entirely sure, but he's definitely not 95. Which you are right, that should not be the case, but it is. Is the living steel gonna level us up? Is it? Nah, it's not gonna give 1.2 mil. It's gonna give 600k, right? Yeah, 575. Okay, let's open this as well. Oh, we can't. Okay. Okay, got this. Oh, and prepare. Ah! Help! Give me XP. No! Boom! Big boom! Bada bang! GG! What are these walls, man? Yo, da round. Thank you so much for the sub, my man. 7 months in a row. Absolute giga chat. Blasting time. True. How's it going, man? You good? Hello, yo, how's it going, Garth? You good? Need to do this. Need to double check the... What's wrong? This needs to be here. We need to check the Paragon in a second. Back from a parent who came back from vacation. Nice. Where did they go? Oops, didn't mean to sell that one. That one can go too. Okay, so let me quickly check the... Need to redo the Paragon board now when I'm done leveling anyway, right? Ooh, nice. Here we go. I didn't check the cost. Well, whatever. We go this way. You get me the... This is control ski. There we go. Then we go exploit weakness. Ranger. This. Ranger, where is it? Right here, that is active. That is active as well. Perfect. We go this way. This way. And this, and then this way. And also this way. For the necro leveling build, what ability do you all put on your left click? I don't even know. What did I have during leveling? Pooh, I don't even remember. Let me see. Maybe if I see the guide, I remember. Let me quickly see. Macro leveling minion. You put... I had the golem on left click. That's what I had. But I also have force move on a different key. Like sand is out of stock. Same only move. Welcome back, Smokey. Which way do we go? We go this way first. They run us. Left click always ultimate. Ah. Left click is the thing that you use almost the most. That's why it's the most easy to access keybind. This, and then we go here. And we go no witnesses. Preview. That. Diminish. There we go. I am missing a point. Oh, that one comes in here. Wonderful. And now we go here for deadly ambush exploit. Yeah, right click is the same, is the most used ability for me too, but left click is the second most used ability basically. So we go like this. Man, so much makes life holy. That's nice. Like that. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Exploit. It's this one. The volume damage is nice. And then we do cheap shot ship. This is already the Hearth Seeker stuff, which obviously does not make that much sense currently for the barrage build. So the barrage build would actually be a little bit stronger with the correct board, but I don't want to respec and then respec again. This is chippy. There we go. Should be good. 40. And we go here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I've missed one. Oh no. Oh no. The horror. My brain was shortly between door and angle. Holy fuck. Oh no, guys. Don't you guys hate it as well? When you have 1 point of Paragon left over and you don't know where it belongs? Uh-oh. Let's see. So the easiest thing you can do is check the glyphs. But if the glyphs are all what they're supposed to be, then you need to go and check one by one. Uh-oh. Fuck. in the hay ball. Yeah, murky. Ah, found it. Right here. Cold dress. Got him! Nice. So we can also get rid of one of the... Oh, well, that's due to starless skies though, huh? Okay, let me see. Schnitzel89, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see, what does he do?
So you're only really gonna do good damage on her when we stagger her. Which is good for phase 2, but not good for phase 1. So phase 1 I have to play the game. Make a clip, guys.
What is he doing? Is he blasting or what? Let me see. What's he doing? Is this like Giga Stagger or what? Oh man, I just love having a dash in that phase. It's so good. Lol, Malf. Yo, it's Stagger again? Holy. Yo, the stagger is insane, man. Ah, you get the Caltrops multi. Ah, okay, now I understand. Sure, it stacks up like crazy then, huh? Oh, big dash.
Okay. Yeah, with 3 stacks I'm not gonna stay in. I got 2 stacks at the end. Ah, that was kinda shitty.
Played so well up until then. But 100 gear wise or just skill check? It's just skill check, Smoke. But only Lilith. Everything else is easy. Everything else is giga easy. Andariel is also kind of a skill check. Everything else, you just blast. On Beast in the Ice, I need to show you the absolute Giga Chat DevDom doing it like an absolute Omega Chat. Well, I'll show you. Where is it? Wait, why can't I find it? Ah, there you go. Boss race. Yeah. You need to watch what absolute Giga Chat DevDom did for Beast in the Ice. If you do this on Beast in the Ice, it's gonna be easy. Look at this. Look at this tech. Right here. Look at this Giga Chat. And I'm a skip DevDom, yeah? Look at this Giga Chat. You dodge all this easy. Easy dodges. And now look at this absolute galactic. This is like galaxy brain. Look at this. Do you see this? Did you see that? I don't know, man. It's like I don't understand how so much brain can be in one person. Like, how the fuck do you have so much brain inside of you? It literally, DevDom must be looking like this. Right? Every time, where is it? This is basically DevDom right here. This is basically DevDom. He doesn't need a gaming chair. He literally uses his brain. Absolute monster. I'll be right back. Yo. Okay. I'm blaming the build. Mostly I'm quite bad. I mean, that's a good part about minion necros, right? You can focus on dodging on the bosses and they'll do the damage, you know? You're doing uber boosts. Sure, I can do that. Which one do you need to be boosted at? Each for Duril and Andaril. Core. Yeah, I'm not playing softcore fresh PTO. Let's do this. Join you. See, there we go. There's other people, fresh PTO, that can help you. Okay, let me set up all the podcast stuff here. I just need to remember I needed the virtual camera thingy, but that required a separate scene, right? Add virtual cam. Think like this, and then I need to do start virtual camera plus video capture device. Or wait, I don't need to do this maybe. Wait, let me remove this. Ah! Let me see now in Discord. The Froggy, I'ma call you real quick. Can you please pick up? Need to test something. Just pick up and mute yourself if you want. Or someone else. Help! Ah, there we go. Turn on camera. Need to do OBS virtual camera. Virtual camera is not working. Scene, output selection, output type. Wait, let me see here. Output type. Working, is it? Output selection should be cam, right? Oh no. Why am I inversed? This is mirrored. Oh wait, I can... Oh, is it not? Wait, how is it for you? Like, this is my left hand in real life. But on the Discord, when I'm looking at the Discord right now, it's the left hand. But on the stream, it's really the left hand. Because I'm not mirroring. I see same... Wait, you see the same as Twitch? When I'm looking at the Discord, it's mirrored. Really? For me, it's literally mirrored. Left hand wanks. What? Huh? I mean, what I could do is... wait, let me... Wait, where did the menu go? Ah, here. Scene output selection cam. Ah! Was that the Froggy?
There we go, it's fucking there.
It's a Froggy, we can hear you.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to understand me, so that's fine.
I understand everything. What? Woody died? No.
Everybody's dying.
Oh, you don't see this.
That free cleaves. She does a triple cleave. I have full resources. Yeah, here's Lilith spawning off screen. You see that? The red circle. Yeah, I was not prepared for that at all.
What? That was a one
I
shot.
think I actually did move here a little bit at the end. I tried. It looks like my character moved a little bit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I did press dash there. You see? The dash actually did go off and it moved me a little bit. Here, when I saw her coming.
In a tier 75, that's a one shot? Holy moly, man. With melted hard on as well.
To the hell tides.
What?
Well, I can play TB finally, I guess. I want to play TB on softcore though. But I guess you can level with TB now anyway.
Ooh.
Ah, that was unexpected, to be honest. Good news is I didn't lose anything important.
Oh, then that's good.
I had like crappy gear.
That's good.
I had one score in my inventory. It's fine.
Did you just say that's good that he died?
No. I mean, it's good that... it's good that he didn't die with all the Ubers, with Doomy and the Shaco. Wait, so no cap, Froggy. Is the camera on Discord really not mirrored?
I'll show you. I'll screenshot.
Because for me, it's showing it mirrored. That's so weird. Nice to hear you, by the way. Okay, well, yeah, then it works fine, I guess. Wait, you have me with a heart? I am saved with a heart on your Discord? Oh.
Always.
Look, guys. There's the heart. Oh, we love you too, Froggy. Okay, thanks for testing, man.
That was actually you that sent that, by the way, just so we're clear.
What?
The
I did
heart.
what?
That was
Oh.
you that sent the heart.
Wait, when?
A week ago.
Oh yeah, now I see it. I thought you had me like renamed with a heart.
Some boy.
Look at chat, the Froggy wanks. Okay, man.
Forever wanked.
Thank you so much for testing, man.
No worries, man.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Ciao.
Okay, so that works. Wonderful. Just wondering, is there a downside to using sub 925 items that aren't weapons? You have a little bit less armor, Ibix, but everything else is fine. What do you mean, pepper hands? Pepper hands? Oh, wait, we don't have pepper hands? Holy. We do have a lot of other pepper stuff. Let me add some. Is there any other 7TV emotes that we don't have and you guys want? We take this one. Lol. Paper hams. What the fuck is that? Oh, we do have. Ooh. Is there any new trending emotes? Let's see. Category trending. What is this? Frog? What is this, man? Oh my god, this thing is insane. The frog is so good, holy shit. Uh-oh, what is this? I love this monka. Arar. Oh, we already have that rar. Oh my god, what is this, man? You're a great streamer. Paid chatter is so good. Okay, so half an hour. I need to set up the, what's it called? The background. Paid chatter screen. Okay, thanks. Love your necro, guys. Thank you, Ibix. Okay, let me read. Topic list. Yeah, I just saw a jumping joker, yeah. Paid chatter essaying. Build rocks, by the way, Shadow Minion, because I'm level 79 doing T100. Got all the rolls, no uber unique. Absolute giga chat. Better. Good job, my man. Great, you're having fun. Thanks for letting me know, man. That means a lot to me. I'm glad people are having fun with my builds. What is this clip? The froggy! Yeah! The froggy! The froggy! Yeah! The froggy! The froggy! Yeah! The froggy! That's so good. Holy. This should be follow notification. Oh god. World boss in 2. World boss in 2. Let's... I have one question. Switching Blight for army and aspect on bosses is a win-win or bad? Check out !build and then check out the bossing variant. That's what you should do on the boss. I think that's the best way of doing it. Not looking at the gear, look at the aspects only. Man, I need to update. I need to update that. It's all in here, but I need to update it in the planner as well. But the aspects are correct though. Don't worry about that. The gear is probably not perfect. Oh! That's Condis Rogue. Is he gonna blast? Oh wait, that's a sword now. 5 out of 12, 4 out of 12. That's Frostbolt. It's probably... What is this build? I don't know this build. Basic attack. Is that some Firebolt stuff? Huh? Is this Firebolt or what is this? Hopefully someone does single target damage, because I'm not gonna do single target damage. What is this? How do I do this? This thing. That looks cool. Do I have this too? Somehow? How can I do this? Probably here somewhere, right? Or do I have to do gauntlet for it? Oh, hell nah. Oh yeah, we got some bonkers. Let's go. I was using the build last night to do Lilith runs. Okay, so that's Immortal Firebolt then, right? Ah, and you're just filling up the bar with spells that don't have a cooldown? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, I get it. So it only resets the flame shield then, huh? Gotcha. Okay, time is it? Half an hour still. That's quite a lot. The rank 1 Maxroll rogue? True. Lol. Chrome Dioxide. I wish I could like mark all as read or some shit. We need a background for the stream. Diablo 4. Images. Let's do Diablo 4 wallpaper. Maybe we take this. Ooh, this looks good. Sure, Luigi, you can ask as many questions as you like. This one looks cool. I don't know about any copyright stuff. Better use the Diablo thing. Yeah, I've shown Dioxide, yeah. Murky. Sometimes the golem literally one-shots any boss, including Tom and Enduro, but it's so RNG and random, I don't know what triggers the Mega Slap, and I'm doing something wrong. That might be... You think that might be the golem, but it might actually be the Elixir of Holy Bolts if you're using that. Or... the other option is sometimes you luckily stack up all of your multipliers. Oh, you are? Yeah, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. It's bugged right now. It's taking the enemy's level when you are killing something with a minion, and then it's applying damage based on that creature's level. Is there a way to proc it more consistently? Yes, kill ads while Holy Bolts is active. Kill as many ads as you can while Holy Bolts is active. Then you one-shot stuff. Why is this not loading? What's going on? Dolunai, thank you so much for the follow. Where is it? It's the same thing, right? Oh, I needed to click this. Whoops. And Melthazor, thank you so much for the follow as well. Hey bro, Woody died? Yeah, it's crazy, man. I didn't know this is gonna one-shot. The good thing though is he's gonna level the rogue back in like... Maybe, yeah, Holy Bolts is completely overpowered for minions. It's just literally one-shotting everything. There we go. How can I download this? What is this website, man? Hello? Good Shaco, what aspects should I remove for the Shadow Minion build? That is answered on the Maxroll build guide in the Endgame and the Pit variant down at the Gear with Uber Unique section. Yeah, 8 hours to 200. And then he has so much Neath Iron that he can also farm with his Druid that he's gonna be where he was very quickly. And he said he didn't lose anything, so he still has his Doomy. And he still has his Shaco, so he's gonna be fine. The Helltide meter bugged. No. You can't fix it, unfortunately. Steamrolled Uber Duriel. I'm currently pit level 80 and I still can't do Uber Andariel. Yeah, Uber Andariel and Uber Lilith are skill checks, not build checks. Everything else is a build check, basically. Uber Andariel, you need to play well with the beam in the middle. And I think if you die, it fixes the meter. Yeah, that's unfortunately not a solution in hardcore. Can somebody link me this? I can't find a website to download this, and this weird website does not let me do it somehow. I don't know if I'm missing anything, or am I supposed to? Oh, I'm just an idiot. Okay, I need to click here. Kick. Okay, so we do this. And let's close this. Let's do add or poddy podcast, whatever. There we go. Wait, let's duplicate the cam. Let's make a new one, whatever. New add podcast. I shouldn't have deleted it when I did that a while ago. Image. Oh wait, I need to move this first. Image. Wallpaper. Background. There we go. Fit to screen. Boom. Thank you for the help. No problem, Luigi. Now I add the Sony A5. Add existing. Boom. Whee! Okay. So now, wait a second. Looks like it has a border. That looks weird. Okay. Webcam overlay PNG. And I just want a simple overlay, holy. $16 by 9. Pretty epic if that scene was an animated loop, yeah. Yeah, that would be nice if I could do that, but I can't. Oh wait, you know what we're gonna do? No, it's fine. We can choose one together, but there's only shitty ones. Just want a normal overlay. That's all I want. Nothing fancy. Just a very basic. Maybe this, and I can hue this to like a darker color or something. All right, this looks good. I'll take this. Okay, let me see. How does this look? How does that border look? It looks shit, right? That's a shit border. We have another one. Just add a color source behind your camera and just size it slightly larger. 90s Doom graphics. Yeah, I mean, I just found something on the interwebs. Maybe this. Holy. How about this one? Oh, whoops. I need to do... Yeah. Is that good? Is that one better? I think it looks better. Especially with the red and the blue, that's okay. That one more personally. Yeah, I like this one too. A bit more. Now I need to figure out how on Photoshop I can make a, let me see here, new custom 1920 by 1080. 560 by 1440. New. 2560 by 1440. Create. Okay. Now I can get you the screen. So I need to... Where's the thing? Now how... There was a time where I knew how to do this. I could just... Wait, can't I just do the borders? I can just do... Is anybody a Photoshop Pro and can explain to me how I make this into 4 perfectly distant squares? How did this work? Rulers and then guides, new guide layout. Yeah, so we have the middles now, but how do I make them? Because I need this to be the middle. He's Photoshop for digital photography in 10th grade. I can call my coworker. He does visualization for my data. I don't think it's that urgent. You just count pixels? Yeah, that's not gonna work. Do everything in paint.net. Unfortunately, it's not snapping to the rulers, which is fine. I need to snap the middle to the middle of the thing somehow. But it's just snap. Wait, can I snap to the rulers? Maybe. Rulers. Snap to guides. There we go. Oh, this is the full middle. Now it does this. That's not correct though. Oh, I think this is good. Oh yeah, I got it. Wonderful. Yeah, but this is too close though. Oh. Use something close by. You want this border 4 times? Okay, wait, let me... Let's do maybe this, and then we just remove this one. So now I can take this. Have 2 above each other at a distance. That seems good. Now I want to wait. Now I forgot the number. Fuck. Wait, I can just do it again, right? Boom. I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There we go. And now I copy this and move it over. Wait, why did it lose? Why did it lose the stuff now? Oh, now it's good. No, it's not. Holy, wait, what? What the fuck is it snapping to? There we go. I don't get it. Try holding control. You can post the border in disk and I can do it real quick. Why is it not aligning though? Let me see. Filter. Where's the snappy thing again? It's rulers. Maybe that's why, because I did this. So image. duplicate. But can't I just mirror through middle or some shit? Isn't that possible? I only know how to do thumbnails. Flip horizontal. Fuck! Oh! There we go. Okay, now I need to redo this. Wait. Oh no. I want them a little bit more out, maybe? Why can I not move this? What's happening? What's yappening? Oh, there we go. But it's not sticking to the middle of the fucking screen now anymore. Holy. Oh no, it's inverted. Oh, what did I do? Now it's completely gone. Oh god, everything is inverted. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Everything is inverted. What is happening? Did you flip your keyboard horizontal? Did the data engineering comment just originally after I'm doing something? Backles? Can I... This is what I don't understand. Usually it keeps... Oh, there we go. Oh, it keeps snapping to something else. See? Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is what I wanted to do in the first place. And now I can just... Okay. But now somehow now it's working. Before it wasn't. So now I can just move this over. But it's not snapping in the middle now. Which I hate. I think now that's the middle. Maybe. Okay, see, now it's good. See, now it has that pink line that I was looking for all the time. But now I need to... There we go. Man, why does it work now and it wasn't before? There we go. Boom. Now it was easy. Before it was not doing what I wanted it to do. Okay. Wonderful. Let's go back to the potty scene. Border. Browse. Boom. Blast it here. Ta-da. Okay, border is top. My camera's here. Uh-oh. That's good, right? For a second, I thought I might have chosen a not 16 by 9, but I did. Thank God. How does this look? Is that good? Now we need names. Uh-oh. What was your FAF build in PoE this season? I don't even know. What did I play? Splitting Steel was pretty cool, but I also enjoyed LEDD as well. But I currently can't remember which ones I did and which ones I don't. Give me a second. I'm stressed out right now. I need to finish this real quick. And then we can, when this is all done, we can have a look. scared I need a bit. Oh wait, I can show you guys what I'm doing. I'm gonna blast names, but let's make this a bit smaller, huh? DM has a way too long name to fit it. Side like this. Side, yes. Bam! Yeah, I need to pee real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. How's my pizza? It's in the fridge. It's going great, yeah. I've been demolishing it for quite some time now. Quick, mom, how do I look? Okay. Presentable. Okay, let me stop the music. Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going great.
Howdy.
Yeah. Hello, DM.
But can you guys hear me?
Yep. Can't see you.
Can't see me? Okay.
Okay, quick check for chat. Do you hear them in Discord?
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Guys, let me know about their volume, please, as well. Check 1 2. Sound check.
Yeah, I can do that in a second. I just want to see if they actually hear anything.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Here I is.
Hello.
Wait, Woody, how do you make the Discord camera pop-outs? Do you just pop it out 4 times and then
Yes, I
crop
pop it out 4 times.
Okay.
Yes, and crop it. Exactly. You can do that. I mean, the easiest, if you don't have the setup for it now, it's just to like screen capture and do the Discord call. If you don't have anything prepared, this is okay enough, I suppose, if you're streaming yourself.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
I
what
think
I'm doing
a
it the
virtual
lazy
background.
man's way. Just pop it up, put it on the screen.
Yeah, so I need to like remove a few things here from my screen. There's a lot of stuff.
I did a quick Photoshop session with the help of chat and prepared something, threw something together. Now I just need to get you guys in there.
Oh yeah, sorry, I could have sent you like the background and stuff if you wanted, but okay.
That didn't took that long. That was fine.
Okay.
Oh wait, but
I
then
like your background.
Oh, thank you.
Dude, yeah, that's nice, man. Fancy.
Yeah, it looks good, man. I wish I could use a virtual background, but it doesn't work well too with this. So
You guys are gonna be mirrored then, right? No, wait. Oh,
What do you mean mirrored?
when I screen cap this, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, I think I'm actually set up, so it seems fine. I have like a little black bar here for everyone. I'm not sure, like, did the Discord layout change? I didn't change anything on my end with the... but yeah, I guess it's okay, I guess. I can maybe like tweak that a little bit while we're going. But I don't want to keep everyone waiting. So it seems like we can start pretty much on time. So nice to have you all here. Let's do a quick sound check for everyone for the stream as well. So DM, can you just say something real quick again?
Yeah, mic check 1 2 1 2. How are you?
Okay, Dark Side.
word, can you guys hear me?
Okay, and Chronix.
1 2 1 2.
Okay,
check.
so we should all be kind of similar volume, I think, right? So it seems fine to me, at least. Let's see what chat says. But yeah, glad that you guys could make it. So let's start here. We have a podcast for season 4, and we want to discuss all things about the new patch, how we think about the game, what happened, all the, like what happened in the season, and so on. Seems like in general, season 4 has been like a huge, I had like a huge positive reception, and let's see if there's like other, more in detailed topics to talk about here. There's certainly also problems that we have probably identified in the last 2 weeks of blasting. Everyone here has been playing a lot, as far as I know. For the chat, like not everyone might know everyone here. I guess DM is like the biggest name, but I would like to have a short introduction for everyone here for just like a few sentences, who you are and what you do, and then we jump in. So let's start with DM, then Darkside and Chronix.
Sure. I'm just a ginger in Alaska talking about video games. Nothing too special.
Okay.
All right.
So I am Darkside. I am one of the Maxroll rogue specialists. I help alongside Woody Joe, Mippy, and Lucky, right? Rogue guys on Maxroll. So, and I run a chill stream at nighttime. So, yeah.
And
Okay,
yeah,
Chronix.
I'm Chronix. I'm also on the Maxroll team writing the Necromancer guides alongside Macro BioBoy, and yeah, also creating general and Necromancer content over on YouTube and also streaming on Twitch.
All right. And me, I'm the host of this podcast, Woody Joe. Hope that at least the people on my stream know me, but for the others, I play a lot of hardcore, especially Rogue. And well, yeah, that's what we do here. All right. So the topics for today. I want to keep this to roughly 2 hours for this podcast. And the first and the biggest topic is going to be itemization, which is the big update of the season, I suppose. So we're going to talk about temporals, drops, uniques, everything. Then I want to talk about Helltide. What do you feel about that for a little bit? Then we have the Pit. Then they have the Tormented bosses, and to some degree the Stygian Stones. Then we want to talk about class balance in general, game balance in general. And then we have open-end discussion for future content, future features, and so on. So this is kind of the roadmap here for the night. So let's start with the itemization, the first big topic. So I don't really have any direct questions prepared for this, just like the topic itself. But maybe we start with like first impressions. Like, how do you feel? Like, what do you think about the new items? So let's just open the discussion here, I'd say.
Sure, I can get it rolling, I guess. So originally when I saw it in the PTR, because I didn't spend I don't know how much time you guys spend in the PTR, but I didn't spend a lot. You know, I spent a few hours or something into it, tested everything. I was like, okay, I get the general gist of it, and kind of logged out. So my original take when I saw it in there was like, it looks better, but I was concerned it was too simple. Where I was like, okay, it's just damage, main stat, etc. You know, the point is to make it less complex, but I was almost worried it was almost too simple. But that has since been alleviated. Actually, once I got into the actual game and started playing it, I don't worry about it being too simple anymore. It feels pretty good to have the majority of the items, at least I'm acquiring, have some use, and there's still enough complexity. Like, for instance, right now I need boots that have movement speed, greater affix, with armor, and the complexity comes from where the greater affixes are as opposed to what the stats are, basically. So for me, it's been... it's better than I thought it was going to be, even though I thought it looked pretty good in the PTR, is my initial impression.
So, to piggyback off of what DM said, for the most part, I think what they did with the itemization is definitely on the right track. They made it so that it's easy to build any build you want. Like, it's super easy to find gear and like get a build rolling. So for those who don't have much time, it's like, you know, you can kind of just jump in there, get your items and get something rolling. But they also made progression systems for those who want to min-max and, you know, those who want to, you know, make their character as powerful as possible. So you have the tempers and the master workings, and like getting that perfect character is actually really hard to do. But getting the gear to do what you need in the game is actually really easy. So I think it satisfies both ends of the spectrum. I would like to see more options on weapons though. Like when they remove attack speed, that was kind of awful. And they didn't replace it with anything else. So everybody's weapons, for the most part, look the same across the board in terms of stats are concerned. So I do hope that they address that and add more things. But for the most part, I'm satisfied.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the satisfaction is definitely way better than going for a triple or even quadruple damage reduction chest and pants all the time. So I think I'm like way happier now how it is. But on the other hand, especially in the pinnacle content, that definitely leads to way more attention, which is actually not a bad thing for me. For now, I'm actually sometimes scared to die in hardcore, which is exactly what I want to have. And I'm having a blast. Not only are you having quite a lot of loot, well, handed to you, but you can design it however you want. So you can literally take something that you find on level 10 and make it fit to your build. And you don't have to find an item and hope it is going to fit. And I think that makes it much more enjoyable. Already starting at like level 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever you find the first legendary, right? It's great. I'm having a lot of fun. And you feel pretty strong very early on. I've did the easiest capstone dungeon ever this season. Maybe because of minion necro, yeah, but also the gear was just incredible. I was very strong, and that continued throughout the whole progression, I think. And it was a lot of fun to me, for sure.
Yeah. If I want to chime in, I really resonate also with what Darkside said here. Like, it's very easy to build a character. And I actually literally just done that like half an hour ago, 1 hour ago, when I was making a new build that was just like based on some idea. I went to the obol vendor with like 2,000 obols, just gambled like 3 pieces of each slot, and I suddenly had a character that I could work with and try something out. So that was kind of cool. And it kind of feels a lot like Diablo 3 these days, where it's like very easy to get a build rolling with like normal legendaries and normal set pieces and stuff. But then like the min-maxing, similar to D3, like the ancients, the good rolls, and then, going further and like, augmenting them and all that stuff. It feels like they're kind of moving in the same direction, where it's like you can play any build you want right from the start almost. Especially with all these legendaries dropping, even like drop-only aspects that define certain builds can be found pretty early already. So yeah, this is definitely really cool that everyone can kind of like experience at least a build, you know, from the start to finish. And of course, there's like late game builds that only come online with like certain uniques and these kind of things, and those exist as well. I guess Fractured Winterglass is an example. The Tempest Raw on the Druid is an example. But yeah, overall, it's like much more accessible. While at the same time, it actually gives us something to strive for, and I really love that too. So I think they've really done a very good job with like, you know, making the really good items, you know, something you want but don't need. But at the same time, it's like if you don't get it, you know, you don't really feel bad. So this is just where I'm at, and I think they did a really good redesign there. So yeah, pretty cool stuff overall.
I'm kind of glad
Now the
that they're
questions-
doing the.
Yeah?
No, go on. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you first. I want to go on to the next topic.
I was just gonna say that I was kind of glad that the gold cost has been reduced for the transmuting in particular. You know what I mean? Where you go from the higher cost to the lower one. That was like, man, that's kind of like, you know, hurting the old piggy bank there quite a bit. And then the 10 mil cost from the highest tier being downgraded too. It's like, okay, that one got cut by like 80%, right? It's what, 2 mil now, if I remember correctly?
Nah, DM. I was taking out loans just to be able to like craft.
Dioxide is deep in debt at this point. Never gonna recover.
Yeah, break his knees, yeah.
No. Yeah, it's true. Like the gold economy is actually a topic I had for later, but we can discuss it now as well. So they are already making some adjustments. They have made some adjustments already, and now they're doing another patch on Tuesday to bring down the gold cost of masterworking. But yeah, gold is definitely like the one topic that I hear the most complaints about, or some of the most at least. It's like, I don't have gold. How do I get gold? And then, you know, the enchanting cost is too high. The masterworking is too much. And people don't really do like whispers very much to actually farm this gold, because, well, why do you want to farm whispers when you just get like tons of materials thrown at you to farm Barshan and then farm Duriel anyway? You don't even have to go for the whispers, right? So it's like, do you really want to go for whispers just for some gold? And people don't really do that, I guess. So
how do you feel about? I have a question for you, Willie, then about that. Is being broke from gold adds of value to gold in and of itself, right? There's so many gold sinks in the game. Everyone obviously needs gold. How do you feel like, I know most players, in fact, I think all you guys would play solo self-found, right? But do you feel like that adds any weight of importance into trading and interacting with other players? Because I was thinking about this myself, and I realized we get so many boss material mats, like, you know, you're probably going to get the uniques you need literally anyway by the time you get all the boss material mats from leveling and the reputation. So I kind of been going back and forth on this one. We're like, oh, trading's probably better because gold has more value. But then I'm like, but everyone's kind of getting the uniques they need literally anyway. So, you know, where you sit on that?
Well, personally, I really like that gold is scarce, and it's like actually like a meaningful resource. So, you know, like, it's like, do I really want to masterwork this item now? I do have the materials, but do I really want to go for it now? It's like a kind of trash item, and, you know, do I really want to reset my masterworking like 20 times now to get the right hit on the crit? And I kind of like that it's like somewhat rare to get the right outcome, for example, on this masterworking. And it's not just grind a pit until you have infinite mats and then just reset over and over. We did it on the PTR, and I really didn't like it, actually, because it was just annoying. You did spend so much time in town crafting a thing, and now at least you get to like play the game more, farm more, and then you spend your gold really fast. And I like that a lot more than like the defree system, I guess, where you have like infinite amounts of gold and infinite amount of mats, and you just stand in town like 1 hour rolling each piece of gear. I really hate that. So on that end, I actually kind of like that gold is hard to come by, but it's probably too hard to come by. And there's no direct like path to getting gold very fast. Like, you can't really go much out of your way to get a lot of gold besides doing whispers, and they are just not good enough in my book. So I would like to see a buff there, perhaps. But otherwise, I kind of like the overall gold scarcity.
So I agree with that. I think, honestly, we can probably give more value to something like Nightmare Dungeons right now, because outside of basically leveling your glyphs, you generally don't return there for much of any other reason. Maybe some, you know, rune stones or whatever, but you kind of get them in Helltide as well. So like, but gold being rare for the most part does add some value. But I think the costs were basically tuned for PTR when they gave us free gold for love or getting out or boosting our characters up or whatnot, and they just kind of forgot to tune that down. So I think that's kind of what they're doing now. But I hope it doesn't get to the point where it's like gold is useless. at the same time, because you do want to have to make decisions, like, you know, but yeah, for the most part, I mean, Whispers as really the main source of like grinding gold, it's just kind of rough. Like, it'd be nice for Nightmare Dungeons to kind of maybe have a little bit more value in that sense. So we have something else to do or give value back to that in some way.
Yeah, true. I think they kind of don't want you to play that many Nightmare Dungeons later, though. Like, it's kind of like a system that you phase out in favor of the pit later, I think. So that at least this is how I imagine this is designed. So maybe they don't want you to go back to Nightmare Dungeons, but it could be nice. It's kind of similar to Whispers, right? It's like harder Whispers, let's say. You can go to Nightmare Dungeons and get a bunch of gold there. It would be nice. There was another option, I guess, instead of Whispers. But maybe Whispers is like the best, and then Nightmares is like the second best or something. So you can at least grind it over and over. With Whispers, you just run out of Whispers at some point.
Yeah,
Can
I
have
just
a
don't like
hell tide.
replacing systems. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we
Yeah.
replace one thing for another, and so one piece of content becomes pretty much obsolete, and that's not cool. Sorry, DM, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're fine. I was thinking, or you could add one, like an additional chest in Hell Tide or something that's literally a gold chest instead of dropping all the loot and stuff, you know, or like a herbs one. I don't know about you guys. I'm constantly running out bundled herbs. It's like I'm making all the incense and everything because I keep trying Uber Lilith, so I get strapped on bundled herbs, and then when you run around to pick them up, you get like 5 or 6 of them, and I'm like, man, where is an herb? I need a farm, like an island or something in the game that I can farm these damn things.
Yeah, I literally
That's
wanted
kinda
to
funny.
say, like, we're doing so much Helltide, and I would really love to have the option to choose between the mystery chest, the living steel chest, and maybe also a gold chest. I don't know. Having the decision here, like, okay, maybe you are not a blaster and you're not literally opening every cinder thing. Maybe you're not running permanent profane mine cage, and you have to choose. And then if you can choose for a gold chest, that's kind of nice, because let's be honest, I don't know when the last time was where I was like, oh, a living steel chest, let's open this. I need the 5 living steel. I don't know, my first stash tab is completely overfilling. I'm starting to fill the second one just with materials. So maybe a gold chest would be a good idea, but then again, like, you can't put too much in there. It's rough. But having the choice is nice. But then again, Helltide already does so much for you right now. You're having Angel Breath, you're having bundled herbs, you have your boss materials, you have gold through the Whispers, or the Helltide Whispers that are in there as well. I don't know if it's a good thing to give them the gold chests on top. So maybe an alternative, like putting more value in the Nightmare Dungeons, would actually be the way. Although I wouldn't be happy to be running Nightmare Dungeons. It's actually, for me, currently the worst part of the game, but it's okay.
Agreed.
For getting your glyphs up, it's fine, but I'm dreading having to return on my characters and doing that on 21. If you get gold, maybe it's going to be a little bit better then.
Yeah, I don't like Nightmare Dungeons, so me personally don't want to go back into them. Although I would be willing to do content I don't like if the rewards are there. I mean, we do that in MMOs and stuff anyway. So I was thinking they could bring back vaults, right? This ain't my original idea. People have mentioned this already. Can't they have Nightmare Dungeons with a vault modifier? I mean, that's kind of what vaults already were, right? You get to the end, you get a bunch of gold, fits the theme of a vault, brings back an old mechanic. I know a lot of people didn't like the trap mechanics, but if it's not the only thing you're doing, it's like you just need gold, run a vault, get 10 million gold. Okay, I'm good on gold for, you know, the next couple hours, do another one later.
Yeah, that would be a really cool idea and would very much fit into the whole theme of getting gold. So I like the idea as well. If they bring back vaults, that could be a solution for the gold as well. If you do like once every few hours, and it's like, okay, like a run here and there, kind of like replacing a whisper run or something, would be nice. Like one thing that I see in chat is also people mention you can just sell items to other players and get gold that way.
Yeah.
My opinion on that is, I mean, first of all, someone else has to grind that gold in. So the problem still persists. You just shift it to someone else. And the second is also that like not many people really want to trade, right? There is an economy and people are trading, but not many people want to engage with that and go to the website and list an item, and it's kind of clunky in the game as well. So that's kind of a problem there, I think. But sorry, I was cutting off Dark Side, I think.
No, you're fine. Just like, you know, people who were like selling gear early, like day 2, day 3 for like, you know, 500 million gold, you know, you have to kind of think, where did the person who has 500 million gold get it from, right? You know, so like that early, like how do you get that much gold that early? So obviously, like when you add these things or incentives to be able to get more things like that, you introduce more incentives for botting, and then botting, tends to ruin the economy and do other things. So I can see Blizzard trying to do like a balance act of, not making things too rewarding in that sense, but at the same time, you don't want to hurt the player base who is just trying to play the game regularly, right? So, but I would love like an in-game trading system, like a marketplace or auction house, whatever. I personally hate going into third-party sites to sell anything. I can't stand it.
Agreed.
Yeah. On hardcore, you can barely even do any trades anyway. Like being a hardcore player, like I did actually sell like 2 pretty valuable items, but for like maybe 10% of the price I would get on softcore, because there's just like no people to buy it, no people that has gold. There's a lot less botting, a lot less RMT. Like that's definitely also a huge problem for. Huh?
The bots die in hardcore, so they can't farm the gold. The items.
It's true, man. Like it's rough. Like people tell me, man, you're selling it for that. It should have been like billions, and it's like,
but
yeah,
that's
who's
what it was
gonna give
in
you billions,
That's what it was in D3 though. Like D3 vanilla. Remember with the auction house, like because there was no like cheat deaths at the time. So like in hardcore D3, like the auction house was way more fairly priced because the botters just kept dying. So there wasn't much gear in the auction house to buy.
So you're saying the solution is just to delete softcore? Then Woody and I finally have an economy going, probably. Now my idea was I was hoping like the boss carry thing would be a thing, and I could sell my boss killing fun for other people, but I don't know. It's nobody. Everyone either does them on their own or leaves the Stygian stones in the stash and sells those instead, and I'm the one buying them. So I don't know. It's whatever happens, I keep spending the gold that I earn. So I don't know where it keeps going.
Today I learned you can actually trade the Stygian stones. Those have got to be the most valuable item in the game then, right? I mean, they are. Am I the only one starving for these things? I have one of them, and Lord knows when the next one's going to show up.
No, you're not the only one, man. They don't drop.
It's rough. But I don't know about you guys, but on softcore or on hardcore, I feel like I'm printing uber uniques. It's insane. How long is the season now? 12 days or something? I have easily found one each day now. It's crazy. The value that you get with the Stygian stones, I think it's immense. I'm personally a little bit scared if they are buffing the drop rate though. We're kind of getting a topic from later, but now we're on it there. I don't know. I'm a bit scared to be.
No, we can talk about uniques as well.
Kind of crazy the amount of not only the uniques but also the uber uniques I'm printing with the Stygian stones. It's crazy. I feel like it's okay now, but I'm scared if what's going to happen if you are increasing the drop chance. But obviously you want to cater to the casual audience a little bit more, because probably a lot of people are starving for them way more than us probably playing the game for so much time. But then again, the top end is going to go crazy.
Well, the way I was looking at this is, haven't they kind of moved the goalpost in on Uber Uniques? Because before they dropped like they didn't drop Maxroll, now they drop Maxroll, but now it's you can greater affix these two. So it's like the Uber Uniques are easier to get, but like the Uber Uniques are like now kind of hard. You have to hit it with the greater affix if you really want that full Uber Unique. I figure for the
if you're
people that are min-maxing.
Indestructible grandfather, man, you really
on hardcore.
Mega indestructible grandfather, yes. Uniques is a good topic in general. So it's definitely noticeable how a lot more people are getting Uber Uniques now, thanks to the Stygian stones and thanks to the tormented bosses. And I mean, Cornix with his 1% speech, like 1 Uber a day, is a bit optimistic.
Not me.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely noticeable that people are getting more. And it's also in great part thanks to the tormented bosses, I guess, that people are doing, or they go to a rota, get carried, and whatever, right? And previously people like maybe farmed up their few Uber like Durials And then, you know, they did like a rotation, they got nothing, and that was it. And now you just get like so much more mats 1 minute at you from every corner in the game, right? You just level up a character and you have like 20 bosses ready to blast without really trying, right? So it's not like you have to go out of your way. Like compared to last season, for example, I never felt like I was actively farming for boss materials this time. Like last season, I spent 100 hours, you know, doing whispers, doing Helltide, specifically hunting down the Living Steel and the Vashan mats, and then doing Duriels. And now I feel like I'm just playing the game, and I just get boss mats. You know, I'm doing Helltides, you know, also to level up, also get my Iron Wolves. And, you know, the Living Steel is just the stuff that drops on the side at this point, right? We talked about the Living Steel chest, no one really cares. And that's really cool, you know? I like that we have like so many mats available, and it's maybe too much. Maybe you can at least like increase the stack size or something, right? But yeah, it's nice because it doesn't feel like a chore at all compared to the previous seasons.
Sure, I've just finished leveling a rogue, just hit 100. I regret I haven't emptied the first stash tab, so I could have tracked how much stuff I found, but it's crazy. I don't have to go out of my way to do whispers for Vashan. I don't have to go out of my way to get Living Steel. It's just there, right? It's a great feeling. I'm having a blast when it comes to that. And also, I liked when we're talking about uniques, I like the stuff from the Iron Wolf board, that you get the sacreds really early on, the uniques, because you go like, oh, what am I gonna get? What am I gonna get? You know, and then you get like Ring of Sacrilegious Soul, which is like great in an early game on the Necro, the auto cast ring. Like it's such a great quality of life, and I don't know. I think that was also a very good idea there. Just making them more available is feels great to me.
That's how I got my Tempest Roar.
I guess I don't really feel much about it, honestly. Because like as a rogue, I mean, I look at a unique and it's just another salvage material for the most part. It's just like, oh man, more materials, yeah, you know. But I guess, you know, it's really just the fact that the itemization, like the legendaries and rares, are the ones that got, you know, the rework, and uniques kind of didn't, right? So like uniques are kind of more so on the back burner of things for builds that you used to be able to use them in. So I'm sure probably maybe in season 5 they'll kind of, you know, look at that and be like, how can we make these more useful? But like on a rogue, like literally every single unique outside of like the Shaco seems to have like zero value for me right now. So I wish I had that feeling where it's like, oh, I found a unique, you know, but then it's just more salvage material.
I mean, to be fair, like when you find like a sacred unique, it's like, you know, you find a condemnation, or you find like a sacred Tybalt's Will, like, you know, at that point you don't really have like good enough stuff, you know, even Penitent Greaves, like these kind of things, yeah, you don't use them later, but it's really nice to get early game. Like if you get a sacred one of these at level 50 or something, you're gonna run with it for a while, you know. That's kind of the cool part, I guess, that we were mentioning here. And yeah, you're gonna replace it later, but I do agree, like a lot of people agree, I guess, that something has to be done with uniques at some point. They can just like restart them and like update them all, or they can make like some new system to give them an upgrade path, you know, somewhere in the direction of tempering. I don't think that they should do the same, like they just allow tempers or something. I think that would be kind of a mistake. But, you know, something else that is like a similar like power increase or so to like bring uniques back on the table. But I honestly really like that our builds have fewer uniques this time around compared to last season. I feel like last season and before that, it was always like, okay, every build has like, I don't know, a Shaco or maybe a Godslayer or a Tuskhelm. And then you have like Tybalt's Will in every build. And then you have like, you know, if you have it like a Starless, and, you know, just throw everything in there that you got it, right? And every build was just like the same, with like the same 6 or 7 unique items. And it was like way too much, I think. They were just clearly better than other items. And I didn't like that at all. So they need to like balance it more to the point where, okay, you really want to use a certain unique that really fits into your build, but not much more than that. And I think that is much better than what we had in the past.
I think uniques sitting in the position where it fundamentally changes the way a skill works is like perfect for what they're supposed to do. You know, like the Fractured Winter Glass or the Boulder Stone one, Dolmen Stone or whatever it's called, like Scoundrel's Kiss. You know, stuff that fundamentally changes what the ability does, I think is a pretty good placement for him.
Yeah, I agree. Or to give like some really unique effects or some really unique, like, you know, build around effects, right? Like imagine like Frostburn, right? Frostburn was actually a unique effect almost, right? freeze an enemy. And now Frostburn is literally 1 tempered stat on any of your armor pieces, right? So it's like, some of them have kind of shifted away from any kind of usability, but it was a unique thing, and now it's just everyone has it. But I do agree, that these very build-defining items are much cooler to have, even if they're not that many in a build.
Right, like before we were using them mainly for their multipliers because they were so strong, right? Most of those. And now they're really just, oh, I need them to make my build work. I think that's a way better place than what we had before, where they just end up in literally every build because Tybalt's will is just too hard to pass up, right? So the direction, I kind of like that, to be honest, to what it was. Just slap it on there for the multi, and now Tempest Draw and so on and so forth. You need those to actually be able to play the game. And now with the availability being increased, it feels like a much better game to me, for sure.
Yeah, but let's go back to the topic of the bosses again. Like, we talked a little bit about Decision Stones and Tormented bosses. Let's just pull that up here for the earlier topic. So, about the Tormented bosses, how do you feel about fighting them, doing the rotas for them? And do you think this was like a good move, introducing those bosses with like the big loot pinata that you get at the end? And like, do you enjoy that? Like, how are the drop rates for you? Like, what do you think about that?
Who wants to go first?
I'll just go ahead.
All right. Well, I actually thought Uber Andario was like one of the coolest boss fights ever, dude. I actually really liked it. I thought, hey, we're finally getting mechanics. Like, I had an issue with some of the other ones before where I feel like it's just a tank and spank, where it's just, here's a dude, punch him in the head, he falls over, right? But then Andario was like, okay, they're starting to get some mechanics in here. You got to go. You got to hit the little things. They have suppression shields on them. It rotates and all that. So, I'm starting to like the direction they're going. They're feeling more like you have to actually kind of know what's going on. So for the most part, I'm liking that. Also, like, I think this is an odor change, but I've been trying to beat Uber Lilith on the Druid, the Were-Nalo Druid, and the DPS is pretty dog shit, so I actually have to like play the game. And while I'm fighting her, the way they do the ramping of the stacks is it feels so much better, because it's like by the time I get into phase 2, it's like, oh, I got 1 stack or I got 2 stack and I fucked up or whatever. So it actually feels kind of like a mechanic. I don't know, I'm liking bosses probably the best in season 4 because I kind of didn't like them previously. So they feel significantly better for me, at least. And in terms of like the loot pinata, the whole bunch of loot, I couldn't answer that one because I don't have a lot of stouts. They never drop. And I wasted like 3 of them on the Ice Beast, or 3 sets of them on the Ice Beast, before I realized it was bugged and the Torment stat was ramping over and over and over again. And then I rage quit and I went and played hardcore. And then I have to log back in and farm stones again. So
Yeah,
Someone else?
I like bossing. I don't know. For me, the best activity in an ARPG by far, especially on hardcore, there's nothing better than bossing in hardcore for me. So I'm a huge fiend when it comes to that. Previously, I just refreshed and did the PoE Ubers one more time just to, I don't know, be able to compare it a little bit better. And I gotta be honest, the stacking debuff mechanic is a great idea. It's just that, let's say 4 of those Ubers we currently have are way, way easier than the other 3, basically. And I'm saying like Andariel is harder, Uber Lilith is definitely harder, and Beast in the Ice, especially for classes that don't have a movement ability, it's kind of rough. And the other 4 are still like a pushover. Feels like a pushover. So there's kind of like a big discrepancy between the 7, sorry. And I don't know, but the harder 3 are insane. I'm having a blast doing them. And yeah, the loot, as I said before, might be a little bit too much, but then again, Woody had it right with me, probably the 1%er speech here, so maybe it's fine after all, yeah.
Nah, but I mean, I actually enjoy fighting the tormented bosses kind of thing. I mean, I like fighting mechanics and like having to learn the mechanics and dodge them all and see if I can just not get hit, etc. I think these Stygian stones are absolutely too rare because I like to do them more often. But I think it's a step in the right direction in terms of giving something for the players who really want the additional challenge, and then still leaving the regular versions there for those who might would rather just do the farming aspect of things. So having that option, I think, is actually pretty cool. Some tuning obviously needs to be done for all the bosses, but I think it is a step in the right direction for the game as a whole.
You reminded me, Dai, I had a lot of people really struggle with FOMO because they didn't want to lose their normal bossing materials because they didn't have enough Stygian stones, because you get the 3 you invest 3 times the materials and get 5 times the loot. So people wouldn't boss at all to save the materials to then go and do the Stygian stuff. So that's kind of like counterintuitive as well, right? You kind of want to have people to go and do the bosses, and they don't do the bosses because they save up for the Uber bosses with the Stygian stones. So that's also one thing where I think might need a little bit of work. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I feel like
stone income.
Oh, go on, Woody.
No, I was just asking like the stone income, or what is it about now?
Yeah, I mean, you have people that want to do, for example, Uber Gregoire, but it doesn't make that much sense to go and do normal Gregoire, and they won't go do normal Gregoire because they don't have the stones. They would rather save it up and do the easier tormented boss to get the increased value through the Stygian stones. But now they don't boss at all because they don't want to waste their living steel, for example.
TM wanted to say something there.
I was just going to say, it feels like a stepping stone to me. Like, I don't really feel too de-incentivized to wait, because I feel like I kind of, in order to do the Ubers, I would want the things that I need to acquire to do the Ubers. So for me, for instance, to give you an example, I played Druid and I was doing the Werenado, and I wanted Tempest Roar. Well, if it wasn't bug, then I would have needed to do the stepping stone of doing the normal one to try to get the unique that completes my build and then do the Uber. So for me, it felt fine to have the option. I actually kind of like doing them earlier. Like, Varshan's not a level 100 boss or anything. So the ability to kind of go in and get some of your uniques earlier felt fine to me. Though I will admit, I did kind of feel the crunch you're talking about, where it's like, hey, maybe I should not waste my materials. But then when you realize stones are like so rare, I feel like I've never been in a situation where I had the stones but not the other boss material mats. So for that reason, I don't really feel that pressure too much.
Yeah, from my perspective, it's also like, with the stones being as rare as they are, it's not really a problem. Even with like some of the tormented bosses, like, you do tormented Gregoire and then he doesn't even drop like at least 3 of the shards. So to summon Duriel, he only drops 1, which is, I'm not sure if that's intended even. It seems kind of weird. Like, you pay triple the cost and the stones, and then you get 1 shard back anyway. Like, you could have just gotten more shards, running them one back to back or something. But the good thing about the tormented bosses, and the best thing I think, is that they're completely optional, right? There's no reason to do tormented bosses outside of like getting your uniques more efficiently if you can kill them fast. Like, there's no advantage really. Okay, your boss material economy is a bit better, I guess, outside of like, doing tormented Gregoire, but let's say tormented Duriels, they have like a better economy. You only pay 3 times, you get 5 times. Sure, right? But it's not like a massive increase in the efficiency, and no one really has to do them besides like the 1 spark that you get for like the first kill or so, and you can get it at any point from a carry or whatever, or even like anyone can take probably down one of the bosses with like almost any build. If you take the easiest one, if you do like a Duriel, it's like a pretty easy fight. Then at some point you're gonna get there, right? If you really want to, you can get there, and you can take him down. And you have infinite attempts on soft core, so at that point, it's just a spark anyway. But yeah, it's like nice that they're optional, but they give you like a challenge to go for. And personally, I also like the idea of like just like completing a build or completing a character, and just like maybe go and take down some of the tormented bosses at the end, just for fun. Like, if I had more materials or more stones available, I would actually like to do that. If I don't need any more loot, I'd just like to go and do it for the fun of it, because I actually find encounters now, and you don't just go in and you bonk them and that's it. So that's how I see it. Anyone else want to say something about the bosses? No?
Ideally more. Even more. That would be great.
Even more bosses.
Even more bosses.
More bosses.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm having so much fun. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Like they can definitely add more bosses, right? So if they add another boss, like imagine them bring back like a level 200 Malphas or something, right? Like they bring back the balls for the gold, and they also have like a Malphas there. Let's ignore the four, the 4 parts where you have to go in and collect the thing, and you just run in and do a Malphas. I mean, that would be badass. I really like the Malphas fight. And if they bring him back, for example, or whatever new boss they're making next season, right? And they can always just extend it and like add more of the new drops to that new boss or whatever, right? So yeah, why not?
Surprised that one actually didn't get brought back. Now that you bring it up, I kind of forgot about him. But didn't every other additional boss from a season of Mechanic make him back? We had Lord Zir came back, Varshan came back. So he's the only one that's not back yet, right?
There you go. You just revealed the mid-season update, DM.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Oops, leak.
Uber Malphas.
Yes. One thing I don't like about the whole boss system right now is also that Andariel and Duri have the same loot table. I feel like some of the loot tables are kind of bloated. Like if you especially look at like Lord Zir or something, like everyone is moaning, like, man, I can't get my rapid fire ring, I can't get my fractured winter glass. Like blood is already hard to come by in the first place. And then Lord Zir has like 10 items per class. Like, why don't it just like take like, I don't know, 2 items from Zir, 1 from each other boss, put it on Andariel's, and you actually have like, a reason to go farm her instead of Duriel, for example. So that would be kind of nice, I think. So I don't really see the reason to overlap them.
Yeah, fully agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But yeah.
I gotta say, random point here, but Dioxide, I love your shirt, dude. That's a pretty sick shirt.
Oh,
is he frozen?
Froze for me. Oh yeah.
I was like, man, this man takes a compliment stone cold over here. Like, I know it's a good shirt.
Oh, no.
He's frozen. Oh no.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
I guess you don't. I like on my stream. I'm twice now. I'm Dioxide now as well. Uh-oh.
Perfect timing.
Well, let's hope he comes back. Anyway, we can probably move on from the stone topic. Or maybe like one last question about this, like what would be the ideal Stygian stone drop rates? Everyone's complaining about them, but how much more would you like to see, for example? Or do you think it's just fine how it is?
Scale the drop rate with the pit. Like the higher pit you go, the more common they are. And it's pretty much that simple, right?
100% agree, yeah. I like
being
rewarded
for
the higher
that as well,
challenge,
but I mean, how many stones should it drop compared to now? Let's say in a pit 100 or something. Something that is still on the higher end.
I guess the question then becomes one of, should you get 1 every run? Is your question, right? Because you're asking like, how many should we get? So if you're asking for multiple, like the percentage, if it's 30%, but you get 3 of them, it basically averages to 1 a run. So I guess it depends upon how many average per run, 1 or less, or 1 or more. At what point?
Did you make like? I did a little bit of math behind it, and obviously I didn't do that many pit runs. For me, it's like 1 stone every 50 pits, kinda. That's what it comes down to. And those are like 61 plus, right? All of them. So that's a bit much, or not enough rather. Maybe 1 in 25 or so. That's double already, and I already said I'm scared of doubling it, right? But yeah, maybe 1 in 30, something like that. 1 in 40, if 1 in 50 is correct, right? That's like some math that I did, just noting it down when some of them dropped, and that's basically what it came down to.
Yeah, I kind of have a similar impression about the drop rates. I didn't keep track of it, but it definitely feels like something 1 in 50 or so.
Okay.
And I think that's too little. Like I agree, it would be nice to scale it up. Let's say they start dropping at 61, which is like kind of like okay difficulty level that kind of makes you able to fight those bosses in the first place. And in the future, we're also not going to have the Iron Wolves board that gives you like free stones, right? Like most people have stones simply because they get it from the Iron Wolves or because they got it from the season journey, and they never really got anything from the pit. Maybe like a handful or something after grinding it out for a while, right? And that's just too little. It's just like it doesn't even seem like such a major problem to many people right now because they just have a supply from the start. But if you don't get that supply, in the next season theme, then what are you gonna do, right? So I feel like they have to do something about the stones because I don't really I farmed like 500 of these normal bosses You know, like normal Grigar, normal Varshan. It's a kind of, it feels like season 3 all over again in that sense. Like I have to farm like 100, 200, 300 Duriels, like because I can't do the Tormented. I would really like to do the Tormented, and I don't think it would be so overpowered to let me do the Tormented as much as I want to when I have the stones. Like I don't really want to fight normal Duriel. You just one-shot him every single time, and it feels like this whole like boss rework, as cool as they are, I just barely get to do them. So I'm back in season 3 again, farming normal Duriel and one-shotting him all day long until I get my Shaco, which by the way still hasn't dropped. I have to craft one, but that's another topic. So yeah, I farmed almost as many bosses as I did last season anyway, because I just didn't have the stones, even rotations.
I think we would all probably agree they're too few. Like I don't think there's anybody I've seen that argues they're at an okay drop rate. So I kind of feel like maybe we attach them to goblins, can drop them somewhere too. Except, I mean, I guess we could throw them in the pit, but my issue is if we throw them in the pit and then the in-game with the, I'm talking like the ultra in-game min-max is going to be what, farming greater affix uber uniques, probably, right? I mean, that's going to be the thing that you're eventually going to run into. So if you do that, then you're opening yourself up to the loop of eventually getting pissed off because you're having to go back to the pit to farm the stones, etc. I feel like this solution to the stones is they're kind of like only in the pit. Do they drop anywhere else that I'm not aware of? So maybe slot them into, you get one rarely in other activities, so you kind of get a mix of them. I get a little scared when we only have one place to do anything. Then we run into like the glyph experience in Nightmare Dungeon Prom, where it's like, no, I gotta go do this thing to get the glyph experience, you know, and then it just kind of becomes content you don't want to do anymore.
It's also
I mean,
world
we can
bosses,
probably make
right?
you say world bosses. I mean, we could probably do like, if they can make legions kind of like have a small chance to drop Stygian stones, just like Scattered Prisms do there too as well. I mean, that'd be a reason to kind of like jump out and be like, hey, let's do this legion real quick.
You know, the only thing I'm scared about when we do this is then you're basically back to daily quests like in World of Warcraft, where you force you force the casual player to be ready at that exact time, make room for that specific activity, even if they might not want to do it, because everyone obviously wants to go and do the Tormented Ubers and needs the Stygian stones. We're back to daily quests almost, and that
isn't that kind of
is
where we
dangerous.
are though?
Yeah, we're kind of like that with world bosses, right?
Yeah. For Scare Prisms and stones, right? With world bosses, aren't those like the two most gated things?
Well, I think that the world bosses are fine. Like the world bosses are really nice to do, but I never feel like obliged to like, okay, I have to log in now, I have to get that world boss or else, right? I think like for me to go out of my way, like in my day, whenever I'm not actually blasting 14 hours, you know, like to log in again and do a world boss, I don't really feel like I should be doing that. I have to do that. It's like, okay, world boss is coming up, I'm gonna go do it, but I'm not gonna go to my PC to do a world boss. You know what I'm saying? So True. I think that's just fine actually. And you know, being as rare as they are, I think this is okay. And they're also buffing, like for example, the Scattered Prisms drop rates and these kind of things. So yeah, the stones starting from legions would be an interesting idea. I think legions definitely need a buff in general. They're just kind of like there and whatever. But yeah, I think like Stygian stones starting from the pit makes the most sense because they have like this high end, you know, difficulty, right? Similar to the bosses. So it makes the most sense to just mostly ramp it up a bit with the higher pit tiers. And maybe the scaling is just not really there. Maybe they kind of got it wrong with like how many, you know, how much they expected us to farm the pit, for example. Like, I don't think that anyone, okay, maybe some crazy guy is gonna go for it, but you know, multiple greater affix, uber shakos or something, you know, that is not happening. So I don't think anyone wants to kill the bosses that much to really go for that. I guess technically this is like the last way to optimize your setup once you have like your perfect gear 3 out of 3 everywhere, and then you can also go for the greater affix shako or something. But this is like a level of try hard that I don't see anyone doing, that I know at least. So
I know you though, Woody. So I'm pretty sure you're gonna go for it.
I'm not even trying to get a greater affix on an Uber unique or something, you know, like you get it or you don't, you know. So
one of these guys in your chat actually has a pretty good idea, Woody, that says he thinks the Stygians should cost 2,500 oboes. Like, what do you think about that idea? You save up a bunch of those things, and then you can buy a stone. That's kind of a cool idea, right? Yeah, I saw you coming.
I had a similar in my chat right now where they say you can sacrifice boss materials to get a Stygian stone. Maybe some type of conversion seems like a good idea. I don't know.
Yeah, that would probably make some more sense. I like the one problem I see with the obols is that it becomes very, very much like Diablo 3 really fast if you just kind of like put stuff like this on obols. Like we have Kadala for every item in the game in D3, and now we have obols, and obols are already like very impactful with like how you just get them passively now. And now if you also put like other stuff on obols, then you kind of remove the reason to go and do certain things in the game. And I don't like that. I think it's actually a good idea that there's variety and a purpose to a lot of different things. If you just get everything from obols, and eventually, you know, there's going to be other things that are going to be from obols, right? Other boss mods or other whatever, right? Maybe you can buy master working mods with obols and whatnot, right? And it's kind of like a slippery slope here, I think, where you just like try to optimize around the most obols per hour, and that gets you everything most efficiently. And I don't like that idea at all. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'm definitely scared of just doing that one thing because it gives you everything in the game. That's definitely something that needs to be avoided. I think that's what also makes...
exactly. Like I feel like the variety of activities that we do right now is actually fairly well balanced. You know, you do a bunch of nightmare dungeons leveling up, then you're done with your glyphs. You do a bunch of hell tides leveling up, then you're done with your iron wolf. You do a bunch of whispers, maybe get a few more shanmas and a bunch of gold. And it kind of like fits in, you know, and I do this here, I do this there. Whenever I see some good whispers, I go there. Whenever I see a world boss, I go there. And then I farm some pits in between. And it feels like a nice variety, like a really good loop. And yeah, just, you know, this will kind of lead to the point where everything just comes from a pit at the end. You know, this is going to be like, eventually, everyone is going to be in the pit. Eventually, that's like in Diablo 3, everyone is going to be in Greater Rifts 95% of the time. So this is kind of what I fear here if you do such a change with, like, you know, buy boss mods or obols, for example.
So I didn't play D3 as long as you guys, but I played it on launch and I played through Reaper's Souls, and then, you know, the last 10 seasons I haven't really dipped my head in. But isn't it at the end of D3 people like it? Am I mistaken? That like currently in its state, people consider it to be like in a decent state, right?
Yeah, the people that kept playing, they definitely like it. Yeah, so it has like its own player base, and people come back every season. But it's still like there are some things in Diablo 3 that I do not want to see repeated in Diablo 4. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so if Stygian stones, so if you guys had to come up with your solution for it, what do you think the solution is? Just crank up the rate in the pit, keep it exactly like it is, don't add them into other positions in the game? Do you think that them being rare is okay? I mean, where do you actually sit on the subject then? If we had to come up with the solution, where do you add the stones in?
Yeah, personally, I think just like, you know, scale it slightly of pit level, starting at 61, so that, you know, you just get more of them. And, you know, let's say by pit 100, maybe end the scaling. And let's say in pit 100, I don't know, it would be like a 1 in 10 or something, let's say, you know. So you get them regularly.
It's still a lot of runs. I feel like that's a lot of runs.
I mean, I like
You have to do a lot of runs
like,
or master working.
I like the idea of being able to put it in like different parts of content, like I said, like legions or even nightmare dungeons or something like that, like events in nightmare dungeons or something. I mean, something that gives you kind of more of where you can do or farm a place you may want to farm and be able to gain multiple things rather than just being, you know, farming one thing and it's only good at one thing, right? Because that gives you a reason to be like, well, I enjoy this activity, but this activity isn't very rewarding because it only does one thing, right? So being able to have even if it's like a small chance to drop in other places, would be kind of nice because I might happen to like to do that activity, you know, as well. So that's kind of where I would kind of push towards. But yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm there with you. I kind of like I randomly got one of these. Like when I kill a goblin and get boss mat, I'm like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely great. I'm with Woody here for sure. Like I like being rewarded for doing the most challenging content in the game. But I'm just also scared of if you say 61 plus, I don't even know how many people reach that reliably. I know like we obviously all do that, but like thinking about the people that are basically not watching the stream right now, do they really reach 61? I'm not sure.
Softcore, probably, I would think. I don't think 61 is like too crazy.
I also don't have a feeling on it. Like, do they reach 61? Am I completely off
Well,
here? Do they blast 61?
Certainly a lot of people that don't, I think.
Yeah, I
And
mean, Chronos, to me, it is a Saturday. No, it's a Sunday. So people who touch grass are out there grass touching. And
Holiday weekend, brother.
That is not us right now.
Besides the people here.
I'm just
I mean,
scared
the
for
pit is
that, right?
definitely hard, right? The pit is hard, and for people that have no clue how to make a build, that don't even look up builds or whatever, like they're not necessarily going to get to 61. I mean, we could get to 61 with any build we want, but not everyone can do that with whatever build they conjured up. So yeah, there's certainly people that get stuck earlier, or at least it's like hard enough. Maybe they do like their 8 minutes pit 61 clear or something, right? But I mean, you mentioned someone like that farming like stones, right? So that's not happening basically, like at all. And on the other hand, you have to ask the question, like, does it matter? Like, do those people need the stones, right? Do they actually want to farm 50 tormented Duriels in a season to get the Uber?
No, they're not. You're right on the money with that. Like, but plus you mentioned the solution to that earlier, which is they're getting the stones just from the season journey and stuff. Like, I'm more casual than probably anyone else on this call, right? And me, I only ran out of stones after I used the reputation cash system, and the Iron Wolves one. Once I ran out of those, I was like, oh well, okay. And I did like one more boss of it. It's like, if I ever get the stones, I guess I'll do another one. But I'm not out there like actively trying to acquire the stones, because for me, it's like this fairy dust that just doesn't exist in the game. You know what I mean? So I'm just kind of doing the other things, and the Uber bosses basically don't exist for me because I just can't do them. So I think that most people will hit that. It'll be like aspirational content. They'll be like, I've got 10 stones. They'll probably die a few times to them, or like the Ice Beast, you die 4 times and you get locked out. You can't do it literally anyway. So you're like, oh, well, there goes those stones. And they'll try a few of them. They'll either not be able to beat it, or get Buddy to help them or something like that. And then they'll just be like, I did it. And then they'll just go back to farming like the normal ones. Like, I think for the majority of the players, that's going to be it. Or they try and they fail, and then they just like don't bother doing it again. So acquiring the stones, I feel like helps those people out too. Because if those players convert from like normal players to people that, oh, I really like the game, I'm going to continue playing it more. Eventually, they're going to need the stones also, but they're not converting to like these omega grinders. They're going to sit there for 16 hours a day. They just playing it over the months that the season's out, and they're slowly getting, eventually they're going to hit that content. Like, I think if someone plays the game for enough hours, they're going to hit the point where they want to try those bosses. Because the game might, the Uber bosses might be harder than something we've ever had, but I don't feel like it's too hard. Like, I feel like even people who sit on a couch with a controller can still figure out a build if they play the game for enough hours. So eventually, if Arshan's like not even level 100, they're going to kill those bosses. The stats are inflated more than ever. Most people are going to be able to, like you were saying, be able to kill Duriel and all that without even like a normal build, literally anyway. Eventually, they're going to hit a point in which they're going to want to try that content, I feel like. Maybe not most people, but a lot of people, I think, are actually going to want to try it.
It's a fair point. Like, at some point, it should still be like something to aspire to, right? Even if not everyone can do it, or not even tries, but at least it gives something like of a target, right? And there might be a lot of people this season that just they play the game and they were like way more casual, and maybe now they like it and they play more, and maybe they don't even take down any of those bosses, but maybe they will try, and then maybe next season they're like, oh man, next season I'm gonna make a better build. I'm gonna do Duriel this time, and I'm gonna do a tormented Grimoire, and maybe don't take down Beast in the Ice, and then they're like, oh man, season 6 I'm gonna take down the Beast as well, or something like that, right? So it doesn't have to be like an ultra blaster to do that, and that's kind of cool. So it gives you like a challenge. It's not like omega hard, but it's also not something that you can just walk in and do it, right? Without any effort. So that's like really, really good spot.
To continue my rant mildly, I feel like losing to a boss is actually a really cool experience. Like, this is something I learned in other games, is I would fight a boss that like I'm not good enough skilled wise to beat. And then going and like getting my ass handed to me was a very motivating experience in these types of games. Even in this game, dude, I've been trying to kill Uber Lilith for like 3 days straight. And I like that. I like the fact that there's something that I have to get good to achieve. And so I that's why I like the Uber bosses this season. It gives those players like a reason to get their ass kicked.
But the thing is too, though, is that like I almost see more of people doing carries than anything else. So like, I mean, I see what you're saying in terms of like a motivational type thing, but because it's so easy to kind of, I don't say easy to group up, but it's kind of easy to kind of jump on a stream. And, if you're having a tough time, it's like, hey, can you kill this boss for me type thing? Like it's easy to kind of just skip that whole meaningful idea of I killed the boss and like learn the mechanics type thing. Like, so the game doesn't really force you to have to really do that. Like I'll put it this way, like, let's say if you kill like Torment boss, by yourself solo or something like that, and then you got the spark or something, or you killed Lilith for the first time, then you got the spark and you did a solo. But you can get the spark if someone carries you to kill it, right? So like there's little incentive to actually learn the boss fight when I can just go to like, let's say, I don't know, Rob stream, right? And just kind of get in the rotations of getting my free spark, right? So like you're not really forced to have to do that. But I guess that's kind of drawing a line too, right? Whereas like, like where do you draw the line? Like, do you want to make people have to learn that to get that reward, or do you want people to play their way, right? But I'm with you, DM. I like the idea of like, I get beat up or whatever, and I have to like hit the wall several times and then to finally, accomplish it and get over it. But yeah.
Force people to do it for sure. You can't force people to be like, you have to get your ass beat. I think it's okay to have the option if people want to go find a friend to carry them. I got no problems with someone getting carried through it. I just like the fact that bosses are getting harder, that you actually have to get better at the game. I like that personally.
One question, like there's a topic that just came up in chat as well, is also like, how do you feel about the fact that we are, like, this is the third season of boss rotations, and we're still forced to do it in group if we want to be any kind of efficient, especially with the Tormented now, with the Stygian Stones being so rare and all that. So how do you feel about that?
So as a avid SSF enjoyer, usually, in every other ARPG, I hated the fact that I needed to find people to group to do them in an efficient rotation. But after being forced for now 3 seasons in a row, it's actually kind of funny hitting up Woody and Condis and hitting up everyone. Oh, you guys got some stones, you want to do some rotations, and then you get together, someone links a cool item, one gets 4 greater affixes, Woody steals all the Uber uniques in season 2 or season 3 from everyone. It's like kind of like, that is a fun part, but I'm not sure if I want to miss that. I gotta be honest, somehow it should be equal, but I'm kind of like being converted here from an SSF player to, it's actually kind of fun grouping up. I don't know. I don't know if it's for the better or worse that I'm making that experience, but I'm having a blast with the guys in hardcore, doing the bosses. Sometimes there is crazy stuff happening. It's a lot of fun. I don't know. For me, it's getting better every season somehow.
I don't know. I never really felt that way. I think I mean, as a mostly solo player, primarily solo player, I would prefer it to not be such a big gap between doing them solo versus doing them in groups. It's obviously way more efficient doing them in groups. So like, but the idea is to not punish the people who like to do them in groups, right? Like it's not their fault that they want to play with people and do that. So you don't want to punish the people who are playing in groups for doing it that way, but more so incentivize a reason to want to do it solo, like, increase the chances of something you finding something or whatever because you did it solo versus scaling it back from parties. Cause then there's, at that point, you're not touching the people who want to play groups, but you're helping the people who tend to rather just play solo self-found, So if there's a way to increase it for solo players without messing up group play, I would kind of like prefer that or see that as an option.
Yeah, I actually. Oh,
go ahead then.
There you go. Go for it. You go for it, brother. I'll hear your take first.
Okay, so I gotta say I'm actually very much on Chronix's side here. Like, I'm usually more of an SLF guy. But in particular this season, especially with Tormented bosses, it is actually really fun. It's just like, hey, you want to go do a Tormented Duriels? Hey, you want to do Tormented Grimoires? And you group up and you blast together, and it's actually cool. But I was always more of the proponent, okay, let's make it equal, like, just make solo play the same as a group. Or maybe give like it's fine to have like a slight benefit for grouping. There's still like, the friction involved with like, you have to group up, you have to like, find a time together. You have to find the rotation, whatever, right? So it's okay that groups is maybe slightly more efficient. I'm still not okay under all these circumstances that groups are 4 times better than solo. You know, it would be fine if groups were like 50% better as solo, for example, because, you know, let's say everyone who doesn't summon the boss, who is just leeching, is just like getting like lower drops or something, right? So you can do some stuff like that. And it will still be fine to like join a rotation and like, you know, group up and stuff like that, but not to the degree where it's just like ridiculously overpowered. So that could be maybe some way out here. But overall, actually, I've come to enjoy the boss rotations, I gotta say. I just wish that, especially what I said earlier, like, I like to just take on the challenge of a boss, you know, go there, do it solo, and see what my build can do, you know, send off my character, basically. I do that a lot in PoE, and like every time I do a character, I go kill all the Ubers, I go do Simulacrum 30. It's just like a rite of, you know, a rite of passage, basically, to finish a character. And then I'm done, basically, after I've done all the hard challenges in the game. And I would like to do something similar, but it feels so bad now, especially with the stone drop rates that we discussed, to even think about, you know, man, do I really want to farm 12 stones to like, you know, take down the bosses for fun? Like, I mean, it's ridiculous. So yeah, that should be improved, I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle here. Like, I feel like having a solo cell phone tag that you could just click on would solve a lot of these issues. Where it's like the people that want to play solo, okay, your solo cell phone, you get whatever the title is associated with it. Now you don't have to, you know, interact with. You get the prestige of being solo, whatever. I also agree that 400% feels like a lot. Like when I'm playing it and doing the stones, I feel stupid doing it solo. But the reality of it is, I just want to kill the boss. Like, I don't want to, even as a streamer that has a chat where the instant I ask for someone to play with me, I'm going to get spammed with Battle.net tags and I just take my pick of the litter, right? Like the second I still don't want to do it. Like, I don't want to add 3 random people, invite them, wait for this guy. Someone's like, oh, I forgot I only have 1 stone. And then you're like, oh, like, it's just annoying to do a group literally regardless anyway. So I can't imagine the people that have to do it without that benefit. It's probably super fucking annoying. So for me, I just want to kill the bosses because I'm just trying to play the game. Like, I don't want to do all these things. And it's weird because in almost any other game, I never feel this way. Like, I love it. Like, I played MMOs before RPGs because I love the interacting and the meeting new people. But I don't feel like when I go to the cave, I'm running into other people that are going to the cave to do the same thing. I feel like I go to the cave and I see a bunch of other people that are AFK with their phone on Discord or something, trying to find someone else who's going to the cave. Like, what makes sense to me is we go into the cave and then we're in like a lobby where it's like all the people go into a new instance. They're there in front of the veil of the door to go into Durio, like right before you go into. And then people are like, oh, party, 1 guy, Barb, support, looking for 3, whatever. There's no like room. We don't need a queue finder system. We just need the instance room, like a town where you go in. This is the town that everyone pops into before they go into Durio. And then I can meet I want to meet randoms. I don't want to randomly meet people on Discord. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at with it. So I'm kind of in between them. Like, I like it. I also don't like the 4X. And I want to meet people in the game, not outside of the game.
Sure.
Kind of like world
Wonderful,
bosses
yeah.
or like Helltide, right? It's like, this is very natural. Like, it's just like people, like, you know, that you just happen to be there and there's a blood maiden going on, and just join, and, you know, it's probably more like that is what you're looking for, or what?
Yeah, like I think the world boss is very well done with the way I meet people. I'm always having interactions with people. People are mostly talking or dancing or doing some stupid emote, like waiting around for the boss. Same thing. Just need the same thing before the other bosses. That's it.
Halt.
Yeah, I know a fair bit about emoting.
No, but that's actually a great idea, Ian. I like that a lot. It's like, also you, like you said, you meet other people that you probably would not reach in Discord or through Discord. You're like, oh, there's a Barb. Let's just invite him. Oh, there you go. Okay, now we're 4. 1 guy left. Okay, oh, there's a Sorg running around. Invite. Boom. Let's go. Everybody knows what they're about to do when they're in this room, because you go there to do the Ubers, right? Or Duriel. That makes total sense. And
It's a natural filter.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That's a
but
good idea.
I don't really see them doing it, man. But it's cool, yeah, to think about. You know, it's like you go there. There's like, you know, this little instance, like the pre-Duriel room, right, or something. And I don't know, it could be a way to do it. I don't know. Maybe in the expansion they could redesign the stuff a little bit or whatever, right? Who knows?
Well,
I
it's built
like the
around
idea
the
as well.
world. It's built around the world that way. It's an overworld. It's about your location based upon where you're at in the world is what you're doing because everything's location based. So just filter people by location, I think would make sense. This is how RuneScape did it. Basically, you go to the area of the thing you want to do, and there's a lobby beforehand.
Yeah. Sounds nice. That could be a nice solution. Or like a group finder. Like a lot of people are always asking, like, hey, group finder, when is it coming? Whatever, right? And yeah, maybe you just don't have to do that. It's also like a group finder is not very like console friendly, and this is probably part of the reason why we
Agreed.
don't have it in the game. Like, you know, how do you like search for like a group, or like you have to like type and then whatever. I mean, okay, people have keyboards, I guess, but not everyone really does that, right? When you play on a console, you have a controller, and I see that being like very problematic. So like the solution at the end described would be amazing. Okay, let's move on though. We talked a lot about the bosses and the stones now, so at least we got that topic covered that we have for later. Let's go back to the items a little bit again. So, what do you think about tempering? Let's keep it like an open question like that.
Ooh, okay.
I had. Sorry, Darkseid.
No, go ahead.
It was actually crazy. I had obviously a lot of new people coming in. I was playing Necro. I was like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm tempering everything that I want. It's very easy. It's like, just hit it, right? Like, it's not a big deal. And I'm like, I thought I was just lucky or anything. I don't know. I'm usually lucky when it comes to stuff like this. And I leveled the rogue right now. But now I understand what is happening. It is crazy. There is a 1 in 5 chance you're not bricking the item, and you have like 5 tries or so on trying to get like what is it, pen shot or barrage chance of shooting it twice, right? And I'm like, okay, now it was crazy. It went like this meme, and I was like, okay, now I understand what everyone is talking about. It was crazy. I did not understand what everyone was thinking. I was tempering on Necro. Oh, summoning damage. Okay, yeah, I can use that. Oh, damage to cursed. Perfect. Oh, what is this? Skeletal mage damage? Yeah, fine, I can use it. It's fine. Like everything that procced, I was like, okay, I keep it. On Rogue, there is on Necro I bricked like 2 items maybe. On Rogue, I maybe finished 2. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
It's insane. I don't know how you guys are doing this.
Yeah, bro, if I get hurricane duration one more time on my druid, I'm gonna lose my mind.
What do you mean not playing Hurricane Druid?
No, not
Secret
play hurricane
duration.
druid.
Oh man, like, Chronix had a very lively reaction here to this question. I love it, man. He
Yeah,
opened his eyes after playing Rogue.
Yeah, really. I was like, I'm happy in my necro cave here. We're good. We're good.
Oh man.
Just don't try to roll the very specific things that you're good. But Rogue, oh my god.
Man, like they stuck
True and
vulnerable
real.
damage and like cutthroat. Like there's a bunch of cutthroats and you have a random vulnerable damage. And that's the only one you want. The other 3 you can't use. Like not even like remotely. It's just, and then for what is it? For the basic attacks, right? They pretty much memed us by throwing in Heartseeker duration just so therefore they can give us an extra chance to fail. Like who the heck would use Heartseeker duration for anything? Anything. Like it's not even you can't even meme the build around it. Like it's insane though. But like if I had to take if I had to take on like temper though, I do hot take, I guess. I do like the idea of you being able to actually brick an item, but what I don't like is the fact that you have 5 chances between 2 different tempers. If I had a choice, or if I can make an adjustment, maybe like make it 5 chance per temper. So because especially if you're like a casual, like you don't understand how the system works, you know, you're not going to automatically assume that you have 5 chances, you know, between both. Like that's the question I get the most, where it's like, oh, you know, I try to roll this or whatnot. You know, what happened? I couldn't roll. I think I rolled this 4 times and I rolled the other thing twice, and then all of a sudden I can't do it. What happened? Because it's really not really like easily explained in the game, right? So if you had a chance to like 5 times on both tempers, I think that would be more reasonable before bricking your item. But right now, I think five times total is just kind of that's a little
Spicy.
rough.
Yeah.
I'll say.
Yeah. I mean, I generally like the tempering, and I also generally like that items can just die in the temper. So I think that's
Yeah.
fine. I do agree that some adjustments are definitely welcome as well, though. Like, there are definitely a lot of good ideas. I think the best idea that I've heard so far about how to change the tempering system, like to make it a bit more favorable to us, is just give extra temper rerolls per greater affix on the item. So that with like in more greater affixes, that's like a way lower
like
risk
that.
of picking it. So, let's say like +1 or maybe +2 tempers per greater affix or something. So it's like a much lower chance, and potentially would even have like, maybe you get lucky and you actually roll the 2 things that you wanted in like the first 2 attempts, and you have like 8 rolls left. Like, you would maybe even go and try to increase the roll, right? Like, sometimes I do that when I have like 1 greater affix and I already have another item that has 1 greater affix. You keep finding copies of them. You just try to get better tempers at some point. And it's fine that not every item survives, and it's also fine that not every item turns out perfect, even if you get the stuff that you want. So I really like that. But I do agree there's like a lot of like really useless stuff in there, like hard iteration is definitely one of those. And they've kind of like tried to give us like a lot of different options that, we could potentially think about putting in our build. But the truth is that every rogue either wants the vulnerable damage or the crit damage, or maybe the damage to crowd controlled, right? And this is like what you put on every single offensive slot, no questions. And this is because of them being a multiplier for other sources, for the key passes and whatnot. And all this like random cutthroat attack speed and cutthroat crit chance and marksman crit chance, and you'd never consider wanting this. So I don't know. I think like maybe just like culling a few of these like random stats wouldn't be such a bad idea. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to say like what exactly they should be doing. Like, should they just remove all these random cutthroat stats and just allow us to temper like vulnerable and crit? And there could be like a new recipe, right, that combines them in a better way or something with the stuff that you actually care about. Just cut back on the amount of recipes. I don't know.
I get a little worried. I feel like it's great. With great power comes great responsibility type situation. Like, I'm cool with an item getting bricked. Like, honestly, I'm cool with losing items. This happens in great RPGs all the time. You can make an item become trash. Like that. I don't feel like that concept in and of itself is a bad concept, but they constantly come back to, they want to make it like a systems RPG. You know how many times they keep bringing up systems. So for me, I think about, okay, we'll have a systems solution then. Right now, we don't have any way of being able to add additional tempers on. Now, we could make it where it's easier to get the tempers you want by cutting out the ones we don't need. We can make it where you have more quantity of tempers, or for me, it's add something of value that allows us to have more tempers. So your idea with gray graphics, I think, is a good one. But I also like the idea of like, okay, from 61 on, then pit number is just kind of a meme. So what if at 100 pit, you have a drop rate sort of similar to stones, where you can get an item, for instance, that might add +1 temper, where it's like you can get a consumable item, like sort of like the sparks or something that you can take, and then you can add on another chance, sort of like a currency from PoE or something like that. And I know people get kind of worried about, well, then you got to get to pit 100 or what have you. You could tweak the number where you go, but I figure a problem in the game gives you an opportunity to solve it with another thing that you can acquire in order to do that, that gives you sort of an additional loop or something like that you can add to the game. So we could reduce the temper or temper bad affixes. We could add more tempers. I guess I'd be okay with these solutions, but I also feel like there's probably an opportunity to add something in there too.
I might.
I think when you talk about that, though, like, sorry, Cronus, I just one point. I think when you talk about the idea of being able to reset your tempers, you kind of get into the threshold of like, or not threshold, but you kind of get into the playing field of what Masterwork is doing, because like Masterworks allows you to reset as well. So it starts to kind of feel similar to that, where you have, I won't say necessarily infinite tries to be able to do it again, but then like you want the systems to kind of sort of be different from each other. Like, tempering, being able to break and there's nothing you can do about it is what makes that so much different from, let's say, the masterworking stuff. And then and the tempering stuff is also very strong, right? Like those, like the affixes you want generally are very, very strong, to the point where we don't really use uniques in Lost Lost because they are that strong, right? But yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Chronix.
I was in the PTR. After the PTR, I had the idea of just literally yoinking dungeons from Last Epoch and putting DM's currency in there. But right now, I feel like that is maybe not the thing, because you don't want to force people to go out of their way to do that, and maybe tie it already in an activity that we already have, like DM said, with like pit whatever level. is maybe the easier solution. But I mean, this is a very easy way to create new content and instantly attach a meaningful way of, or a meaningful reason to run this content. Like literally an orb, whatever, call it what you want, a shard that gives you 1 temper, and then maybe if you do it on world tier 1, it works until item level so and so, and it goes up in the world tiers or something like that. I think that would be a great
I wouldn't want to
solution.
reset the temp. I wouldn't want to reset them entirely, but give you like one more roll attempt with something as rare as stones. Because I agree with Dioxide. Like if you make it real easy to reset it entirely, then you're basically giving infinite meaning. The only part I get concerned about is when we raise the floor of how easy it is to make a perfect item. Because the solutions I'm hearing of like add more tempers per greater affix or more for everything, it's just easier is all that means. So we're not actually changing anything other than it's easier to get a perfect item. And it's like, okay, maybe I'm okay with that. That's what we all agree on. But do we actually want to make a perfect item easier, or do we want to have an opportunity to raise the ceiling of the item by doing something else instead?
I see where you're coming from.
I think if they ever add like a next step after the tempering, after the masterworking, after whatever, then if you can also brick your item later, right? Like it's say Valorb style in PoE, where you just like Val at the end. If you had something like that, I think it would be fine to add something that allows you to reset temper or keep going on tempers or something. I feel like in the current game, we don't have that, and breaking items is fine the way it works. Like I would be totally fine if tempering just doesn't change, honestly, because like the way that I actually started looking at items is like, okay, I make my build. It's very easy to get a build up and running. We discussed this earlier, right? You get your stuff. You have like your 0 greater affix loot. You maybe have to try on a few weapons until you get the thing. And then, then you try to get another weapon and you try to improve the temper to like a better roll. And eventually you're going to get a 1 greater affix drop and you're going to try to temper the right thing. It breaks. Okay, you get a second item with a greater affix. But like those greater affixes are completely optional, right? They're not build defining. They just make you a little bit better, a little bit stronger. It's kind of like this whole, like you set up your build very easily and you get a lot of items to do that. And then you start hunting those greater affixes. And then you get a little bit better, but no one needs that. No build requires a certain greater affix or something. It's just a bit more life, a bit more damage, whatever. So it's just like, why do we care so much about breaking items? And I think it's just like people that are just like not used to breaking items that kind of like feel this loss, right? They found this great item, 3 out of 3, like a 1 in a lifetime drop for them or something, right? Once in a season drop. Like, yeah, and then you break it, and then it's like, oh man.
Yeah, I agree.
And that is rough.
That feels bad, and this is like kind of why I like the solution with like more greater affixes, gives you like maybe 1 extra roll, so it would massively decrease the chance of breaking it. It would not necessarily make it a perfect item. You can't like infinitely reset it until you get a perfect temper. Like I like the idea that you just end at some point, no matter what, right? So this is really cool about the tempering system, I think, and this is kind of needed. And I just started like
Oh, sorry. I didn't cut you off.
Can I finish? Yeah. So what I just started doing is like, I blast like a session, I do like a stream, and I just have like this dump tab. I just throw in like whatever good items I find, like the 1 greater affix, the 2 greater affix here and there. And I just throw them in there. And then at the end of the session, I'm just like, okay, let's take them all to the blacksmith and see what I get, And then, 90% of them, like at this point, I'm just trying to get like really good rolls of exactly the right tempers on a greater affix item, because I have found like 10 or 20 copies of a bow already that has like a greater affix dex or a greater affix life. And I just try to go for like the GG tempers now. And, 95% of them just don't work out, and I salvage them. And, you clean up the stash, and, the items just flush straight into the toilet, basically. And I kind of like that, It's like
an item
it's like a
sink,
really
basically?
nice, clean way of like, you know what you get. It's easy to set up a build. No one needs greater affixes. And yeah, why not break the items, right? So that's how I see it.
The point I was going to say too is I almost feel like we're saying bricking items, but also the reality is these items aren't bricked. They're just not min-maxed perfectly like we wanted them to be. Like they don't have the temper that we wanted or something, but it doesn't necessarily make the item useless. It's not like we Val-orbed in a legendary item and it became like a random rare with dog shit stats. Like one of the tempers maybe was a low row, or maybe it doesn't have the bonus we want. We probably have to redo another item, but all the greater affixes are still there. All the other affixes. So it's like the bricking items can feel bad because you didn't make it the ultimate min-max item you wanted, but you still have the item, and you can still use it till you get a better replacement too. So my point is, I agree with you. I actually don't think bricking items or having the possibility is that big of a problem. Like if we're reaching for this is our issue with the season, it's like, it's a pretty damn good season then, because honestly, I'm like, it can stay like it is, and I'm okay with it. Like, yeah, I would like it if it wasn't, but it's okay. I mean, the fact that we're there is like, all right, that's fine with me then.
Fully agree.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Woody.
No, okay, so like counter that. It's like if you don't get the right temper, then the item is useless. You know, at least if you're talking about any like a level 100 character. If you're like leveling up, you're like level 70. Yeah, sure, you're gonna take what you get, right? And then you find the next item and you're gonna temper that until you get what you want. And then you have your setup, right? You have the stats. You have like, you know, your weapon with your life, dex, and whatever damage stat. And then you have like your chance to cast Barrage twice because you're playing Barrage build. And this will be the combination of stats you will have on every weapon from that point forward. And you will never equip another weapon that did not hit the right thing. And this will be at level 70, right? So it's kind of like the item is unusable if you don't hit the temper, basically. There might be cases where it doesn't matter that much, you know, like it doesn't really matter if you hit like this other CC type on like an armor slot, if you already have this that you need anyway, like a chance to freeze or a chance to stun, like who cares? And you know, like it doesn't really matter if you hit like that resource cost reduction or that resource generation on a ring, right? But on some things it matters. So yeah, this is like something I want to put out there. And again, like all of these like item upgrades that we would get from tempering and then items like not turning out the way that we want it to be, I think it's fine because all of these upgraded items, they're just like, you know, minuscule upgrades, right? You know, like, sure, you get like 3% more DPS for having a greater affix dex roll, or you get like 5% more life from having a greater affix life roll. But does it really matter? Yeah, sure, for min-max it does. But talking about like, okay, hey, Woody, you play the game 10 hours a day, you find so many items, casuals don't find those. No, it doesn't matter, because casuals do find items. Casuals do find not greater affix items, but they do find items, and they can temper them to get the stuff they want. And everything else is optional. So I think that's fine.
I think on the top end, you are 100% spot on. We just throw them in the grinder and see what comes out, right? But I'm just scared after my rogue experience that people have maybe when they just now want to start their build, have a little bit of a problem. It was eye-opening for me there, trying to get that barrage, chance for more barrage projectiles or whatever, and then 1 in 5, and it was rough. I mean, sure, for me it's fine. I'll just go and find 10 more bows in the next 5 minutes. But it's rough when people find 3 bows and then they all break. That's a rough experience, I think. on the high end, I'm totally fine with breaking. That's perfect, right? Like it's good. Oh, I have 10 bows. Let's see what we get here. Perfect example from Woody. And on the entry, when you're just trying to scramble together the stuff to make your build work with Heartseeker, you need all the vulnerable damage and so on and so forth, right? Or just that basic thing to get you going. On Necro, the easiest thing I've ever seen. On Rogue, that was rough. For example,
so I guess it could be like
the entry, right?
It could be based on the like per class and stuff like that, or having the tempers be more useful in general in case you don't get the exact right one. Obviously, if you don't get vulnerable damage for a Heartseeker build or a pen shot build over like that, you got Cutthroat. Like you just can't use that temper. But I think also there's also a bigger thing like FOMO. It's like especially when you get like a 3 greater affix item and you roll for it in a bricks, but then your friend got his to roll well, and like there's that big kind of like you feel some kind of way. Like, I mean, you like your friend, don't get me wrong, but you definitely feel some kind of way because because like it's like, man, like if only I had that kind of luck, but and again, for a grinder, that's really not too big of a deal. Then you'll just play and get another one. But for someone who only maybe have like a couple of hours on the weekend to play, like that's like heartbreaking for like your friend, like as a casual, that's like a heartbreaking, what I mean? So that definitely does feel like awful, like real awful.
But does it really feel that bad? Like, losing an item, like, okay, I also found like a 3 greater affix item and it didn't turn out, or I found a bunch of 2 greater affix. I had like this really nice pair of boots, 2 greater affixes, and I just didn't get the movement speed and I didn't get the other thing, and it felt bad. And I still have 0 greater affix boots, but on the other hand, I don't know, you just need to let go. I feel like this is kind of like the thing that, you could find so many items, and even if they're not great affixes, at some point you're gonna hit what you want, and this is it.
Right. But I think from that point of view, though, you have to consider you play efficiently and you play a lot. So like you're gonna run across that considerably more times than, like, let's say the average casual will. Like, if the average casual got super lucky, he may not find that for the rest of the season, and that item breaks, and that's it. I mean, fair. So like that kind of gets like. So I get what you're saying, Woody, and like I'm on closer to your spectrum with that in terms of like efficient farming, but like I can also kind of like feel for those who literally may not find that for like a whole another 2 months or so.
I know. I think you cannot actually get to level 100. Let's say you get to level 100 on the character, right? I think you cannot get to level 100 and not have the tempers that you want on your gear with the right stats. Like, this is just not happening. It doesn't have to do anything with efficiency. As long as you get to 100, you will have the items with the stats you want. Like, no greater affixes.
You get a lot of legendary items. They said they reduced the drop rate, but the reality is they up the mob density. So I feel like I'm getting more legendary drops than literally any other season. It's just I'm not crunched so much in the stash because of the codex, which is super nice, by the way. That's like probably one of my favorite things about the season. But I only have one level 100 and like a level 60 something hardcore Sork. And I have definitely bricked an item that is a two-hander. My two-hander right now, fully masterwork, but has damage to distant, right? And I want damage to close, which is like, okay, and I got no more re-rolls, and the tornado isn't maxed out and all that stuff. So it's kind of a bummer, but I also, like, I don't know how do you get the let's fucking go moment of hitting what you want without the possibility of losing it? Like, I don't know if you can get there, then how are you ever going to have the same level of, oh, fuck yeah. Like, can you have that without the possibility of literally having something horrible to happen? If you're either going to get in a car wreck or you're going to get $1 million, depending upon which way you go, like, one of them's going to be a lot more exciting. I don't know how we fix it.
Yeah, I really agree with that. It feels so good if you actually get that hit, right? It feels so good. It might not happen very often, right? And even for people that play less than us, like, it will not happen, many times even in the season, right? It's going to have like this one or maybe there's two shiny examples, like, hey, I actually got this 2 great affix item and I did get the tempers and it felt so good, right? And it's actually something to remember. Like, at this point, I'm not trying to min-max my character to like a way further degree, right? But yeah, like, I totally get what he's saying. Like, there is a chance of breaking the item, and when we don't break it and it hits the right thing and it's a good item, then you feel good about it, and you would not feel good about it in the same way. So that's a very good point there. And one other thing that Chronic said earlier. Sorry, I want to finish this. One thing that Chronic said earlier, like, he's like, I think Chronic said something like, yeah, like the casuals, they might have trouble actually getting the gear and stuff, right? And why is it not easy for the casuals? And as a blaster, I don't care if I brick 10 builds in a row. Okay, so new suggestion: how about each greater affix reduces the chance to temper by 1? So how about that?
Now, I actually,
if you really want to have to try hard high-end items.
No, I'm a big fan of the greater affix gives you one more try, because that offsets the fear and makes that special item at least gives you more chances to make that special item really special, and it feels a little bit less bad for sure. I think that's just a great solution overall. Maybe even better than maybe even better than a consumable that you have to go out and infinitely farm that. I think that's definitely the worst solution when it comes to the greater affix increases the temper chances. For sure.
I agree. I mean, my mentality, like, whenever I stream is like, I'll pull out like 6 or 7 bows and be like, all right, all right, so how many of you guys are gonna brick this time? Like I go in with the mentality that I'm going to fail my tempers, and when it actually hits where it hits, I'm like, oh, okay, we can actually use this one. Like, I never go in thinking I'm gonna actually succeed on an item. But yeah. And the thing is, it's like somewhat comparable to like the old enchanting system. Like, before the season we had uncapped enchanting costs, right? And you kind of effectively soft bricked items because you just didn't have the money to roll them anymore, right? Like, the enchanting costs would just go way out of bounds, and after like 10 rolls or 20 rolls, they were just broke.
and every roll would just keep going and exponentially increasing the cost to like 10 million, 20 million. Like it was just crazy, right? At least now it's capped and you can kind of keep enchanting, and it's kind of like a way out. You know, it's a very costly way still, but there is a way out to get the enchant that you want. And it's not like this, okay, I have to farm like 1 billion gold now to do like 10 rolls, and that's it, right? So at least, you know, the item is gone, you flush it into the toilet, and you find another one at some point, right? So this is how I see it. And for that, you know, it doesn't feel that bad to the same degree that enchanting felt bad. It was like, oh man, I got that item, it has the rolls, and I just can't enchant it. And now what, right? I think it felt worse in the past than it does now with tempering.
What do you think about the ability to lock a temper? So let's say you have 5 rerolls, you've already placed your 2, okay? The first one that you get in the temper is what you wanted. I'm just going to use the Druid example because it's the one I know. I got my tornado chance to get a double tornado, okay? But I got the low roll of the affix. So now I have to ask myself, do I want to gamble on my affix again to try to reroll the same one I already have, for instance, and only a higher row percentage this time? So the answer is no, I probably don't. I'm just going to keep the lower row because I don't want to gamble, right? What would you think about the ability at a cost to be like, for this one, I lock it, so the only way that it will override is if it hits the same affix, or at least be able to take a preview before you accept it? Because for me, I'm kind of okay with the system, but one of the things that does feel bad is when I have additional tempers to use, but I already have what I want, it's just not a good variant of the stat I want. It's like, I have other chances, but the reality is I'm be dumb to use them because I'm probably going to brick my item more likely than not. So having the possibility of being able to use it almost feels bad to me because it just sits there. It's like, do I want you? Do I want you? So I don't know. What do you think about that?
I hate having tempers left over, but I hate not having an item that is usable, basically. So I kind of, it's the lesser of the two evils, but it would be a great idea if you could, let's say you hit both of them on the first try. You have what, remaining 3 rolls, let's say, in total. You sacrifice 1 to lock one of them, and you have 2 more rolls or so.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like, I don't know, just brainstorming here. But then again, we are at the point where what we said earlier, then it makes attaining the perfect item so much easier. Right?
Yeah, I think it's totally fine that no one has a perfect, like, you know, default planner item, you know, and it's just like unrealistic to even consider that. I think that's fine. Like, we had that in the past, you know, it was so easy to get all your items and get all the stats, and no one really cared about loot at the high end, right? You just got all the stuff. And now you actually have a chase, you know, it can always get better. And if you introduce these kind of like, okay, more temporers, temper resets, whatever, like, you know, select the last option again, then you're basically enchanting within tempering, right? It's basically the same system if you just select no change. So I don't know. I think it's fine that there is like a considerable risk of breaking the item. You find another item. This is life. So in my book, they could actually just not change tempering, and I would actually still be happy with the system, even with like all the stuff we discussed now. But yeah.
Yep.
For sure. Maybe
Well,
we
you want
should
to move on from?
Yeah, we
sorry.
can probably move on if there's no more points about tempering.
Yeah, maybe we
Let's
should
talk
have
about
said we
master
all
ranking.
like it a lot. Maybe that should have been the first statement, right?
yeah.
We like it a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's agree on that.
Yeah, agreed.
Let's talk about masterworking. So what do you think about that system? How did that feel for you so far in general?
I don't really have any complaints, to be honest. I quite like it. I didn't realize that you're going to be able to masterwork temper the affixes as well. That was something that dawned upon me after the launch of it. But I don't actually really have any complaints outside of, you know, the currency cost, right? That's already been discussed by a billion people and is already getting patched out. So
Yeah, I'm in the same logic as DM. I think it's good where it's at. I actually do like the idea that. Actually, let me double check this in the patch notes. Coming up, it's still 5 mil to reroll, right? Even though they lessen the goal to get there.
They're not changing that.
That's
Yeah,
good because I think that's a good thing because it still should cost something for you to get another chance, or you know, something that isn't just free to reroll as often as you would like. So I think the changes that they're doing with that is actually really good, and I think the masterwork system is actually it's good. I like it. I like it a lot.
I agree with that as well. One thing I really like about the masterworking system is also that you only have to somehow get to tier 61 to be able to complete your character, right? If you can do a tier 61 pit, then you can get any item in the game masterworked up to 12, and you can find any item and so on, right? So there's not like a really large bar to entry. It is more efficient to farm the higher tiers, of course, and the better build does it faster, but it's also not really like, I don't really feel like unnecessarily punished for playing like a C tier build that can only farm tier 70 instead of like an S tier build that can farm 100. You know, it's like, okay, I'm going to be a bit slower. But, you know, after all this progression that you do, leveling up the character, farming the glyphs, farming the gear, getting a greater affix to doing the Helltide Iron Wolf grind, and then at some point you masterwork, right? If that masterworking at the end takes like 5 hours longer because I'm playing a bad build, so be it, right? So after like those other 50 hours or 100 hours I've already invested into doing all the other stuff, I guess I can afford another 5 hours for playing a bad build. So I kind of like how the system is set up with the masterworking mats in general. And you convert them down, and then you can easily get to 4, you easily get to 8, and then it gets very difficult to get to 12. And it's like the end game min maxing. I guess a lot of people will actually not even go to 12 on the items, right? Maybe they have like the 1 item or 2 items or whatever that are 12. Like hell, I don't even have 12 out of 12 on like half my gear right now. Like it actually is such a long grind, right? But it gives you something to grind for, and I really like that. And it's not like, okay, just masterwork everything over and over and over and just reset every time until hit 3 out of 3 on every single item. It's kind of similar to tempering, where you feel really good to hit a masterwork crit on the right thing. And, well, you can redo it if you really want to, but you have to consider, okay, it's like, you know, more gold, more materials. But I don't feel like I really want to reset my masterworking and like, okay, I take what I get. Maybe at some point later I'll try to redo it. And I really like that it has like also this incentive, like, or like not incentive, but this feeling of, okay, I hit something good. It feels nice. You know, I got the right thing, you know, on the second try or something. So I like that a lot.
Yeah, I'm a big fan that we don't require 12 out of 12 to do anything high end in the game. I'm actually very curious how low we can actually go in the next season now that the baseline is established of killing the Ubers during a race scenario or so. Like, there's so much optimization you can do with the masterworking. Obviously, we were a little bit more scared this time around, but I don't know. Like, Woody is probably gonna go in there 2 minutes after hitting level 100 or so the next season. So you know, like, there is like, you can cater the difficulty now. You say like, oh yeah, 4 out of 12, that's fine. I can do everything in the game and be done with it. And you can go like, no, I wanna go and play the game longer, and you get rewarded for doing so by better gear. You can do the stuff faster, but it's not required. And I was a little bit scared that you needed to go to a certain masterworking level to be able to do anything in the first place. And I'm happy that is not the case. So yeah, it's just an optional thing after, let's say, maybe 8 or so. And I think getting to 8 out of 12 is fairly easy and really quickly. And you can stop there if you want, and you can do the next character. But you can also continue and create the absolute machine that is going to annihilate everything, right? So I think giving the player as much choice as possible how to play is the perfect perfect thing to do. And masterworking, in my opinion, does just that. In terms of, well, you just you only want to farm Ingolith, yeah, sure, go ahead. You only want to do the Opticide stuff, yeah, sure, you can still complete everything you want to. You're not forced to doing it, but you can if you really chase that 99th percentile character.
Agreed.
Complaints to the masterworking aren't actually part of the masterworking. It's from the pit side of things. Because I don't have any feedback I would give to masterworking. I just kind of like the way it is. I think it's pretty well balanced, to be honest. Feels good.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Well, in that case, do you want to talk anything else about itemization, like the large topic of like, you know, drops, temperers, whatever? Is there anything else that we didn't touch here?
How do you guys feel about
Dark
sorry.
side.
I think rares become obsolete way too early right now in the game. I was quite surprised when I got the World Tier 3 that like, you know, I was like still picking up rares and it dawned on me. I'm just like, why am I still picking up rares again? Like, because like the legendary drop rate was actually like it's just like, because you remember the devs were saying that like we would get better items, but they won't drop as much, right? And so like now I don't really feel like that because legendary drops like candy, especially from Helltide. So it's like if you're gonna always have legendaries that early, you know, going into World Tier 3, there's virtually no reason to even pick up rares even at that point, because legendary drop rate is just, you know, high enough. It's pretty high enough that you can just wait for that. So I do think rares get invalidated like way too early. I don't really know what the real fix is by that, but it would be nice to have to care about rares like past World Tier 2, I guess. But other than that, that's it.
I think it's fine that rares are just kind of like whatever. Like I think they said something that along the lines that they want to do something with the other rarities at some point. So, you know, maybe you're gonna get, you know, whatever, like rune words, right? And you have to pick up like white items and socket them and whatever, and who knows, right? Maybe they're gonna do something like that. So who knows what's coming out of it. I think it's fine that rares are in the spot they are right now. I feel like in general maybe there's like too much loot still. It's like, you know, they promised me like a massive reduction in drops, but I don't feel it.
Nah,
My inventory up in like 3 minutes in Helltide, and there's nothing I can do about it, right? People like stand at the Blood Maiden and grind the Blood Maiden. She dies instantly. It drops out like 20 items, or like I feel like that is still a bit crazy.
You get
And
legendaries within 10 minutes of starting a new character.
Yeah, and I think that's like maybe like a bit much in general. Like that's just like a lot of stuff dropping. Like when I do Nightmare Dungeons, it actually feels kind of good. I can run like 4 Nightmare Dungeons in a row, and then my inventory is full. Or I can do like 5 Nightmare Dungeons. This used to be very different in the past. And same with Pit, right? You can do like 5 Pit runs in a row. You get like 5 items every time. Yeah, that's fine, you know, for like a 3-minute run. But then when you go to like Helltide, like it feels like there's so much stuff spawning. There's elites in every corner coming out of nowhere. Like you open the chest, there's like 8 items coming out. Blood Maiden, like it's so crazy what's going on there. And I just find myself TPing to town like every 3 minutes. Like it's a bit over the top there. So where's my promised loot reduction? You know, it kind of is there in some parts of the game, but not in all. Maybe this is like an issue with Helltide just being like too crazy and overtuned, and like I think it's fine that there's a lot of stuff going on. Like Helltide actually feels cool now, but the drops are just too much.
And then Helltide is actually more dense now, so trying to TP back to town is even harder than before.
Yeah, you can't even TP exactly.
Yeah,
They're not gonna let you
true.
do it, right? So you're going back to the town more often, but you trying to get to town is actually harder than it was before. So, but yeah, sorry, DM.
No, you're good, brother. I would say just leave it like it is. I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't want a reduction of anything. People are playing the game and liking the game. Obviously, the overwhelming dopamine is working for all of us. I feel more excited to make a new character. That's something I'm noticing because I know I'm going to get flooded with shit. Like, it's on the first character in the first progression. Okay, it's pretty fast, sure. But like now I actually am like, okay, I think I'm going to make all of the classes this season. Because I know I'm not going to spend fucking 15 hours to get all the aspects I need for each class. Maybe on one character I'm getting through it fast, but by now it's like, okay, you know, I really want to try was the Sorcerer. I never actually got a Sorcerer the 100th ever because I was playing Druid over and over and over again for some reason. So I'm like, let me actually try the Sorcerer. Now I'm getting my aspects fast. I can try the different builds, figure out what I like before I hit level 100 and start masterworking everything. I actually can kind of figure out which of the builds I actually like. And then maybe I'll try Rogue finally because, you know, now I know it's not going to take me forever. So I find myself kind of liking the immediately getting legendaries within minutes of starting it because I can kind of start piecing together the build because getting to 100 so much shorter now. By the time I hit there, now, you know, I'm getting it so much earlier, I can actually figure out what I'm doing.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially DM, thank you for that. You've taught me that there is this cache on the Alchemist from your video.
Yeah.
I was like, what? And all my chat, we watched your video while I was eating, and I was like, wait, what is he talking about? There is a cache you can craft for iron hide and iron chunks. Hide and iron chunks, and you literally get that. You can only craft it between 10 and 50 or something.
20 and 50.
20 and 50.
Yeah.
and it costs basically nothing, and you get free legendaries for your alts. But I don't know how I unlocked it. I think I unlocked it with the season journey or so, because that was crazy. That was a kickstart for the alts. It was insane. I had so much fun.
Yeah,
Dude,
it wasn't mentioned anywhere.
Let's go. That was awesome.
Yeah. It felt great. You make a new character, and then you're just like, give me 30 legendary items.
Yeah.
Boom, baby. And then you just get a whole, it's like, all right, I got my aspects. No, it actually felt great. They didn't mention it anywhere. So when I was trying to transmute, I was like, what the fuck is this thing? Like, what's a legendary?
And all my chat was like, wait, what is he talking about? See, Woody doesn't even know. I was
Does
like,
Woody not know?
I have no idea.
What is that? Yeah.
What?
Go into the game, go to the
I didn't know
Alchemist,
it, honestly.
but you need to be between, say it again, DM, was it 10 and
20
50?
and 50.
20
so
and 50.
Between levels 20 and 50, you can go to the Alchemist, and there's a legendary cache that you can create for just raw hides and raw ore, like the cheapest materials possible, and some gold, admittedly. But you can make it, and it just gives you a random legendary. So you can just be like, give me 50 legendaries, and you can just print them. So when you make a new character, you can just get all your aspects immediately on an alt. It's super nice.
That's crazy. Yeah, I have not heard anyone talk about this. That's insane.
That was
I didn't
crazy.
even know it was in the game. I hadn't heard anything of it
And now,
too.
and now my chat is like, what? You didn't know that or something? Like, it's like, how should I know? Like, who the hell goes to town to the Alchemist of all people
And
at level
craft
20?
items, yeah.
How do you find that?
Yeah,
It's
it was
super useful.
insane. Like, I agree. Like, I think it's fine if your alts are like supercharged. I think that's fair. In my opinion, you can extend your ARPG life cycle of a season by creating new characters. I think we can all agree that is probably the most fun. And just creating new characters. Oh, I saw on a stream, I saw this build. That looks cool. I want to do this. And if you can jump right in and do that thing at level 30, that feels just insane. That is so good for the leveling. Only thing I was scared about, to go a little bit back here in the topic, in my first character's progression, I think it was a little bit too crazy that as soon as I hit level 35, I was in World Tier 3, I go to the Obol vendor, I right-click every of these and I'm full Sacred, and I do the exact same thing again in World Tier 4, I'm full Ancestral, and I don't have to worry about anything. That's like, nothing can kill me because I'm instantly Ancestral, I'm instantly Sacred. That was a little bit too crazy, I think, for me.
100% agree with that. I think that's a very good point, actually. I feel like the first thing I do when I go to the next tier is, do I have obos? Yes, go buy all the gear. Like, there should be the step of getting the next tier of gear feels diminished because you don't have that pushback when you go to the next tier. Like, you would think, okay, let me fight something that's more difficult and then I earn it or something like that. It almost feels to me like if they added some of the gear in the capstone dungeon, where it's like you fight the boss and then maybe the boss gives you a few pieces of it or something, so you feel like a reward for beating a challenge, as opposed to my reward is now I just go to a vendor and get it.
Yep.
Yeah, I do exactly the same thing, and I feel like there's like zero item progression in like World Tier 3. Like if you're speed running, you get through World Tier 3 in like literally 30 minutes. You kill the curator, and then I kill Elias 30 minutes later if I really want to. Like, it's like, wow. You know, I don't even have time to pick up any items at this point, right? I just like blast through like another Helltide or something, and that's it. And it's like, yeah, okay, like what do you do with all these items? Just go to the trash, I go to World Tier 4. I think maybe a general problem is just like World Tier 3 just being like extremely squished now, right? Like leveling is really fast, and Nightmare difficulty is just kind of like this little middle stone, like, you know, like it's even shorter than World Tier 2, right? You spend like maybe an hour or 1 or 2 hours to like World Tier 3, and then you spend like half an hour to World Tier 4. I think they could just extend Sacreds, you know, massively. Like, why doesn't Nightmare difficulty just go to like, I don't know, level 80 or level 90 or something, right? And then you have like World Tier 4 after that, where actually like, you spend a few hours in Nightmare difficulty with Sacred Loot. And, you know, there is maybe some upgrading, you know, maybe you're going to start Temper or some stuff. And, you know, like it feels good to find an item here and there versus, okay, you go to the vendor, you right click. And I don't think it's much of a problem with like the obos being OP. I think it's more of a problem with Nightmare difficulty just having no reason to exist. Like at this point, they can just make Torment difficulty like level 100 only even. Like the World Tier 5 that we've been asking for example, it's just a World Tier 4 now, and you just make Nightmare be the level difficulty. Like, why not that, for example?
So, you want to say something, actually?
No, I'm good.
So let me ask you like a temperature check on this here. How much of this is a problem for us because we're like playing the game 12 hours a day, and how much of this is a problem do you think just in general fundamentals of the game? I see what you're saying about World Tier 3 because I feel the same way. Like I go into it, I'm there for like an hour, go from what is it, 35 to 55, and then you go right into World Tier 4, right? But or whatever level you're doing to that. But you think it's really? Do you think that the majority of people are blasting through World Tier 3 that fast, or you think that it feels like a legitimate stepping stone for them? Because I only know it through my lens, which is like I got all day to play, but I don't know how many. You think everyone's like triple dipping incense, the quest elixir plus normal potions, sitting at the Hell Tide, like spamming the Blood Maiden with the hearts they already have from their previous character? Like how much of World Tier 3 time do you think the normal dude's getting?
On the first,
I think
or
it's
the alt?
definitely the shortest World Tier, right? Even like we can ask chat, but I guess most people spend the least time in World Tier 3 out of all World Tiers.
I agree with that. Yeah.
What if you just give +10 levels to Elias and the second capstone dungeon and extend it that way? So you
Wait,
so
what do
you
you mean?
What is that?
so, you, so right now everybody goes into the second capstone at 55, right? And instead of doing that, or instead of being able to do that, you basically +10 Elias and also the ancestral requirement. So you just say Elias is now not 75, but 85. So you go at 85 now, and ancestral is also only available at 65 now. So basically,
You'd have to
+10
retune
levels.
Hell Tides then, because Hell Tides are 78, right? To start.
Yeah, of course. You also
I mean, you can
+10
like
that,
retune
right?
all of the levels a little bit, right? You can just raise all of the levels, all of the requirements, whatever, like by like 10, for example, right? Or 20, and then just extend Nightmare difficulty. And I think this wouldn't be such a bad idea. It kind of would feel more meaningful to actually go to World Tier 4. Because right now it's like, if you actually play a season to level 100, even if you don't like necessarily mega grind 100 hours after that, you spend almost all of your playtime in World Tier 4. And at least there would be like a bit more of like something to look forward to as you level up your character, right? Leveling is already kind of fast. You go to World Tier 3 relatively early, and then at least you would kind of like, get used to those more endgame systems. You get used to Nightmare Dungeons, whatever, right? This is why they did that whole like World Tier 3 in the first place, right? This is like, now you have Nightmare Dungeons, now you have Hell Tides. Well, Hell Tides are now in level 1 already. But, there's like more stuff unlocking basically, right? And sacred items right now, at least, are just kind of like completely pointless. You just do the vendor thing, get all the sacred loot, go to Elias, boom, and that's it. And I feel like, they can just like extend it, and that's it. Just like, let me actually feel good about some of the sacred loot I get on the way, at least, Let me maybe find like a few sacred uniques on the way, and maybe eventually replace them. But it's like, hey man, I found that item, and it's kind of cool that I got it now instead of later. I don't know. I feel like it would make more sense and would be more fun.
Yeah, scaling all the levels, I think, too, as well, is the key there. Even chat was just like, what is World Tier 1? Right. So we got World Tier 2 and World Tier 4 right now. That's kind of the game at the moment. But yeah, I agree. I don't have anything else more to add to that, honestly.
All right. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we're going to get a rebalance of these world tiers at some point. So maybe not now, but I mean, expansion is kind of on the horizon anyway. So I would imagine this is like a time to do that no matter what. All right. We have like one more big topic actually to discuss, which is actually two topics. So we haven't really talked too much about Helltide. We just said Helltide is crazy for loot. Is there any other opinions about Helltide maybe before we move on to balance?
Love Helltide. Love all the chaotic, different types of events. Being able to make it a little stronger, by eating the brain or whatever you do with that thing, and then summoning the Blood Maiden. I do think if there's anything, if I had to make any sort of criticism about Helltide, is that that Blood Maiden event. I feel like I spend way too much time there because it's just so efficient. Just kind of just doing that over and over and over and over again. But it is a great feeling to kind of run into other players and, everyone kind of puts in the heart, or at least wait for you to put your hearts in because they don't want to use theirs. And I do the same thing too. So we're just sitting there looking at each other, but it's a social event that's actually kind of fun. Right. But, so like, I like that, but I also think that, a lot of times it decentivizes me for doing other things around Helltide because that event is just so good. Like, it's just so good. in general that I generally don't do much of else around the hell tag. You know what I mean? So I don't really know what a real solution, could possibly be for that, because it's fun, it's good. But yeah, I would like more incentive to go and do other things that are also really cool in hell tag. But the Blood Maiden is just so cool, man. But overall, I think hell tags, the way that they've done it now, is significantly better than what it was before.
Completely agree. It's way better than it was before. I don't know how we solve the solution to what you're talking about. I feel the same way, where I'm going to spend a lot of time there. I don't know how we solve this. I mean, if we all remember the launch of the game, watching Shroud do the same dungeon over and over and over again, all the way from level 1 to like 100 or whatever, just resetting the dungeons. Like, if there's a place where you can get more experience than any other place, like, we're all going to go there. So I don't really know how to solve it. But I do actually feel the same way, which is like the Blood Maiden feels great, but I am spending, 80% of my time there until I go do Nightmare Dungeons or something. No complaints about. I would like to have a couple extra Helltide chests, maybe. Like one with gold, maybe one with like a horse cosmetic, how you can get the bards or whatever. Maybe like a couple extra things, just because we're getting so many cinders, but it's minor feedback.
I would really like to hear Chronix's opinion on this, because my perspective is completely the opposite from yours, guys.
Oh, really?
I never do. I have like 400 hearts. I never do the Blood Maiden, only if there's a whisper for it, and that's it. Because there's no one there on hardcore. There's no one looking at me, looking at each other. Sometimes there's some people, okay, but this is kind of rare. Like, I go there if there's a whisper, and I'm like, hey, yeah, I get 5 Grimfarers, let's go. And I go down one of my characters now, and I do it real quick, and that's it. So this is like a completely different. And this is running around. I have so much fun just like running around in Helltide and kind of like grinding my way from chest to chest, and like you have elite spawning on you and whatever. So I really like that actually a lot more than just sitting at a Blood Maiden. But I also think it's good that Blood Maiden is efficient and people like doing it, and people that want to sit there all day and like spend their hearts. Sure, right? I think the Blood Maiden is not like overly problematic in terms of being like too OP in terms of loot or so. And just going around the Helltide, opening a chest is like you get a lot of stuff there, and it feels good as well. Because otherwise you have to run around for like 15 minutes at the end of it at 1,000 cinders and just run from chest to chest and get interrupted by the worm spitting at you and whatever, right? So I kind of like how it's just chaotic and how there's like many viable ways of playing Helltide, I feel. So that's really like my opinion here, but I'd like to hear Chronix as well.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are doing at the altar. I'm like, don't you put that heart on that thing. Are you crazy? No. Don't put it on that. Please stop. I'm like there. I'm like, oh my God, they put 3 hearts there. I'm out. I'm like running. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm gone. And it's bad to cure Vashat. You know how you can grieve other people with the flame things that you're dropping. I'm like, nope, I don't trust any of you guys. You don't put the hearts in there. I'm out. I'm as far away as possible as I can be from that thing. I don't do it. It's like I'm sitting at 350 hearts minimum. I've put like 1 on there and then just ran away. And then I came back and I saw 2 ghosts and I was like, yep, I'm not doing that for sure.
I've certainly seen people rip on the Blood Maiden.
Like it's great, but I don't want to be in their shoes for sure. Like it's
dude, that circle hits so goddamn hard. Like if you make the mistake of walking with the circle, it's like proccing every half second. You get shot for 1 billion damage.
Yeah, it's insane. I've seen so many people rip. I'm like, oh my God, it's actually cool that you see people die now. But I mean, for that person, it's not that great, right?
It is amazing, actually. Like I really like that. It's like this kind of social, random, chaotic encounter, and it still kills people. And I think that's really good. It's like a dangerous boss, even though it's a somewhat easy boss, you can say, right? You can just take her down really fast and whatever, right? It's kind of like a world boss thing, but she's at least dangerous. Like that's like one big thing that world bosses are lacking, right? World bosses are okay. Let's not talk about Chronix, but world bosses are not dangerous, right? No one dies to world bosses on like an appropriate level, appropriate geared character, right? They hit you for like 5% of your life, but like the Blood Maiden, at least she can be dangerous under all circumstances, and that's really good about her. That makes it like exciting. And sometimes you die, and on softcore nothing happens, but on hardcore it's also funny. So it's like, yeah, it's really cool they did that, and they need to give the same treatment to world bosses, I feel.
Now my chat is spamming -5 Ubers. Thank you, Woody. Yeah,
I'm lucky, I guess.
just to catch you guys up, I was leveling a rogue, and as I said earlier, I had a lot of Ubers. You can equip them at 35. I was like, okay, let's try it out. Let's make a rogue. I slapped Andariel's on their Doombringer, Tyrael Smite, Starless, and the Zelig, and I was like, let's go. And flew through literally everything, and then my chat was like, oh, world boss in 2 minutes, world boss in 2 minutes, and I'm like, no, I'm level 51. I'm not gonna kill a level 90 world boss. And then they kept spamming, and I was like, man, I gotta at least win one category in the Maxroll event. So I was like, okay, let's go. And then I maybe inted Ashava a little bit with those 5 Ubers. That was classic. that was good. And that was fun.
Sorry,
someone says I can't count the number of times I lost 600 sinners at a bloodbane. True, you actually lose sinners when you die, right? I completely missed that mechanic until like half a year into the game life cycle, because I never played softcore, but you actually lose Cinder, so it's actually kind of funny. So at least there's some kind of threat there on softcore.
I do have one complaint for Helltide, and I think that's easily fixable, and I'm happy that this is the only thing. Please don't knock me off my horse when the worm spawns. Please, that is the worst thing. I hate it so much, and then I need to, especially as a necro, I have to like crawl for the next 20 seconds because my horse is on cooldown. That is the only thing that gets me every time. I'm like, happened again, because there's no warning. I can't dodge it. It's just, wow, I'm here, and then like, oh, my horse is gone. Okay. That's the only complaint I have. Everything else is wonderful.
That's fair. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, we talked about how rewarding Helltide is. I think it's also fine that it's dangerous, right? So it kind of goes together. So.
Oh yeah, the amounts of me trying to teleport to a city, and then when I start the teleport, the map closes, and suddenly there's like 5 explodey boys going off. It's great, but a rough feeling sometimes. Yeah, it's definitely a jump scare.
Yeah, I had my character like look at the map for like 2 seconds, and then suddenly it's like a bunch of elites spawning on you, and you don't hear them or something. And then I'm like, I come out of the map, I have like 20% HP. Like, yeah, oof.
Yeah, that's scary. And I'm glad it
definitely happened.
And I'm glad it's also scary for softcore, because then you get a glimpse of what it is to actually get jump scared like that, right? It's actually funny if you survive. That is.
Yeah. All right. Dynaxa, do you want to say something at this? I'm not sure if you were going to.
Oh no, I'm done with Helltide.
Okay. Well then, last big topic I had for today is class and game balance. So how do you feel about, the game's difficulty now? How easy it is to push, like, the pits or like whatever, whatever it comes to your mind right now. Do you think it's fine, getting momented with loot and then being overpowered, leveling to 100? It's fine that pit bosses one-shot you at the higher tiers,
Yeah, I was going to get into that in a minute, but the how I feel about it is there's less on board moments. Like pretty much my take on the whole season is what it felt like they did was they took the gaps of time in which you're kind of getting drained, bored, like, getting from level X to level Y is taking forever, or I don't feel like I'm progressing. And I feel like I'm pretty much always progressing up until we get to pit pushing, and then it's like, it doesn't feel like I'm progressing as fast, right? But in terms of the leveling and progression you're talking about, it feels good. It feels pretty solid all the way to 100. Once I get into the pits, it's like, oh, this is fun. I'm masterworking gear, and the dopamine's related to the gear masterworking. And then I have these moments of frustration where it's like, I go and do Bramble Boss. He instantly starts one-shotting me the second I walk in. I walk to the left. He's enchanted with 4 different bosses. Lilith posed me into the other guy who's dunking me while Tomb Lord's doing the stupid beams. So it's like, okay, like I'm enjoying myself. Don't get me wrong. I'm enjoying myself. But randomly, it's like, does this boss really need Lilith right now? Does she really need Lilith in the middle of the boss fight? So every now and then I get a little bit frustrated. But outside of that, I'm fine with it.
I'm having a blast. Literally, I got not one shot. It was actually 3 mini hits on a pit boss in tier 55 on the first day when I was quite long awake and then tried my way of pushing to the Neath Iron range. And then I was like, oh, okay, you gotta actually respect the bosses. You actually have to dodge. There is no, you can't just chill and play at this level. You die, right? You get punished for not dodging. I love that personally, but the overwhelming feedback I saw is that's too much. And we just moved away from one-shot mechanics on bosses to a very, very good solution with the debuffs. And now people are getting one-shot again. For me, it's fine. I need to dodge. If I don't dodge, back to Kyowa shot. Wonderful. That is exactly what I want. But I hear so many people that don't like that. And I can agree. If you are playing, if you're not that competitive, I can fully agree that is not a fair mechanic. If there's, just like you said, you get pushed back, and maybe even the pushback is the worst thing because you lose control of your character, and then you get pushed into the next thing and pushed into the next thing and pushed into the next thing, and then you're dead. And
Your bosses, I feel like it's just, I feel like a skill issue in all the other bosses. When I'm dying in world bosses or little, it's like, so be it, I suck. So be it, fully admit. But in the pit, when I'm doing the pit and I randomly get gadded, I just feel like it's cheesy. It's like, that's a cheesy horseshit. That's how I feel. I don't feel, maybe it is a skill issue, all right, but it feels like cheesy horseshit when I'm dying, So it's just kind of like, it's a little annoying. So I find myself getting a little bit annoyed on the occasion.
All right. So we're talking about the pit, right? So the pit obviously takes a lot of inspiration from Diablo 3's Greater Risk, which is kind of interesting because I remember playing, a decade of Diablo 3 and how we were complaining about Greater Risk being the only thing to do and how it's just like, oh man, I'm just sitting here for forever. And then all of a sudden it comes to D4 and everyone's praising the fact that it's Greater Rifts, right? And it's like, wait a minute. Didn't we used to hate these Greater Rift cycles over and over again kind of thing? So I thought that was kind of funny because I was in that same category too because I complain as well. But pit as content, especially like speed farming, actually kind of feels good to be able to get your items at the end and just focus on just the killing, right? Like not having to pick up items every couple of seconds to drop on the ground. So I just focus on killing stuff, which is what I want to do anyway. So that's fun. I'm probably in the different opinion of a lot of players when it comes to pit pushing. I actually do not enjoy the pit pushing. When I look at others do it or when I do it myself, if there's anything that's very different between Greater Rifts and D3 and pit pushing in D4, Greater Rifts in D3 when you're farming is way different than pushing Greater Rifts at the high level. Like pushing Greater Rifts at the high level is a whole different game. D4, you push pit, it's kind of the same strategy as your speed farming. You're basically going straight to the elite. Hope that your gear is good enough to be able to survive standing still until the elite dies. And then you get to the pit boss, same ordeal, where basically, are you tanky enough to be able to take all the stuff so you don't have to move? And that's the strategy. And it just doesn't really give much skill expression at the higher ups for pits for me to kind of really be interested in wanting to do that. And I know that I'm probably in the minority of that, but it's like, I look at that and I'm just like, oof, there really isn't much strategy. It's just so straightforward and definitely just kind of a really big gear check at the end of the day. Like when I watch the Bart videos, the Sort videos, the Rogue videos, they're all doing the legit, literal, exact same thing at the high end. So it's just not really appealing. I mean, it feels great when you complete the level, obviously, but the gameplay getting there just seems so stunted. In my opinion. But this is the first version of pit. So, just like Greater Rifts and Diablo 3, the first, iteration of Greater Rifts were awful and we had trials that were terrible. So over time, pit will get better, obviously. So it's not really a huge complaint, but I just don't really have a desire to push like I did in D3 where I felt like I had to, come up with a different strategy or more strategies to be able to conquer something other than, I got 8 ranks to Dark Shroud. I can just stand here and not worry about anything and just go forward. And then that's kind of it. And that's kind of what it looks like right now for me. But I do think pit in general as an endgame content is really cool. It's a really cool cycle that's different than Nightmare Dungeons and the Hell Ties and things like that. So, but I hope they will continue to tune it and also do that. Sorry, this is a long rant. One more thing, I promise. The HP of the bosses versus the HP of the mobs in the Rift, way too big of a scale difference. You could sit there and even on Flurry, maybe get to the boss in 5 minutes or whatever, right? But then on Flurry, you would never kill the boss because the boss has way more HP than what Flurry can really be able to achieve. So I really feel like Pit in general, especially when you're going higher and higher, really discredits a lot of builds that you may want to play, because it's like if you just don't do enough single target damage, then you just literally can't do the pits at the higher end, and like that's it. Like, and that part actually kind of just feels really, really awful. Like I don't want to fight the boss for 10 minutes and then, but the pit, for 4 minutes. Like it's just, that's just, I just think the scaling difference between the bosses and like the mobs are just way too big of a gap. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. I discussed this actually at length already on my stream. Like, I guess it comes down to like, are you farming versus are you pushing, right? Right now, there's not really any incentive to push high, right? There's no reward, there's no leaderboard besides the community-made one like that we have on Maxroll or something. People are asking for leaderboards, and I think it would be cool to have, similar to D3, for example, just to like see, who pushes high or whatever. I kind of disagree. It's not really skill-based. Maybe it's like less skill expression than we had in the past in D3 because we don't have these options like kite together enemies, play around pylons and whatever, right? So there's like less moving parts there, but I guess there's certainly skill expression possible in D4 as well in the pit right now. Maybe not on barbs where, like the only strategy is stack 300k life and then thorns as much as possible. But yeah, in general, I guess there is certainly like an element there. But I guess the point is that, okay, are you farming versus are you pushing? And in farming, I think the boss HP is totally fine. You do like a 3-minute run, and then you kill the boss in like 30 seconds, 1 minute, or whatever, right? And this is okay. But then when you go to a push, you get to the boss in like 7 minutes, and you fight the boss for 8 minutes or something, right? Like this is where we are at this point with people like doing the very high end, like a pit 125 or whatever, right? It's like the bosses get so chunky because, well, you scale up all the monsters similarly in the dungeon, but your DPS goes up when you fight packs. But the DPS does not go up on the boss. You can only shoot at a single target so hard. But you can, pull more monsters. You can, time your stuff better when you fight elites when compared to just like, blasting through them or something. So this is why that happens, and we don't have any mechanic or anything that avoids that from happening right now. In Diablo 3, they made the Bane of the Stricken that allowed us to actually kill bosses at all, because after like the first 1 or 2 seasons, it became obvious that no one can kill bosses like whatsoever because we had exactly the same problem. And I guess one solution could be just, I don't want to see it Bane of the Stricken again necessarily, but they could just lower the timer. Like why is it 15 minutes? Why is it not just like 10? It was actually 10 on the PTR, right? And they increased it to 15 for whatever reason. But if the timer was shorter, then you would be forced to go lower tiers, and you can't push as high, and we would not run into those 8-minute boss fights. You could only have a maximum of, like, let's say, a 4-minute boss fight, because else you don't get there in time anyway. So I think that is probably like a decent solution to that.
I had the idea come up in chat that people say quite a lot actually, that you shift some HP from the boss to the mobs. So instead of fighting the boss for 8 minutes and the trash for 7 minutes, you have like 10 minutes of trash and 5 of a boss. Maybe then the boss does not feel as
the point I was trying to
obnoxious,
make though is this only happens if you go for a push. If you look at a 15-minute run, like a push, like a slow run, right? This only happens if you do that. If you farm, well, you fight the boss for like very little, right? And if you shift the HP, if you lower the boss HP across the board and then still scale them all the same way, then you're just gonna walk in and one-shot the boss at some point, right? In a farming run, and then you have no boss fight. And it's like a nightmare all over again. You just walk in, the boss does nothing and dies, boom. And I don't think that is really what we want, right? Like the boss fights in the pit are actually kind of the highlight of the run. I feel it's like the cool part of the run. It's like, okay, I get there, I blast a little bit, sure, but then comes the boss and I actually have to dodge a little bit, and I really like that. It makes pit distinctly different from anything else in the game, because the boss fights are actually boss fights. There's actually something going on, and that makes them cool. But if you lower the HP, then at least while farming, which you do like, for like 30 hours until you get your masterworking mats or whatever, you would never fight a boss if you have too low HP. So do you really want to like, sacrifice that just so that we have like no 8-minute boss fights when you push? Like who can cares about pushing really?
But I think that's just kind of where the player base kind of determines whether a build is good or not, right? So like whether we like it or not, whether we think it should be that way or not, people are going to compare classes based off of you know, how high did that build or how high did that class push on a pit? Like I was reading the chat earlier and people were saying, oh, Sork is terrible now. Like, you know, but that's based off of high pit tier pushes, right? That's where people are comparing, you know, a class's power. And so, and then of course, you know, you have the issue of build balance, because of course that means that only builds with good single target will ever really be able to get there. And in that way. So I think it's an incredibly difficult thing to actually solve, where like you said, you don't want the bosses to be, you know, invalidated, where you never fight the mechanics, you know, like the mechanic, like the boss mechanics are actually kind of fun. Like I actually like fighting the bosses. But there is a degree where, you know, maybe if I'm not playing, you know, Heartseeker or something, I don't want to spend 9 minutes on that either. So there has to be some sort of a in between that kind of gives us, I won't say the best of both worlds, but I think it'll be incredibly difficult to try to balance that. But yeah, it's just sad to kind of see a lot of builds that, you know, maybe you want to take a little bit further, and the gap is just so large that, you know, it's like, oh, you don't have any good single target damage. Well, that is just too bad. You know, at the end of the day, you know, like that just feels awful. That really does. But I get what you're saying. I do.
I think one solution here that is like not as extreme as like Bane or Stricken from Diablo 3 would be to scale the bosses less than the rest of the dungeon. So, you know, like let's say, I don't know what the number is, but let's say every pit here is like plus 20% HP, but you can make the boss only plus 19%. And this would kind of like accumulate on exponentially to like not scale the boss as hard, and they would kind of like slowly, you know, kind of like fall behind the elite scaling basically that you do in the run, because that would actually give like some of those AoE based builds a kind of a way out to like, you know, bring a high powered build to the pit and then, you know, still have a chance against the boss. You know, like a flurry or polarize or like a blood surge, they're never gonna kill a boss on like 120. You know, they might get there, you know, in like 5 minutes or whatever, right? Hypothetically, but they will never have a chance to kill a boss. But, you know, if like the boss just doesn't scale as hard, there could be another solution here without really upsetting the balance between builds too much.
I agree with that for sure.
Wouldn't that be...
Because now it's like the single target damage is the only thing that really determines if a build is good or not in the pit, right? If you don't have single target damage, you cannot do a high tier pit, period, right? Because the boss is always there and you always have to fight the boss. And if you don't, like, you directly scale which tier you can do based on your single target damage, basically.
Yeah. And like my chat usually in stream, especially when they're playing different builds, like they oftentimes switch builds just because of that one factor, and that one factor only, because pit is seen as like the ultimate end game, right? So it's like you don't want to play something that, you know, that doesn't accomplish the, you know, the end game part of it, right? So like I get that a lot from like Barrage players who love playing Barrage, right? But then like you know, you get to a certain, you know, tier pit or whatever like that, and like you're fighting you know, a boss with a very small hurt box, and you're kind of screwed, right? But they love playing the build, but they get to that point and it's like, oh man, you know, I kind of want to be able to do a little bit higher level. And so like they, like just for that one purpose only, they will respec to a different build. Even though Barrage can do everything else, they get to that one moment and it's just like, I guess I'm playing Heartseeker, or I guess I'm playing Rapid Fire, you know, and like that just feels awful that, you know, a generally good build at everything else, you know, gets kind of chucked to the side because of a boss fight in the pit, right? Like people are valuing that so highly when they're picking their builds to play in the game right now. Whether it should be that way, you know, obviously can be debated or discussed, but like I think that's what the community is valuing their time, or valuing what's good on a build is right now, is based on, you know, the pit boss fight, right? That's kind of what it comes down to. So, but yeah.
I like the approach of just making them scale 90% of what the mobs do, basically, because
I like that too.
That was kind of the intention that I was trying to make with just shifting the time that you need towards the mobs, because at some point, if you scale it and scale it and scale it, then it's probably going to be 50-50 at some point. Usually, obviously, in the early stages, you don't want to just go in and one bonk the pit boss, because that is actually the most fun I had in quite a long time when doing any end game in D4. So yeah, but also a Bane of the Stricken, which is like the more often you attack one target, the more damage you deal to it, is also not a cool approach in my opinion, because then everybody needs to run it and then it forces you into something. That's also not a good idea, I think. But yeah, it's like you said it right, Dioxide. You said like the first iteration that we had of D3 rifts compared to what it is now is also crazy, right? And I think the first iteration of Pit is actually pretty good in my opinion. I'm really happy what we're getting.
I think they did, like, compared to where Greater Rifts were initially versus where Pit is right now. Like, initially, I think this is a much better starting point than where Greater Rifts were at the when they were first introducing Diablo 3, which is why I'm not worried about it, right? Like, I might have some, discrepancies with it and say, okay, this part I like about it, this part I don't, but I'm not afraid, I'm not scared about it, I'm not worried about it. I think over time they'll look at the tuning of it and be like, well, maybe we want to see more builds be able to be, complete slightly higher tiers than, those kind of things. So like, I'm sure they'll do some tuning to it in the future.
Yeah.
But I think right now it's in a good state for its first iteration. But tuning definitely probably, if necessary.
Yeah, I think in general though, like this whole discussion about like tuning or like retuning the bosses and stuff is still like a somewhat niche problem. Because again, like there's no incentive right now to actually do a push, right? There's like no reason to do it. It's like an inefficient way of doing anything in the game. You really want to just like speed farm 3-minute runs or whatever, and this is how you get your materials, and this is the incentive, right? You never actually want to go and push, right? There's like nothing you really get. There's like a title reward at 100 and 150, okay, but whatever, right?
Kind of why I'm not chipping in right now on this one, because I'm on Pit 79 and I'm not doing it. Because I don't know why I would spend all my time trying to retune my build to go to the higher pick, because I see other people doing it, but I don't see them getting materials like faster because of it. I see them spending longer in the pit every time. So it's like, why don't I just farm the one I can do? Like, I don't see any reason at all to push the pit at the moment. I do like Dioxide's point of where it feels a little bit of a bummer to have to build a single target if you do want to go through it, because I feel like what's the point of theoretically like being good at blasting through to the boss? Like, you make a build that's really good at like getting there faster, and AoEing down and all that, but then it doesn't really matter because you're gate kept by single target damage as well. Feels a little bit bad. But at some point I wonder, it's like maybe that's just like a core problem that's not really going to be solved. Whereas opposed to it's an ARPG, it's either going to have the power shifted to the mobs are going to be the hard part, or it's going to be the boss that's the hard part. Like, it could go either way. Now you have to have an AoE build as opposed to single target build. So I wonder the balancing. The 90% solution seems like a pretty decent solution. But like I said, I'm not really pushing pits very hard right now. The only part that's frustrating me is the Lilith. Getting randomly pulled in by Lilith while you're doing stuff is pretty annoying. Other than that, like, I've been enjoying pits for the most part. That's really my only major complaint.
Yeah, Lilith is a struggle, guys.
I just seen your rip. Was that a one shot? Like, literally?
Yes, I died 2 times this season, both to Lilith Shadow. Yes,
that was rough.
She's no joke for sure. But at least whenever there's a Lilith, shit's going to get real. So that's that's for sure. I just didn't know she was there. That was my problem.
There's good points about visual clarity. Maybe it's a skill issue on my side, but I feel like I can't really see things very well. The circles from the guy is a giant red circle. The Uber Tomb Lord squares are giant red shit. The Lilith is giant red beams. Everything's the same color and the same transparency level. And when they stack on each other, Lord help you. So that plus I'm playing from Alaska and my ping is 80 to 111 no matter what game I'm playing. So I feel like combine these issues of like, I have to be able to tell visually what's going on, have the reaction time, be able to dodge, stand in the little spot that doesn't have the red shit. Like, sometimes my brain just can't process the stuff that fast. You know what I mean? So that part would be nice to have a little bit more clear. Maybe each of the bosses have a different color. The first one that's enchanted is green, then red, then blue. So I can see how many of them there are at least. I don't know.
It's actually, the color stuff is actually a good idea. Also, I had to teach my chat, you can actually increase, which is unfortunate for console players, you can increase the vibrance of your monitor from 50% to 70%, and that makes actually a huge difference. So basically my chat is loving it. You should go and try this. In the NVIDIA control panel, you just right click your main monitor and you can go to a setting, you increase the digital vibrance to 70%, and then you're hacking. You see,
Does it change,
you see the difference of the colors way better. But that should not be the solution for the game. Just a quick
I'll do
fix.
this. You said this is in control panel, NVIDIA control panel?
Yeah, I'll show you right after, DM. Sure.
All right, I'll do that then, because it's an issue.
Secret technology here.
Secret technology. And your stream doesn't even know about it because only you see it on your screen.
Ah.
But that
Could have saved me 2 characters already.
That's actually helping. I was always playing with that because WoW stuff, and it helped there too. And it does here as well. If I go back to the normal settings, I'm like, could as well turn off the monitor. I don't see anything. Any difference. And you get like, you have the ground separated from the red stuff way easier. But if everything is red, then yeah, even that doesn't help you at all.
All right. Okay, I think I had enough about the pit. I want to talk about the class balance as well. Like, how do you feel about that right now? Like, are you happy with where it is? Do you think like stuff should more be on the barb side, or stuff should be more on the sork side, or like where we at here?
For me, it's crazy that whatever we do, wherever we place the barb on the Maxroll tier lists, they still end up on top. That's crazy to me. For one season, I thought it's going to be my class, and we almost convinced everyone that it's going to be necromancers, and it still can't come out on top. And the crazy thing about this is, barb works normally, from what I know, even with the small patch hiccup that wasn't even in the game anymore. They are working as intended, and rogues are double dipping victimize on multiple places and are struggling to keep up. I'm not even talking about necromancers anymore. And like, there's literal bugged builds trying to keep up with a class that works as intended. That is crazy to me. Sorry.
So
rant over.
When we
I'm
talk
still
about,
happy.
So when we talk about class balance, right? Like I think at this point, like balance in terms of like what content, like specifically, like so let's say we just take out the pit, and then the class balance or the tier list all of a sudden changes like quite a bit because, you know, obviously more HP, right? So if we're talking about open world, you know, balance, then a lot of classes can do basically almost anything. You put torment bosses into the equation, there are definitely some differences. You put pit into the equation, there's definitely big differences, right? With that, so like when we say class balance, you know, what are we balancing, you know, or what is the balance for per se in general, like which particular content for that. But that's probably getting a little too technical. But the thing is I actually really, in my opinion, I actually want to see the numbers come down. I know we always want to kind of say, oh, I want to be as strong as, like, you know, the barbarian creating or hitting for, you know, multiple, you know, millions or billions or whatever that they do, right? But it's like, I feel like the numbers are just so extreme right now in general. They like it's just the numbers just seem so like just I won't say worthless, but it's just like, man, why are we creating for billions? Why are we creating for millions, right? Like if there's anything I like about last epoch is like the damage numbers were like realistic, right? They were realistic and they were fun to look at because they were reasonable. Right now it's just so off the scale. We're back to D3 terms again. So honestly,
Just
I would like to
Druid.
see a big.
You can hit 17 damage.
Chat also just said, just turn off the damage numbers. Problem solved.
Turn off the damage numbers. Well, I mean, seeing your damage numbers go up is a part of progression in an action RPG in general, right? It's like, oh, I put on this piece of gear, I see a higher number than I did before. That gives you a dopamine hit. It feels good, right? You know, that's always been like a traditional thing in all action RPGs. Imagine playing a J or, you know, RPG and not having damage numbers on at all. Like, that would be so weird, right? You want to see those numbers in that case, especially when you're progressing. Once you're min-max, you may not care, but when you're progressing, you want to see that change. But yeah, I honestly just want to see a big stat squish, man, and then kind of like rebalance things around much lower numbers than the numbers we have currently right now.
I mean, that's more of an expansion thing anyway, so maybe that's even already coming in the expansion, I imagine. Like, it would not be a bad idea to, like, just generally lower the, you know, the multipliers or whatever, right, across the board and rebalance stuff. And I guess we're going to see, like, an updated Paragon system, you're going to see updated Glyph system or whatever, right? As this stuff has not been touched at all, for example. So there's definitely, like, a lot of opportunities to change that across the board.
I just want to say Druid feels terrible. But you know what? I've been feeling that way for 4 seasons. So it is quite all right. I mean,
But
where
do,
NATO...
do you feel terrible because you're weaker than Barbs?
No, because I mean, like, to be honest, I don't really care too much. Like, if another class is stronger than me, all I know is like I'll be playing the Were NATO, and somehow it feels worse, like this season than any other season. It's like, why am I feeling weak as fuck, dude? Like, why do I have to watch everybody else destroy this fucking Uberlith, but I'm up here like struggling on my 3rd day in a row to try to kill it with Were NATO. I don't know. Maybe I need to switch over the Boulder or something. But then I did try playing Boulder, and then the rock just disappears. And it's like, nope, you don't get to have the rock. It's all right. Forget it. I don't want to use the rock, I guess. So maybe I got to do Lightning Storm. I don't know. I'm Pulverized Druid, still dog shit. So it is what it is.
Windshear
I'm
is
probably
the
going to
answer,
switch
I
to a
think.
different class. Windshear?
Yeah,
I've been hearing
Windshear.
about that one.
Have you seen Woody do
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
That's insane.
No, I haven't seen the
Yeah,
Windshear.
Windshear is
People
kinda
keep telling
fun.
me.
Yeah, it's a good build. You should try it.
I'm going to try it.
But I mean,
People keep telling me OP.
I mean, for balance and stuff like that too, man. I think Blizzard. I mean, granted, coding is hard. You know, I get it, but like, just way too many bug things tend to just make it through each season, which kind of makes it difficult to actually balance stuff, right? You know, obviously, you know, rogues are, well, at least let's say Heartseeker, for example, right? Heartseeker and Pinshot are only competitive or in the line of where Rapid Fire is because of victimized double dipping, right? Like if that didn't exist, it'd be a little bit of a different story. But it's like it's hard to really get a balance in general until we can actually squash a lot of the bugs to kind of see where the builds actually truly lie before we can actually make adjustments to them. You know, and in that sense, I think Blizzard has been struggling with just trying to get classes and builds to perform, you know, the way they should, or builds to perform the way they should without the bugs, right? So I think that just need to be fixed first. I mean, even on the rogue right now, like, you know, again, victimize is bug, precision is still bugged from the last season. Close quarters combat has a small bug too as well. So like you play rogue, you're playing something bugged, no matter what. Like you can't not play anything that's not bugged. And it's just frustrating that like we're useful as a class because we have a bug somewhere or a couple of bugs together that worked in some sort of tangent, right? So like, yeah, I mean, class balance, I think is going to be something that is going to take a while for them to actually kind of get. And because right now, again, bug fixes, you know, they're all over the place.
I agree with that. Like, if the game was actually working as, you know, expected, if like, you know, tutors were accurate and, you know, mechanics aren't broken, double dipping, or just not working at all, or, you know, scaling in some unintended ways. And like there's so many examples that we had. Like Twisting Blades is probably like one of the biggest examples, right? Like that's just so unexpectedly like such a much stronger build than everything else, just because it had like 3 different bugs stacked on top of each other, and now they finally fixed them, and now the build is kind of performing where it's supposed to be, right? If you look at the numbers. And it's like, okay, now it's actually like some kind of like mid-tier, somewhat okay build, right? And it's not like the craziness that we had at the start. And a lot of people say, oh, I miss TB, but technically TB is still there. I can still play it. It's just not as good as like some of the other builds because you have the Heartseeker bug now, or the victimized thing, right? And so on, right? If those were fixed, then there would actually be like better balance across the board. I guess we have the problem that, for example, Barbs, as far as I know, at least the top builds, Bash and Spawns, are actually working as intended. And we have like, okay, like they're intended to be like 15 tiers better than other classes in the pit, right? So that's kind of like where we're at right now. And this, I guess this is problematic. And a lot of people are always saying like, oh man, Barbs have 4 weapons and it's impossible to balance that. Honestly, I kind of disagree with that. Like, it's probably a reason why it's imbalanced. I think it's mostly just bad balancing, though. It doesn't have to do with like 4 weapons being impossible to balance. I think they just like miscalculate this or whatever, right? I think they just have bad balancing when it comes to Barbs. Like they could just tune down many things, It doesn't have to be like remove weapon slots or give other classes more weapon slots. They just made barb specific stuff too crazy on top of the 4 weapons. So they can always adjust that. In fact, they have done that with glyphs, right? The barb glyphs are weaker than other glyphs from other classes. But you can just do that again, for example, or whatever, right? Something similar. You can nerf the legendary paragon nodes and whatnot. You can nerf the key passives. Something barb specific, and you could bring them in line. But for some reason, they're never doing that. They just keep buffing it. So I don't know.
For me, it's actually, I'm quite happy that we don't have that many game-breaking things currently. I think we have one of the few, like one season where there is not that much stuff going around breaking things. I don't know. Am I wrong here? Is that just that's just a feeling? I don't know. I remember way crazier bugged builds in other seasons, and now I don't know. What is there really?
There's one bug
dipping?
that's breaking game, not that I've seen.
I mean, like
but
making
in terms
it too
of
strong. Right?
We don't have
Positive-
game-breaking bugs like
positively.
Bulwark, right? We had like Season 0 Bulwark,
yeah,
where
Bulwark,
like literally like it didn't need anything. It could kill anything in the game because it was scaling with the monster level and these kind of things, right? So we don't have that at least right now. Outside of Holy Bolts, I suppose people are abusing
Yeah.
Holy Bolts for that. But this is like an item that's technically available to everyone, practically mostly for the Necros, I guess. But anyway,
doesn't it only work with minion scaling though? Is the way it works?
yeah,
I think maybe it
it's
could work with
mostly
companions.
with minions. I didn't really feel like it's good on rogues, for example, but that's a different story. I guess it's just like an item that you have to fix and that's it. But yeah. At least there's nothing game breaking like, okay, someone is just crushing Pit 200 that has like, quadrillions of life or whatever, that no one else could ever even dream about to get to. Like, you're probably not even going to see like 150, like a legit clear or something, right? And then, like another 50 tiers from there. So that could have happened with another game-breaking bug like Bulwark, but so far it has not happened as far as I'm aware. So that's
There's
good at
one
least.
bug that please, for the love of God, Blizzard, please fix this. The one bug is Lilith randomly deciding not to die. So she gets to 1 HP in phase 1, and then she's just like, nope, I ain't gonna die. And she becomes literally immortal and will not die. I don't know what's proccing it, but it's about 1 out of 4 attempts. She would just refuse to die and stay in phase 1 literally forever with 1 HP. And it's still happening. It's been in the game since the launch of the game. Be
mean
lovely if
when
they
she-
could fix that.
When she throws the infinite waves at you over and over again.
No. She'll literally stay at 1 HP. Like in phase 1, if something will happen and she cannot die or be staggered, she'll play like normal, but she cannot die. She'll just sit there with
Interesting.
infinite HP and will
I've
not be staggered.
never heard of that actually.
It happens all the time. It happens to me probably 5 to 6 times a day because it's about 25% proc rate. I think it has to do with how much you damage her within a certain time period that will happen, but it happens very consistently with me. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, I know that there are some bugs when you like nuke her through one of the phases into the next phase, for example, or so. So that could be related to that. So, but yeah, this is just like a bug that I have to fix, I guess.
All I meant with all of this is like we're moving in a great direction, in my opinion, because we had the low life Bulwark, we had the ball lightning doing crazy things, we had all of those, and to be honest, that's not really like the craziest bug right now is victimized double dipping. I think that's fair. I think that's totally fine. And that's
It's not a huge deal, I guess, in
it's
terms of
not a
bug builds,
huge,
but at least
exactly.
But I guess like what you talked about earlier is like there are consistently these bugs making it into the game like every single season, right? Okay, they're not as crazy anymore. I guess it's getting better, but it's still like, okay, victimized builds are just like 50% better or 100% better than they should be, and like Sorks have the opposite problem, right? Sorks are generally weak right now, but it's also because they have certain multipliers that don't apply in the full value, right? So they're missing like a third of the damage or something, right? So if those bugs were actually fixed, then I guess the balance would actually be much better, right? Outside of like some builds just being overtuned as hell. So you can always adjust those at some point. They tried with the patch notes coming on Tuesday, but then people talked about the barb a lot, and then they did backpedal, I guess. But anyway, so it's like, yeah, but in general, I would like to ask a question. Do we want a balance that is more in the direction of Bash Barb and Thorns Barb, or more in the direction of Sorg, I guess, where we are with that, But would it be better if all classes were on a Sorg level or on a Barb level?
How about Druid? Can we balance it? Druid's favorite? Can Druid be number one? What? It has to be Barbarian.
Yeah, I'm just like talking at the two extreme ends, you know, like we have like number one. I guess Druid is like kind of on the same level as Sorg. It's kind of both towards the bottom right now. So Druid is the same, I guess.
I don't know.
Where do we want to go though?
Everyone loves playing Barb because you're just so strong. That's just everyone wants to feel that way. It might not be our favorite choice, maybe, but I don't know, that's just fun. Like being OP, doing the crazy stuff. But I mean, if everyone is at kind of the same level, then I mean, if you're clearing 120 pit and everybody else is doing 120 pit, that's fine. Or if it's only a 70 pit now, I think that's, for me, that would be ideal. Like if we could just all maybe be in like 5 to 10 tiers of each other with the best build of a class, that would be insane. If that is a 160 pit or if that is a 80 pit, for me it doesn't matter if the number what the number is.
I think though, like to piggyback a little bit off of what you're saying, you know, like everyone's gonna, like if you had a choice between that, like everyone's gonna want to feel as strong as a Barb. Like no one's gonna be like, oh man, I want to hit for less numbers like the Sork, or you know, or struggle a little harder like the Sork, right? But like in terms of like the game health per se, like if we want to extend the season or feel like we have more to do, where it feels like you have more of a progression, going the way of the Sork kind of makes more sense, because then you have to feel like you have to try, like you have to actually try to do things on the Sork to kill things and stuff, right? So that would probably be better for the game. But you know, I think for most players, or you know, if you can just, you know, OP, you know, tap everything, you know, I think people would obviously gear towards it and towards the Barb. But I see both sides though. I mean, it is an action RPG, you know, it's okay to feel OP, but at the same time, it's like if you want your content to mean something, if you want the, you know, like I said, like the content to actually mean something, then kind of where Sork is at, it would be better for the game, in my opinion.
I don't mind a class being overpowered. I do mind the same class being overpowered every season. That's where I'm at with it. It's like I'm okay with like having a class that's better than others for a season. I know perfect balance is something that all games struggle with. I just, you know, if I have to see Barb be like God tier in season 12, then like I'm gonna lose my mind. It's just good, really fucking good. Holy shit, they're OP, good. It's like, okay, I get it. Should have played Barb. Joke's on me.
I mean, don't forget about season 0 and season 1. They were basically not in the game, okay? They had their fair share of struggling, but at this point, they also had their fair share of being the thing, right? Like, there needs to be some back and forth, right? Kinda.
I don't know. I can only say I've played Barb the most after Rogue, my main. And I've never died on hardcore with a Barb. I've never died with a Barb in this game, period. Not in the beta, not now, not ever. I've only deleted Barbs. So that's all I can say. I don't think they had really a huge struggle anywhere along the way. So I've lost many other characters, but never a Barb so far. Maybe I'm jinxing myself, but you know, that's all I can say.
There's classes out there that have struggled since day one.
You're also probably not gonna die this season on a Barb, would you?
With 300k HP, I kind of doubt it, yeah. But yeah.
That's true.
You're doing it wrong, chat says.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
apparently I'm supposed to die on a Barb. Yeah. I mean, it's not just about the hardcore dying on the class or something. It's just that, I don't know, like, I get what DM is saying, like one class is being OP or like at the top every single time is kind of bad. And on the other hand, I also really dislike this whole mentality of, man, Barbs were OP for so many seasons, now we're gonna nerf them into the ground, no one should play Barb, and now we're gonna make Sork OP because they were down bad for like this season or that season. And I think that's also like the wrong approach. I think that the goal should always be to have a somewhat balanced, you know, selection. You know, like you can play this class or that class and put, you know, probably even multiple builds on them. Maybe you have like 50 builds, 60 builds. I don't know how much we have on Maxroll by now, right? We have so many builds, and we don't even cover every single like variation or build or that it could be done, right? There's still more stuff to discover and still more builds to make, and there are a lot of builds, and there's just such a gap between them. Like, you know, there's like the pulverized druid and there's the windshade druid, and they need to be kind of closer together, right? And then the classes need to be overall closer together. So there just needs to be like, you know, more tuning. And then it would be much better if you just have options and it doesn't feel like, man, like I want to play a Bloodlands Necro, right? And like look at Bloodlands, like you just can't play it really if you have any aspirations for the pit. Like even 61s is going to be a struggle, right? So this is like the point where it's like, if you can't even farm 61 comfortably on like an optimized Bloodlands build, then I really don't want to touch that build, right? Like I can't even get my Neve RS. So that is at least the point that every build should reach. And after that, it's like somewhat optional. If some is a bit better, some a bit stronger or weaker, like it doesn't matter too much, I guess. But yeah, we do have these kind of scenarios where it's just like, man, like that build, yeah.
I would love it to
yeah.
be balanced. Yeah, I agree. I would love it if they were all like somewhat healthily, equally balanced. Do I believe that's ever going to happen? Probably not. Probably not. I feel like this is probably the closest we've seen it. Like, there's definitely some classes that seem stronger than the other, but they don't seem like, you know, I mean, I don't see wild disparities right now like GIGAUBER. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like at least it's somewhat closer.
Yeah, it's not as crazy as it was, but yeah. I guess it's generally, like, for considering how much they've changed the entire game, right? It's, with like the atomization changes, we're actually in a pretty good spot balance-wise, I'd say. So, yeah. Maybe we're like, need to cut them some slack there.
I fully agree.
Yeah, better than before, yeah.
All right. Well, that was basically all of the topics that we had for the podcast so far. So I have like one open-end discussion point, which would be, what about the future? So where do we go from here? Like next season, what would you like to see? What do you think about expansion? You know, what would you like to see there potentially, or anything like that? If there's anything on your mind, now is the time.
Paragon boards for crying out loud. They're so outdated now compared to everything else. Like they're like the like base concept of Paragon boards is cool, but like it's gotten to the point now because of the optimization and things that you skip a lot of things and you're just looking for some damage reduction, I guess, in Paragon boards, and that's it. Like even the glyphs, for the most part, the primary stat on the glyphs you don't even care about anymore. Like you're looking for secondaries because those are usually multiplicative. Like, and then of course, while we have a rare glyphs, we don't even have legendary glyphs. We don't have any like glyphs that actually changes the way we do anything. So like Paragon boards are just so completely outdated versus the rest of the game currently. So like in like season 5 or something, I would like to see a big like Paragon rework where glyphs actually change the way a skill functions, or a legendary node actually does something of that similar nature versus just more damage or damage reduction. It's just kind of cool concept, just kind of boring right now, and just doesn't really fit with the new itemization direction that they're going.
Yeah, fair enough. I agree with that.
I just give me leaderboards, please. Leveling and who kills the bosses the first. That's at this point, that's literally all I want.
Correct, just a happy blaster.
Just give me a leveling leaderboard and just a bossing leaderboard. Who did it the first time, and then you can like retire them and then make it like who did 1 to 100 the fastest, who did throughout the season, right? Like who killed Varshan the fastest. Like if you want to reuse them and don't have like them active for just a day or so because then they're filled, you should recycle them at some point. And then of course all the other stuff we mentioned, armory, paragon, skill tree, all of that. But for me personally, please give me leaderboards. I would be so happy.
I like streamlining of the social systems personally. Stuff like what I mentioned with the Durio weight room, making the clan system have a little bit more ease of access. Be like, I'm trying to find a party for Durio within your clan. And it's like, hey, does anyone want to do it? Pings it something, way to join people. I feel like some streamline of the social systems would be a nice addition. I don't know if it's necessarily tons of content, but it is something that I think people would enjoy. They seem to be making the game more social. I mean, stuff like the Blood Maiden, for instance, the Gauntlet, you can do 4 players, etc. It seems like interacting with people also has an efficient, like economical benefit with things like making sure you're not wasting your stones, so you get other people to have it, etc. So it would seem to me to make sense to streamline that process for people. I don't know if I necessarily want like a LFG. Like I kind of want to avoid menus where we just click a button and instantly get teleported there, and all of that's out of it. But ways to interact with people a little bit easier in the overworld or naturally meeting people would be something I would enjoy. Also in SSF mode.
Ooh, SSF mode. I want that too.
Probably coming. I don't know if you saw the interview, but pretty heavy hint on that one.
Ooh.
Yeah, that would be cool to have, especially for like community events, or if they ever introduce like these leaderboards that Chronix is asking for, right? Like SSF races are really the only races that are exciting for me, and I think for most of the community as well, right? Like every event, every gauntlet in PoE or whatever, they're all SSF. They're all hardcore. This is what matters. This is what's fun to see, what's fun to play, what's fun to watch. And if that is ever going to be a thing, I mean, I'm going to want an event like every week or something, right? Like you can do so many things if you only have that thing, right? Because it just like cleans it up so nicely to have like any kind of competition. So yeah, that's going to be cool. So
I'm gonna like that a lot too. I'll be happy about that.
Can basically also extend that kind of to like give us the option of these PoE mini events where you can create your own server. You not only SSF, right? We kind of need like a fresh start of an account as well somehow, because well, if I'm SSF and I'm trying a race and I start with 1 billion gold and 7 Stygian stones, then right, you kind of need it. I want full SSF, completely separate from everything else, and then who knows? Maybe even get some special rules.
PoE, right?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe even be able to do some special rules there, right? Like DMU, remember the event that we had at the end of season 2? I think everyone really, really enjoyed it. Everyone involved, everyone who's watching it, that was quite a lot of fun. I had a blast. Chat was happy. That was great.
Yeah, that was fun to shoutcast. Actually, that went really well.
Yeah, when I visited them like during BlizzCon, I actually talked about the private leagues with Joe Pipiora at some point, really, like for a little bit. So it seems like there might be something coming. I don't know. Like it seemed at least open to the idea, and apparently like there was an interview lately where they mentioned SSF or something. So I've not seen that. But yeah, I mean, maybe we're gonna get that. I think that would be badass. Even if like most people don't use that feature, at least for the community, streamers and like like that's like participating in an event like this, right? Like a lot of people go to play a PoE gauntlet, and they just try to see how far they get, right? They might not be hardcore players normally, they might not be SSF players normally, but so many people just try it, just give it a run and see how it goes or something, or maybe get a prize at the end or whatever, right? So it's just cool, it doesn't have to be like a full-time hardcore SSF blaster thing. It can even be like just this one weekend here and there or whatever, right? And we can make our own events, we can make our own rules and whatever. So that would be it'll be such a boon to like the longevity of the community and the game, right? You can always just, you've blasted a game for like a month, and now we do like a big event, like a Maxroll gauntlet or something. Like there's so many possibilities. Like it would be amazing. So I really hope they're gonna do that.
I don't know. I think not everyone has to play in the NFL to go and watch the Super Bowl, right? It's exactly the same thing for me. Even if you maybe have never touched a football in your life, you're still gonna go watch the Super Bowl no matter how involved you are, right? I don't know. I think it's always a great event. I'm not saying we're the Super Bowl or whatever. I'm just trying to make a comparison here. I think it's always fun to watch people that do that and have an event going on. It's always some kind of feeling in the air that is, I don't know. I think it's a good thing to have when you watch Race to World First in World of Warcraft. I don't even play the game anymore, but I tune in. It's great, right? You can establish a similar thing in D4 for sure.
Yeah. Any other features though that you would like?
Armory.
Okay.
Armory.
Yeah, it's something I was going to
sure.
mention as well.
Yeah, dude. To be 100% honest with you, like despite the fact that like Flurry is F tier build, right? I love playing Flurry. It's a fun build, and like if I can just I mean, of course, I could probably just level another rogue and just kind of do it that way. But if I can just switch, like for like let's say Helltide farming, just switch to Flurry just for Helltide farming, I definitely would because it's actually like really good at doing that, right? So like there are builds that I typically would play more of that might be more niche at doing certain things that I'd be more willing to play if I had an armory and not have to reset my entire Paragon board and spend 30 minutes changing out all this stuff and then go play the thing to do the thing. So an army of some sort I think would be very beneficial to the game.
Would love an armory.
Yeah.
I would love. There's multiple builds I would love to be able to play without having to struggle between swapping them for sure. Agreed.
Yeah, it's also like I guess these days it's like a different philosophy with like how we approach builds and like how the game is designed. It's like before, like respeccing was hard and costly, and even getting the items to make a build took forever. And like the journey to 100 was like 50 hours if you were fast or whatever, right? Now journey to 100 is really quick, and like getting the items is no problem at all, and all that stuff, right? And now it's like you just specialize your builds a lot more, right? You don't just have to play that one build and stick to it. Like you can make the polarized build for Helltides and then the Vinci build for the bosses. And yeah, if you have like the option to like swap between them, I guess it also doesn't matter that much then if like the build balance is like somewhat upset. You have like this one speed build and this one bossing build and this one pit build. And yeah, why not, right? If there's like, the top builds on a class. On the other hand, you would kind of like force people to like swap between them much more because I guess it's only gonna increase in specialization, right? You're gonna increase the specialization of like how good is polarized at AoE farming, and we're gonna increase our boss builds like single target specialization over time with like more options, more aspects that are gonna introduce more uniques that allow us to burst down bosses faster, right, or whatever, right? And at that point, it's also like, do you really want to like move in that direction where like universal builds are just bad, basically? They're just mediocre at everything. And then you have like hyper specialized builds. You have like the Helltide build, you swap to that. And then, okay, and World Boss is coming, I'll swap to my boss build. Okay, I'm going back to Helltide, I'll swap it back to my Polarize. And like, do we want that? Is that actually how it's supposed to go? It feels like very naturally free. And the question is like, yeah, is that good for the game? So this is like what I think about.
I wouldn't say like supposed to go, but more so just having the option to. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're saying like, it is easier to get to level 100 and like, just make another rogue for that particular build and stuff. Like, for the players sitting in this chat, like that's the norm, right? But like, again, for people who have way less time than we do to play the game, that's really not really much of an option. Like for that. So like, maybe they want to play multiple different builds, but like us swapping gear and us swapping Paragon boards, we might can do that in like 30 minutes. For someone else, it might take like an hour and a half. Pull up a website, maxroll.gg, by the way. Yeah, right. Pull up a website, follow every Paragon point there, follow all the instructions there. Like that's just a lot for like a average player to want to do just to make the swap.
Completely agree.
To try something. Yeah. So I see what you're saying that maybe we don't want to have like a bunch of specialized builds, but I also do feel that not having an armory detours, us from playing something that may not be S tier because it's like, well, why am I going to spend time, building something that can't do everything versus building something that can? You see what I'm saying?
I mean, just to be clear, like I don't mean to say that they should not make an armory. I agree, armory would be a very good system. I guess it's more the question like how should it work, right? Like,
I got you. Okay.
Do you want to have it like D3 where I think you can save 10 different setups or something, and you swap between them for free at any moment? Or, for example, do you have only 2 slots, or do you have only 3 slots per character? And does it maybe cost a fee to like set it up, or does it cost a fee to switch to it? So you don't have to do it between like every single world boss. Switching to a single target setup, one shot the world boss, going back to the Helltide build, and then you do a pit run. Okay, I'm swapping to my pit build. Like I think that is too crazy. And I also see a lot of people in chat kind of agreeing with that. A lot of people say they want to switch all the time. I can understand why, because it's efficient. But I don't think it would be very fun, like that crazy amount of switching. It's fine to do this saving a build and switch, but I think, for example, if there's like a somewhat noticeable cost, not a crazy cost, but something that doesn't make you switch between world bosses, basically.
I just
I'm
want the
okay with that.
ability. I want the ability to be able to save my build, because I very much appeal to what Dioxide was saying, which is the switching is actually a pain in the ass for me. Like, I don't switch builds very often. I'll go like one, maybe I'll try a new build. I tried Boulder Stone and I didn't like it because it was bugged, so I had to redo everything back to the other one, which felt terrible having to go all the way back. Yes, we have the scrum amnesia, which resets everything, but it's the clicking and doing all this horse shit. So you guys just told me to do wind shear. You know the reason I'm like, I don't want to do fucking wind shear is because if I don't like it, let's just say even if it's better, I just don't have fun with it. I only play to have fun. So if I don't like the way the wind shear is, I'm going to play the factually worst build because I like it more. But the process of having to go from, okay, I tried wind shear, now I want to go back to what I had, is what pisses me off. It's not that I feel like I need 13 different min-max things. I want to be able to revert so that I don't have to do it again. Just let me save what it was. I don't need 5 different options. I need a revert, like save my current iteration. And if I only get one build, so be it. Okay, I like wind shear better than tornado. This is my new main base build. Save this as my one instance. So I can always revert back to whatever I had is what I want.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was getting at. Like, I wholeheartedly agree with this, and I also kind of like what Darkside said, right? He would like to play like a flurry build here, but still have like a good build so he can actually farm the pit or something. And yeah, like if you have like limited slots and you can just save a certain layout, and then like there's like maybe a cooldown, maybe there's a cost or something, but for the intention of trying a new build or whatever, like what DM has explained, I think that would be optimal. And it shouldn't be like in the free. Like in the free, it's like too crazy, I feel, where it's just like, okay, you do bounties, now you swap your entire build to like the bounty build, and then you do normal rifts, you swap to your normal rifts build. And like, I would like to have, some kind of consistency in my build at least, right? And it shouldn't feel like I have to do this just to be more efficient or something all the time. So it's like a cooldown, a cost, whatever, like, any kind of thing would work to like prevent us from like swapping every 5 minutes. But for that purpose, it would be really great to have Armory. What DM explained.
Yeah, I'd be fine with the cooldown or a cost associated with this. So therefore, there is, you're having to give up something for that feature or that thing because it is doing something. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, DM.
I was just going to say, I just maybe even if you tie to amnesia scrolls, where it's like if I have a scroll, I can revert to what I was, and that's the currency or something. I'm okay with being limited. I don't need to do it 15 times. But I would like to be able to do it a couple times, because I would like to try. Right now, I have a druid. It's not Giga Chatted geared out. He's okay. And I want to try Lightning Storm because I think it sounds fun. I don't care if I push the higher tier. I want to try Wind Shear because you guys are saying it'll be better on probably single target. I'm struggling with Lilith. And I would like to try Boulder when it's no longer bugged and actually fucking does something. And so the only thing I don't want to do is have to redo literally everything to go back to the tornado. So just give me some way of saving or some cost. I'll pay whatever the cost is. I just don't want to have to click a million times again. Even if I do have all day and I do it for a living, I still don't want to click a million goddamn times, bro.
I think we all agree that there needs to be a cost, and a pretty hefty one at that. That you can't do like 50 gold, right? We need, I don't know, at the current state, maybe 10 million or something like that. Or a cooldown that it's like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours to prevent that efficiency swapping that is going to go crazy. Because if you give us the option, I'm sure as hell going to give you 5 builds that do. I'm even going to make you a town build if you want to, that has like super fast movement speed to efficiently get you from the occultist to the blacksmith, right? If I need to, and we want to prevent that. And the big problem is hitting this fine line, and I don't really envy the developers to having to do that. It's for me, it's like impossible, right? For me, it's like such a fine line to go from literally optimizing your way from the vendor to the blacksmith, but then okay, just from the other extreme, just going back to what I had because I don't like the build that I tried. I think that second part that I said, I think that is the important thing that we need to find a fix for, because that is probably preventing also a lot of people from trying out builds, because they're like, oh, what happens? I want to keep playing, but what happens if I don't like this new build? You've maybe seen a video, you've maybe seen a stream, but you're like, I don't know how it feels. You switch to it and you go like, oh God, okay, now gotta go all the way back. I'll see you next season. That needs to be fixed, and not really the the other side of the extreme, right? And the scrolls was a pretty good idea in my opinion. I have like 7
You
of
get
them.
limited number of those.
Yeah, I have
yeah,
like
you get
7 of
fairly
them,
limited.
I think. I'm not using those. I'm just refund all. Fine. Okay. Perfect example. Scrolls, save what I have, or like go back to the previous one, something like that. And then 7, I think that's fine. I don't really need more than that per character. Maybe.
New town build just dropped. Log in. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I'm just,
Chronics, you're booked for writing the guide.
yeah, I'm just saying,
S
like,
tier
right?
town
If you
build.
give us
Let's
the
go.
option, we would even do that, right?
Yeah.
Because if I
Yeah,
just have to press my armory hotkey and literally just click, I do that. I need to
I
do
mean,
that.
You
Right.
gate it.
At some point.
Talking about the cost, right? Talking about the cost, they could literally make the cost the same that it would cost to respec all the points one by one, right? Like you have like, I don't know, if you refund all paragons, like 4 million gold or something. If you refund all the skills, it's like 2 million gold or whatever, right? They can literally make the cost that, so at least it's like the same cost, like the same efficiency, quote unquote, without the clicking, right? So it could be that, and as simple as that. And I think that would be fair, for example.
Or you could even make it like I say, revert only, where it's the only thing you can do is go back to what you had. Like you have to manually place everything for the new build. No one's going to manually place everything for the new build in order to min-max their efficiency. Okay, let me go delete all my points, set up a new build, now go do world boss. People aren't going to do that, right? But they will try a new build to see what they like. So it kind of caters more to like casuals or people that want to try a new build. Then you can revert back. It's like, I don't like it type save situation, as opposed to let me save a bunch of different snapshots. Because even with a cost, players that have been playing forever, they're going to be able to cover the cost regardless. So they're just going to be like, okay, I'll pay the fee. Now let me go to my snapshot. But if you don't let them snapshot the future ones, just the ones that you've had, then it would cater only to the people that want to try something new.
Yeah, fair. I guess there's many ways to do this. But I guess it's probably reasonable to expect that there would be some kind of restriction in place of it, right? I'm pretty sure they're already working on it anyway. I wouldn't be too surprised that Season 5 just brings the armory, and then I guess you're going to see it soon or something anyway. Like, I think this is a feature that's like probably the most requested out of everything I've heard from people in like the community. It's always like armory, and some sort of like build swapping and whatever, right? And I guess you're gonna get it very soon. So this is my expectation. So
One
we'll
of
find out.
the interviews, they were like heavily like, well, I can't talk about stuff, but we would love to do an armory. So I was assuming it's coming with the expansion, was the way I read that.
Actually,
Yeah,
also
maybe it's the expansion.
sorry, Woody. I also really like what you said as last point. Basically, just literally same cost as swapping it manually, but not having to do it manually is probably the fairest thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
And it also is going to automatically
Someone says
swap in
import
your...
build button, man.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
right
of
from the
course, yeah.
Maxroll build planner.
Right from the Maxroll page. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go.
That would be ideal, of
man.
course. I mean,
Just like bing, you have like all the aspects already. You have the paragon, boom, it's there. Easy, yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like that's maybe a bridge too far gone. That's all the way, dude.
Nah, man, I would totally import Kronos's town build from his planner.
Wait, is that a thing?
Sure.
Is that a thing in WoW? People saying WoW?
yeah, you can do that. You literally, all the talent setup, you have like the same thing we do with the Paragon board import when you copy it. You do the same thing with talent trees in World of Warcraft. But I mean,
That's
they're
insane, man.
there's
What?
so much
That is nuts. What?
but they are
I didn't know
so
that.
much easier now. They're so much easier now. It's not like when you have like classic or TBC in mind. It's literally just a selection of 3
Yeah,
in
I
a
know
row
how to
and-
work,
right?
but it's
not that
crazy that they
complicated.
allow people to do that, especially since it's simplified.
Yeah.
So the leveling's
can.
faster. You can import the build. We just need an auto battler that just plays the game for you. You just go to Helltide, hit the AFK as a minion, Necro, import the build. There you go. You beat the game.
I can tell you a few websites about that.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, no.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess the armory would be nice one for sure, but we'll see. Any other
Right.
features? I don't
I'm
like
looking-
anything else that we really have, like,
More classes.
desire.
Paladin. Where's our paladin? baby?
Paladin.
Give me a
What
new
is the new class?
I need a class with a shield where I can stack block chance, please.
Amen.
That's
Shielding.
crazy, man. No shields other than Necro, right? It's like, ugh.
Oh, I'm loving my
Why is that?
shield, but I can't stack my block chance. I'm just hoping here 1 in 5. Oh god, please. Please, I'm hiding behind my shield. I'm like, please don't hit me. But yeah, 20% is not enough. I need to scale it for some downside and off offensive stats or something like that. That would be sick. I would love that.
And mounts that aren't horses. Give us spider or a maggot mount. Literally anything. If I have to get like another like purple fusion
mount.
horse or whatever the fuck, give me literally anything else that's not a horse, bro.
Lilith.
Got to. Yeah, we all would do that. Absolutely. The floating one.
Let's be honest.
Which version of Lilith, yes?
Phase 2 Lilith would be a sick mount, actually.
Okay. Right on the shoulders.
Yeah.
Absolutely, with the low tail. Perfect.
Yeah, and you see that, and like you go to Kyovashad, and you see like a million of those. Everyone is flying on Lilith.
You get the emote that does the 3 lines for like dashes, and then that's its attack for like dashes with the 3-line attack, and that's your move. Be sick.
I'd be running around.
Oh,
Halt.
Right.
Halt. Halt.
That's gonna be part of the Lilith mount for sure. It's just every so often it just goes off randomly.
I mean, hey, you can be Lilith in Call of Duty with an AK-47, so why not, bro?
Oh yeah, true. Actually, yeah.
Oh man.
This is fun.
All right. Anyway, so I think that also wraps out our podcast here. So we actually went way over the 2 hours that I had anticipated, as always. So sorry about that. But I think we should wrap it up. It was a really fun discussion, guys. So thanks for joining. Is there any last words? Any final thoughts or anything? Like, what if you have anything to share? Otherwise, I hope that everyone in chat liked it as well, and here on YouTube, and for people that watch it later. For season 4 podcast, we might make more of those. But those were Microtransaction, Dark Side, and Chronics. And I had a really good time. Hope you too. You want to give an outro, guys?
Thank you guys. I had a lot of fun. That was awesome. Thank you.
GG's.
Thanks for the invite. And Dioxide didn't get to hear it because he DC'd Rise of Set, but I like your shirt. You froze right as I was saying it. So
people ask me why I don't. Yeah, people ask me why I don't play hardcore more often, and you kind of got a glimpse of why I can't even stay on the podcast connected. But yeah, thanks, man.
All right, boys. Thanks for inviting me on. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
All right, have a great day, guys. All right, so that was it, guys.
Oh, I need to pee so bad. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Ah, how did you guys like it? So many follows. Oh yeah, thank you guys so much. Let me go back to this. You guys enjoyed it? That was so much fun. I love sitting down with the boys. I saw you guys had quite a lot of discussions going on there, but I could not chime in. I was reading, trying to pick 1 or 2 points for sure. But yeah, I couldn't really read everything. I had to follow the conversation too. Great chat. That was awesome. Thank you guys so much. I saw Lucky in the chat real quick. Where is it? There you go. Lucky. GG. Thank you guys so much. That was awesome. So many listeners. It's crazy. Okay. Oh God. Holy, what is going on? Oh no. Oh Woody. Now I have the, oh God. I hope we would cross rate. One would rate here, one would rate here. Rip alerts. Oh God. Now we go here to rip the alerts right off. Oh, they're not going off. Town build planner now. Oh God. Thank you guys so much for all the follows. Woody, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Town build? Oh God, do we have a town build now? Halt. Yeah, that one is... The halt is definitely D4 history. Thank you for the necro builds. Thank you, Nini. Thank you guys so much. Oh God, what is going on? Oh my... Holy moly. Thank you guys so much for all the follows. Oh God, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Dragon Excite, thank you so much for the sub. You guys are crazy. Woody, I was just... Oh God, the crab attack. Oh no. Oh no, the crab attack is going... Oh my God. Oh, there it goes. Now I'm safe. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, J-Meister. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I was just about to go offline, Woody. No. Oh God. Uh-oh. Oh God. Now we're going crazy. Holy moly. No, you're not. I'm not. Well, now I'm not. What are we doing now? Whoops.
Do it! Make your dreams come true!
Well, I guess we're playing something, huh? Raid Train? Guess you better keep us entertained and level a barb hardcore with some Ubers.
Hello, motherfucker.
Man, I wanted to go offline. Now I literally have to play the game or what? Holy. Oh God. Thank you guys so much for all the follows. Isn't it stupid late? It's, it's... Oh God, how do you say this? 12:20 a.m.? Is that how you say that? Resator, thank you so much for the sub. Do your work. Oh, that's what we could do. I can show you... What was that thing that he was talking about? That he found legendary cash in the alchemist? I'm gonna show you 2 things. First and foremost... Holy moly, what is going on? Oh no. Oh God. People have found the channel points. Oh, here we go. Thank you guys so much for the follows. So... let me show you guys. Oh, I can't show you guys. Oh.
Just do it!
Help. Let me show you the alchemist. I'll show you 2 things. We go to Kyovashan. Oh God. You have so many? Do you mean I have so many rogues? I have more rogues than Woody does. We're all piling in on Woody now. Why speak German is a 60k point redeem. Yeah, my channel points are way too low. But I want this to happen. Not on a raid though. This is going too crazy. Holy moly, I hope you guys can hear me. So what you do... You go to the alchemist, no matter which town. Ignore the crap. I can't do anything about it. And you go to the transmutation and it's gonna be right here at the top. Rainbow Woody event. Oh god. Oh, thank you guys so much for all the follows. I really appreciate it. 24-hour stream? Well, now I have to, right? Oh god. I can't even tell you guys the thing. Oh god, I love when this happens, but I can't get to the point. Stuck in the Spülmaschine. Hilfe! Okay, so here... Oh god. Yeah, I guess we're done. I can't show you guys.
It was at this moment that he knew.
Yep.
He fucked up.
That's true. This is what you get. The allowance cache for rawhide and iron chunk, and the cost scale per level.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh my god, it's not gonna stop, is it? Just do it? True. Woody just subscribed for 2 months in a row. Holy shit, boys, we did it. Woody subscribed. Oh god. And it's only from level 20 to 50, and it's gonna appear here.
He fucked up.
Yeah, I'm gonna hydrate. I just went to pee. Oh, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Nineveh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you guys so much for all the subs. Nini, Osprey, Rentis. Thank you so much for the prime. Oh god, you guys are amazing. Holy moly. Quick question. Any idea how far behind Barrage is from Heartseeker in terms of pit? I know Heartseeker is at like 130. You can check out the pit ladder on Maxroll. Go to maxroll.gg. Oh my god. Show it. Level something to level 15. It's 10 minutes. Woody. Oh god. And you click on D4. And then you click on events. And you click on the pit ladder that we have. And then you control F for barrage. Oh god. Well. Yeah, that's how bad it is.
Make your dreams come true.
There's no barrage clear. Is that right? Oh god.
And his name is John C.
131 Heartseeker? Holy, Morana is blasting. Yeah, so there's no barrage clear. That should tell you where we are with barrage, unfortunately. Right? So what's the lowest rogue clear? Here, Heartseeker, 75 on hardcore. Let's take a look at not hardcore. Softcore agility grenade, whatever that is. We do have rapid fire here with a 90. And barrage isn't even there, so I wouldn't count on it too much. You like the flute alert? Flute alert? Oh god, did it stop? There's a rapid fire at 123. Yeah, we were looking for the lowest one. Oh, Woody has 100. He has his druid though, huh? I don't know. I think I can do 101 on my necro. Actually, I think I might have a chance. $100, 13, 12. My goal is 120 though. With what character? Oh! Woody's not eligible. We're all not eligible, but we just like to push each other. I didn't lose anything. Oh, wait, actually? Oh, that's great. Oh, well, then it's just a third of a stream and then you're 100, right? Well, that's great. Oh, I thought you literally lost everything. Okay, well, then it's all fine.
Love you @chronixer new record.
Oh god. Barrage maybe 10 tiers behind. There you heard it. Maybe a bit more. Okay. There you heard it. I like Barrage. I'm also playing Barrage on this rogue. Called Chronioxide. And I was blasting a homebrew version of Barrage where you just hold down right click and then I realized that I made Bone Spear work. So this is the allowance cache we were talking about during the podcast right here. Transmutation, and then here at the top. And you can craft it between 20 and 50. And okay, it's not here. And what I also wanted to show you guys was a lot of people have asked, it's a lot of armor. Yeah, I just hit 100. And the thing that I was talking about, the digital vibrance thing. So you right click and then NVIDIA control panel. Woody versus Chronix Rogue Deathmatch. And then you go to adjust desktop color settings right here. And then you put the digital vibrance to 70. But the downside to this is, I mean, I have 3 monitors. And all I do on the main one that is cranked up to 70, as you can see, is gaming. So I don't care about the color, the realism of the color on this screen, or like you can't do Photoshop work here anymore. Also some whites are gonna be a little bit crazy, but for the game itself it actually helps quite a lot. So give it a try. Maybe do it to 60 only, see if it helps. For me I always played this, but when I put this to 50, I can't play the game. It's like way worse. For me this setting is crazy. But this should not be the solution. Blizzard should definitely do that. And while we are doing that, you need to check now let's do a full how do you say? A full setup here. And you also go to change resolution. You check that you have the highest refresh rate of your monitor setup if you are actually utilizing 165 Hertz. And then the actual other thing that you need to do when you do the digital vibrance, you should basically always do this. You should do the output. Where is it? Is it this one? Yeah. Output dynamic range should be full and not limited. That's pretty important. And you blast this to high, but it always should be. For this, you need to use NVIDIA color settings. Try that out. But this is probably the biggest thing, and the digital vibrance. And the good thing is you can try it out. You can always go back. It's not gonna do like anything crazy, but like this is big. This right here, and which one is it? And this right here is big. Was there another one? Let me see here. Actually, whoops. Nope, must pay 5 million gold to respec your monitor. Which one was the other one? No, it was this one. I remember correctly. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. That's G-Sync, that's whatever. Yeah, those are the settings. The hertz, the full, and most importantly on the adjust desktop color settings, the 70% or whichever you feel good is. Will it give us cool hair like you? Nah. That is not. Oh, there's a clip. Yeah, perfect. The cool hair. Thank you, man. No, that's not what you can. Unfortunately, that you either have curls or you don't. Fortunately, can't really change that much. Town build. What is that? Risky click of the day. Oh my god. You have to pay 5 million at the barbershop to masterwork your key. True. Holy, what is this? It's actually called Speedy Amulet. What the fuck is this? Oh man. Yeah, that's the town build, boys. I got 120 Hertz and not 180 Hertz. Yeah, you basically match your PC's refresh rate, your monitor's refresh rate, I meant to say. I'm curious what you guys, if you guys tried it out, let me know if you like it more. Movement speed capped at 170? No, it's like 100 additional zoomless. You can do 100 additional. So if you open the character menu, you do where is it? There's movement speed somewhere. Yeah, this can go to 200. That's a cap. So 100 additional. Should probably do a wind striker here. Actually, now thinking about it. Then I'm like perma-camped. Let's do that actually. Slot. Yeah, there we go. 199.5. So I'm almost there basically. Oh, Woody, remember the boots? I'm not gonna equip them on my character because it doesn't really give me that much, but these seem pretty good. I don't know if you need those. I certainly don't. Because all the rolls are actually pretty good, right? The max life is also almost max. The dex is basically max. It's also evade charges. Or someone else on hardcore, I'll just get rid of them. I don't need them probably. But if someone tries to giga min max, those might be a good start, I think. Thank you guys so much for the hype train and all the follows. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Immediately bricks the boots due to tempers. Wanted one. That one's great. Does the bonus movement speed after evade also get capped? The bonus move speed after... But yes. I've been playing minion for a week and now switched to Blizzorg. So fun to actually engage. Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the minion builds, right? You don't... You don't really have to do that much, that's for sure. I have a boots with GA move speed and dodge can give to you or Woody. I certainly don't need them, Coraza. Thank you so much. But FX is HP. Yeah, that's pretty big. I'm hardcore. Are you also playing hardcore? Maybe wait. GA movement speed and dodge. Yeah, we don't really go for dodge on the non-temper stats, on the normal stats, I would say. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Thank you for broken bits. They're not really broken. You have to play Barb probably to play that. So what can we actually do? It's like half, almost 1 a.m. basically. We could do some Hell Tides. I'm gonna show you guys the Hell Tidos song. The song is Isolate by Rootkit and Joe Erickson. Jilted. Survival way to PL friends these days. Pit is very good, Polar. Pit should be very, very good. So who? Let me go back. Joe Erickson. But just Isolate Rootkit. You should find it that way. Isolate is the song name. What do you think about Penshot? Joe Mama. Okay, didn't see that one coming. Tried to be serious for once. Should they add a super rare currency to reset your tempers? Yeah, we tried to discuss this during the podcast. Actually, the boys convinced me for sure, saying no. Because then it's probably too easy to make the perfect item. I think the approach that Woody brought up was top-notch. Just keep it as it is, but the more greater affixes you have on an item, the more temper changes you have. So +1 per greater affix on the item. So you feel less bad about bricking an item with 3 out of 3 greater affixes, for example. Oh yeah, I forgot to use the brain, sure. Currencies isn't a good solution. Yeah, but having a lot of stuff to go for is a good thing though, in my opinion. +2 would be the way. I mean, +1 per greater affix, I think that's fair. That sounds cool. That sounds cool. I was on the... I always thought like it's gonna be good when you just give us a currency and let us farm that. But now after the podcast, I'm very much convinced that that is not a good idea, because I fully agree that it should be it should be almost impossible to get the perfect item. I think that's it's healthy for the game, I would say. So if you give us something that you can where you can constantly reset stuff to make them literally perfect, then you get there way quicker. Yo, Conspire, thank you so much for the follow. To me, breaking that feels like a very inorganic way to extend length of player game time. Yeah, I see that for sure. I agree. I can see that being a problem. Oh, Mo Belly, thank you so much for the follow. Now that the follows all have calmed down a little bit, I can actually call you guys out. Which does not mean that I'm not thankful for each one of you who followed before. Thank you guys so much. Jilted, Reticulate. Thank you guys. All of you are amazing. That support means so much to me, guys. Mystic Knights, thank you. You guys are great. How did you like the podcast? I believe they were tradable, but this is not the case. W podcast. I tried setting up a full scene. Look what I had prepared. I was trying to prepare this. Well, I mean, I basically prepared it. But I was too slow. Follows in it is a nice way to start them again. Yeah, Coraza, you're exposing me here. Discussion overall, enjoyed it a lot. GIGAUBER, love to hear ideas. Yeah, I had all of this prepared that you can see here, but I was too slow. I was too slow getting the cameras in place. You're a good person. I'll try to be, subject. Best I've watched lots of light-hearted comedy tonight. Yeah. I try to go for a good mix of being serious and also a little bit memeing. I don't know. That's just me. So it was a good sense. Can hear opinions from different perspectives. I am a really big fan of these gaming podcasts. Not only D4, literally like all of them. I love listening to them. Because yeah, it's probably the same. I just love hearing other people's opinions. You and Darth cracked me up several times. Nice. And it's also, I think it's pretty nice that we also had a little bit of a discussion going on, right? Sometimes you have a lot of agreeing, which is fine. Like, that's awesome. But I try to sometimes be like bring up something that I not necessarily stand behind, but just to get some discussion going on. Not necessarily like dumb takes or anything, but like try to get a discussion going on, you know? Like, if everyone is agreeing, that's okay, that's nice, that's cool. But I also love the podcast where you have like a little bit of friendly disagreeing. I mean, it's always going to be friendly. We're all friends here, right? So that's not going to be the question at all. It's more about like just I try to preface this by saying, what do you think about this? That doesn't necessarily need to be my opinion that I have, just something that I love to hear opinion about. Love to hear an opinion about. Yeah, just brainstorming here, like what do you guys think? And what I love about it is like I get to learn. Woody is like, he's like, oh no, you can't do it because of this and that, and I'm like, oh yeah, oh wow, cool, true. I haven't seen it that way. You know, that like makes me smarter, like in an approach to the game, and shows me a different angle of like, you can't do this because of that, and you can't do this because of this, and that's so cool. That is so much fun. Topics were solid and loved the discussion. Yeah. I am not smart. That's not a nice thing to say when you just said a very nice thing earlier. The topics were solid. Yeah, Woody picked them. They were great, sure. You are not smart. Wow. Imagine saying that to a human being, man. Holy. Gives with one hand, takes with the other. Crazy. People, we had this topic earlier during the stream, and people let fucking loose on the internet. Non-Leodog and Midnight. Thank you guys so much for the follows. You're super smart. Thank you, Shadow Walker. Yeah, let's not get into that. You're a great streamer. First time chatter. Big. True. Thank you guys. All good. I don't take that to my heart. Literally don't know the person. I just hope they are good in real life. Oh my god, that's first messageception right there. You're a great streamer. First time message. That's so good. Yo, Skin. Thank you so much for the sub, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, but Zodric, you know that some people on the internet are also very vulnerable. You're smart. You're so smart. You're not smart. Nice. 11 hours streaming and still chill and friendly. Love it. Oh yeah, that's the vibe I like to have going on. Sure. What's that, Murky? Let me see here. First time chatter. Let's add that. I can't believe I don't have the first time chatter. I didn't have it. You know, it was overcommitting. Yeah, that's not a nice thing to say. Shouldn't say that. Yeah, these are the caches I was talking about. Nobody really needs the living steel stuff. Would you upload the podcast to YouTube? Love to listen on long car journeys to work. Woody is for sure gonna do it. The thing is, I didn't get my nice setup in place. Unfortunately, this one. I would have loved being able to record with this setup. That would have been cool to put it up on YouTube. But maybe Woody can send me a file and then I'll just upload it to YouTube. But I mean, for you, it doesn't matter, right? Like, Woody is gonna upload it for sure. Never seen you here before. True. Device. Thank you so much for the follow. Let's open this one as well. What are you guys playing right now in D4? Which class? I want to see some opinions here. Pornsbarb, Rogue. 5 of them. Rogue, Sork, Necro, Druid, Rogue, Necro minions, of course. Heartseeker, Rogue. I made every class. Nice. Rogue and Necro, Rogue and Barb, Rogue. Wow, no Sorks whatsoever. We just had one Sork. Holy. We had like 2 Sorks. 4 Sorks. That's not that many Rogues. Sorks. A lot of us from Woody, so Rogue. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely skewed. Sork, Dream Dead. Necro. Nice. Satsuki, which build were you playing? What build were you guys playing on Necro? Barrage, Rogue, and Upheaval Barb. Oh, Barrage is so much fun. Sork is still SD for Helltide? Yeah, that's true. Like, oh man, Teleport is so good. My minion Necro? Nice. Are you enjoying it? I like a green highlight still into first carrier, but it's right. No, I don't have any symbol except the sub badge Murky on the side. With high golem, I love it. Oh yeah, that's strong. I don't see who is a raider and who isn't. How do I see that? Stroke 2, but the single time damage makes the pitch is annoying for me. Oh yeah, I can imagine, man. Triple Imbu Barrage for a while, but now I have plus 10 cold casts. I'm literally just holding down right click on Barrage and I'm having a blast. Ability going for on this Rogue or staying Barrage. I would have loved to stay Barrage, but it's probably not going to be competitive, so I go either Heartseeker or Rapid Fire. I'll probably try out both. But yeah, I hit 100 just before the podcast, and since then I didn't have the time to respec, because I literally hit 100 like half an hour before the podcast, and then I had to prepare for the podcast. So now I'm still looking what I want to do first, but I want to play both for sure. If an Necro Scythe Greater FX, would you take life or critical strike damage? Always life. And that's also for hardcore and generally easier pushing. If you are trying to like literally get the most out of your character in terms of damage, then you obviously need to go for critical strike damage. Compare contrast. Oh yeah. I'm actually extremely happy what they did with alts this season. Like, they are very meaningful with the Iron Wolf's cache and getting the distilled, not the distilled fear, the Stygian stone with it that way. I think that's a great way of incentivizing and rewarding you for playing alts. Heartseeker's work? Yeah, Heartseeker is very, very specialized for sure. That is correct, yeah. So probably play the most speed class. And if you have not the most time, yeah, it's very important. But that's what I tried to tell all the people on the stream always. When people come here like, oh, do I have to do this? Do I have to do this? Bro, the only thing you need to fucking do is have fun playing the game. Literally. Ooh. Oh my god, look at this thing. There we go. Speaking of Heartseeker, boys. Holy. That's crazy. I don't like just shooting auto attacks. Feels not okay. Yeah, but I mean, that's... I mean, the good thing is it's probably not going to be viable next season, so you should definitely try it as long as it's viable, right? 200 million bow right there. You guys mean like 103k gold. I'm playing hardcore. Nobody's gonna buy that shit. Let me buy that. Yeah, if you roll hardcore, you can buy it for sure for 200 million if you want. Nobody's gonna buy that. Tried the gauntlet for the first time and I had a great time with the format. Shame it's worthless for character progression. Yeah, it's kind of funny that we didn't touch on the gauntlet at all during the podcast. Kind of sad because there was probably a lot of development time in there, huh? Yeah. I was actually hyped for it because finally I thought we have a leaderboard system, but it's basically just who does... First and foremost, who grinds the most and does the most degenerate hours to get all the gear needed. Right now in Season 4, it's probably way better balanced in terms of grind versus you being able to rank really high. Before that, that was not possible. You needed to have played the whole season for it to matter. To be able to rank high. Now you don't really need to because we actually get quite a lot of Uber Uniques and stuff like that fairly quickly. But the other problem, which is big exploits, is still a thing. At least we didn't have to stack plus shrine duration anymore. Yeah, true. Remember when we had to do that on like the amulets and the... Wait, was that amulet and boots, right? Yeah, but we still have quite a lot of... what's it called? exploits going on in the gauntlet. I think that's why also nobody really pays that much attention to it. It's the only competitive thing. And then it's like exploit ridden, unfortunately. Man, the greater ethics on the boots is actually insane. Pretty good. How much is the jewelry? 125, right? 150? I'm not sure right now. Yes, I would love to see the leaderboard system expanded to more challenges at the game. Yeah, all I'm a little bit scared about is I'm crying for it as a competitive, competitive Diablo player, right? Like trying to be competitive somehow. I'm just worrying that I live in my bubble and not a lot of people actually care. But I always tried to make that NFL example with the Super Bowl. Even if you're not really that sporty or like not that much into sports or anything, you probably still want to watch one of the biggest events, right? Try to beat Woody. Yeah, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. I need to ask him if he wants to. Oh fuck, I didn't look at the timer. I need to sit down with him once. Maybe he can give me a tip or two. Maybe there's watch the Super Bowl for the commercials. Yeah, maybe we can also get those in the race somehow as well. Enjoy competition in comparison. Yeah, I'm just yeah, that's good if you say that for sure. That's good if you say that. That's great. I was hoping in the podcast Woody would raid you. Very nice vibes. Bubbles are okay too. Bubbles? Captain Amo, thank you so much. I appreciate the very nice message. That is awesome. I don't get the bubbles joke. I'm sorry. Bubbles you live in since you... Oh, okay. That's what you mean. No, but I mean, like, Woody asked specifically, what do you want? And I really would love that. Especially what I was talking about, especially the private league things where we can set up our own stuff. Oh my god. That would be so good. I would be so happy. That would be insane, man. That would be so crazy. That would be so good, man. Weird thing, I miss from the 3, the ability to rebirth a tune to keep the stats running. Yeah, I hear that a lot. For me, it does not really matter that much. But I hear you for sure. The uppity class calls it peer groups. What's that emote, man? Met 4R? What is that rolling thing? Hardcore theory crafter? Yes, basically. Looks like an Xbox joystick rotating. Oh, true. Yeah, now I see it too. Thanks for making me notice. I was like, what is that? What in the world am I looking at? Yo, I'm moving so fast. Look at this. Oh, we need to salvage this. There we go. Is this actually an upgrade? No, it isn't. The bow is big. The bow is big. Let's see if we get... The thing is, I want to keep this one for Heartseeker. So I don't want to temper it right now. So we just keep it like this, I guess. Let's keep it here. Okay, let's get this. Oh, there's only 2 more. Man, that was actually quite fast. I thought it would be way more to go. Oh, I thought that's gonna be the scoundrels. It wasn't. Then can literally sell all of them. How much do I need? This was 10k. No, this was 12k. This was 12k. So this is basically 2 hell tides. This is a little bit more than 1 maybe. If I blast, then it's 1. Catch the first part of the podcast. Was the acquisition rate of Dura Animats discussed? Yes, Polar. We came to the conclusion, or we all agreed on it being crazy cool that you're basically being vomited at with boss materials. I think we all said it's cool. It's a good thing. Not specifically Duriel and Dariel mets. Where's the next one? We don't know yet. Okay. Oh, there we go. Let's have a look at the bounties. Not the bounties, the whispers. Talk too much about these 3. What's this? Tortured gifts, slay harbingers. That's easy. Yo, I'm moving so fast, holy. Man, I love playing rogue, holy. So highest pit you went with rogue? I haven't done any rogue. The rogue just hit 100. I haven't done any pit. Noob question? Bro, you can ask as many questions as you want, and they're not gonna be noob questions. Don't worry. How many seasons would you expect from D4 before that this move on to something else? Well, they said it's not gonna take 10 years for D5, right? We're going to keep pushing pit on Necro. Oh yeah, I'm not done with Necro. Necro is like 8 out of 12 on all the items, and I did an 87 without holy bolts for the leaderboard. I want to see how high I can go for sure, and it's gonna die in the process. This is actually what Woody mentioned during the podcast as well. I really like that. That's something that I really liked about last epoch as well. For example, where like you have at some point you have done everything with your hardcore character, and then you just want to send it off where you go like, okay, now I go do this very hard thing, and then I'll do it until I die, you know? And that's super cool. I like that. I like having this distinct end to your character that you can force, that is also being reflected on a leaderboard. That's actually cool. Well, obviously in D4 we're missing the leaderboards currently, but you get what I'm saying, hopefully. Can ask before you're banned. Yeah, that's your most said sentence, huh, Murky? You have like E-post, please give it a pet force move. Ah, that would be so good. I don't think the pit is too straightforward for leaderboard. I like the gauntlet better for it. Do you mean like equalized? I get what you mean, but you are not wrong. But we still want to have a leaderboard for sure for exactly that. You know, like it needs to be class specific for sure. It doesn't make sense to compare one class. Like we need separate class leaderboards. That's 100% correct. We need a new mode for it. Well, they tried that with the gauntlet. That didn't work. I don't know. I like the pit as a leaderboard system for sure. It's definitely way more interesting than last Epoch's arena. Because you have the bosses. I think the bosses are super cool. I really like the pit bosses. But I can understand that maybe casuals don't like them because there's too much stuff going on. For me, it's perfect. I want this. I want to have to be on my toes literally as soon as I enter the room for 8 minutes straight. That's great for me. That's challenging. I like that. They is trying to devise a further divide the players by spec before they release something like they did in later D3. That would be pretty cool if you could do a leaderboard by spender used, right? You could also, they can probably measure whatever you did the most damage with and then filter by that. You know, that's probably possible. Like, oh, you did the most damage with Blighted Corpse Explosion. Oh, you're a Blighted Corpse Explosion build, for example. But then it gets kind of rough, right? Because then you have like 1 trillion leaderboards, which is also not really the best thing. Oh, fuck, I need 4 more. Which content is the best farming GA? Helltide, for sure, Gomei. Because you do so many things at the same time, you know. Not only are you farming a lot of legendaries, but you're also farming gold, you're also farming angel breath, you're also farming whispers, which basically is gold. You know, like you're doing a lot of things at the same time while you are also doing the greater affixes. Should I have one leaderboard and just add filters? How they do it, it's rough, but that's fortunately not our problem, right? Because that's a really hard one to fix, in my opinion. I don't know the best solution, no clue. But I didn't learn game development. That means drops the most amount of legendaries per hour. Yeah, that could be true. Yeah. As I said during the podcast, I never do Blood Maiden. As you can see, I have 322 hearts, and it's probably just going to be increasing. I don't like Blood Maiden. No, on hardcore, she can kill you, you know, legit. She is scary. Oh, look at these pants. She is scary. You get 2 to 3 times the loot. Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. Yeah, true. Now that you're saying it, I remember. Which is a good thing, right? Jeez, think your rogue runs faster than my horse can sprint? Yo, casual gaming, how's it going, my man? I'm sad you probably didn't get to catch the podcast. Really hope the new class will be cool. As I said during the podcast, I would love a class that uses a shield defensively somehow. But I mean, we'll probably don't get that. Because that would be like kind of paladin-like, something like that, barb-like, and we already have that, right? So no clue what we're getting. Reaction to things in a podcast, by the way. No problem, Ravo. I'm just as I am, you know. No need to fake anything or whatever. Oh, big one. Holy, what is this? Would be cool to see more podcasts in general. Very entertaining. I think so too, yeah. But it's also rough, you know, like now everything is set. What are you gonna talk about, you know? You can bring other people and talk about the same stuff, maybe. But yeah, if you like the podcasts, you definitely, I mean, come on. If you're playing D4 or Diablo and you are not subscribed to Woody, what are you even doing? In case you're not. Woody is hosting these regularly, so make sure you check those out. And there are also very, very good ones in the past with all various D4 or like Diablo creators, also for other games as well. Woody is regularly hosting those. I think that's a great thing as well. We get Monk. Oh, I love Monk, man. Yeah, with Crib. Yeah, exactly. Maxroll. And, yeah, it's great. Had a blast. And, they're always good. Monk. Yeah, Monk is big. But yeah, I mean, they said they're not gonna do something. They're gonna do something that they haven't done before. And it's 6 classes. Oh my god. Oh my god, Demon Hunter would be insane. But I mean, Rogue is really much like a Demon Hunter now. Yeah, but they can't be the Monk because they said it's not gonna be what we had, right? It's gonna be something completely new. So yeah, there we go, right? I'm gonna say it's a Spiritborn. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sounds like it. CGS blood. Yep. Sure. Wrong way. Hey, did I open everything here already? Blasting voice. Yo, Vitruth. How's it going? I remember that name from the early D4 days. How are you doing? It's gonna have to be something that scales with strength because there's 2 into and... True, actually. Two int, 2 dex, 1 strength. Not true. There's 2 int classes. It's not gonna be int for sure. Although Spiritborn kind of sounds good. Really like in the new season. Oh yeah, man, it's great, isn't it? Very huge step in the right direction. Alright, so Bliss wants to add a class as them introduced into the series, which is a good thing. And it doesn't mean that we can't get other ones as well. I've completely forgotten about willpower. That's the extra work for each season. Yeah, but you need to give players a new class, man, especially in an expansion. Or you gotta rework the other ones so much that everyone goes like, oh wow, I don't even need a new class. But that's never gonna be the case. Especially you can't just rework classes like massively, because if you would do that, then people might lose the characters or the builds that they loved, you know. That would be awful. So want a Necro in D3? Wait, did I open? Oh no, see, there we go. Yo, Timbop, thank you so much for the follow. But I never brought unless a failure. I mean, it's a good start. The game is 1 year old. We're basically getting an expansion at the end of the year, which is gonna give us another class. I think that's fairly fine. I think that's not bad at all. Imagine they blast an expansion every 1.5 years and you get a new class. I think that's pretty nice. think that's fair. I don't know. Especially for a live service where there is so much stuff changing all the time, you know? Let's like it by this point and just delayed content. Well, do you know what's in it? Hybridity? I don't know what's in it. A pretty bold claim, don't you think? Nobody knows what's in there. Holy, this is what I meant. You look at the map for a second and you close it and then there's like literally a million explodey boys. Setting expansion has to be a clue. Ooh, snake charmer. Oh, like full on minion. Oh my god, that's actually... That's a lot of witch doctor like though, don't you think? One class, one would see more. Alright, 2 classes would be poker because when it's one new class, everyone is gonna play it. True would actually be insane. What if what they said is when they say, oh, look at this, man. This is like Omega. This is like 10 head now. What if when they say we have never done something like this, it's actually that they're gonna release 3 classes at once? Oh my god, the balancing nightmare. Holy shit. A new class every 3 months? Oh god. Murky goes Wokage. Paladin would be pop. Warlock would be awesome. There is so much stuff you can add, but then again, you need to have distinct differences that value that make it valid that you have another class, you know. Let's see, Amazon with bows and spears. Yeah, but that was also in the game, right? Like, we need to think out of the box. We need to lose all the restraints we have, all the limitations that we currently operate in. I'd love to see import build, save build, or multi-spec. Yeah. I mean, import build is rough. You know, would be quite a lot of quality of life, but I see them not going down this route. I think, you know, there is a certain line of quality of life that you don't want to go over, that you don't want to step beyond. You know? Yeah, adding classes is insane, right? It's rough. It destroys the whole balance. You need to rethink so much stuff. Like, it's rough. Dev work is crazy. It's definitely not envying them at all. It's a hard job, especially with you being out in the open like this. How companies now need to operate for them to be visible. You as a developer are not only developing the game, but you also need to be on developer live update live streams. Sometimes you need to be able to defend your point really well. You need to be articulate. You need to be comfortable in front of the camera. You know, it's like rough. It's a tough job. The guys are blasting for sure. Just play 2 to 3 rogues so I can play multiple builds without changing anything. Just relog. Yeah, that's a very valid way of doing it, but not a lot of people can actually do that, you know, zoomless. For AOZ, I did the exact same thing. I leveled so many backup necros that I could basically spec 1 necro to each viable build and try them out by just relogging instead of having to remake, like change the build around. Art, rigging, damage calcs, movement, so much gosh intent. That's rough. It's an engineer class that uses mechanic skills, guns, and weaponry. I don't think that fits a Diablo setting. Or more like in the, how do you say, not really in the technological part of history, right? But I like the idea of like a class that builds things, that fights for them. It's kind of cool. But you know, like RPGs are so fast paced. You need to move so fast because efficiency is such a big factor that I don't see a lot of value in someone putting down things and then when they run ahead, they need to rebuild their things, you know. Definitely, if you would want to do that, you needed a way that you kind of like recall your things or insta summon your things that you previously summoned already. Ugh. Oh no, I can't go down here. GG. D3 turret D8 would feel off in D4. Do you know why? Oh man, that was cool. I like that. That was Marauders, right? Yeah, that was cool. I think Slaughter is not active that much. I think I get hit too often, maybe. So it's not active as much as I would like it to be. That might also be because I'm just fucking tired and I'm not noticing the difference. There's kind of a Marauder skin in the shop. Oh, really? I haven't looked into the shop in quite some time, actually. Really hope they improve the skill tree. Yeah, I'm curious when. I mean, it's obvious they're gonna do that or change it in some way. Is that going to be a season thing like we had now, or is that gonna be an expansion thing? What do you guys think? Because I gotta be honest, the changes to the items, I wouldn't have thought that is gonna be possible in a season.